Well, a good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Hello, traders. Hello, friends. Hello, family. And hello, people of Earth. Welcome to TopstepTV. Yes, another exciting episode of knowledge, trading, and good friends. Well, election night over. And what we're looking at now, what they're calling is the Trump trades. We see a lot of these stocks here up in the air. But we're going to be talking about that in a little depth here in just a minute. But I'd like to say good morning to JD. Yes, JD, our good friend here, who's always got great levels and good insight here. Good morning, sir. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody else in the chat. I was going to do my best Hoag impression and go back and say good morning to the first person in chat, but I don't think I have the first person in chat. Dan Trader, good morning. That's the first person I see. And then Art819 and Moses. Good morning to
Moses,
you all.
part that Red
Yeah,
Sea.
what an interesting night, huh? I was up all night. I was glued to the TV. I couldn't stop watching it.
You know what? Yeah, I was too. I was watching it, and then I put on a little Ren and Stimpy just to sort of cool things off a bit.
Just to level it
And
off. Yeah, for sure.
you blithering idiot. Um, yes. But anyway, let's get busy here. We got a lot going on. U.S. stock futures, as you see, jumped today as traders are gauging the increasing likelihood of Trump's victory and the Republican Party taking control of Congress. So we did see the Dow up 2.4, S&P up a little over 2. We did see the NASDAQ soar 1.7. And I was looking at the Russell, and Russell's, yes, it's still up almost 6%. So, yes, you go there, little Russell. Keep moving. Main averages on Wall Street closed higher as Americans went to the polls yesterday. We did have early voting, and investors are bracing for that uh, potential volatility in equity markets this week. And we're seeing it, and it's called Trump Trades. Trump Trades returns along with the spike in U.S. stock. U.S. dollar was on course for its biggest single day uptick since March 2020 against other major currencies, with the Mexican peso slumping in a particular fashion. Bitcoin, the world's most popular currency, if you're just getting out from under your rock, has also touched an all-time peak, 75,000. All right. There was some talk yesterday that they didn't think it was going to hit 70,000. It was going to move lower. But we have moved higher, yes, indeed. In recent months, these assets that often seen as proxies for the former president's chances of securing a second 4-year term in the White House. Another thing, too, here, Trump's tariffs, immigration plans have been viewed as possibly inflationary, and this could sort of give the U.S. dollar a kick in the butt. So at the same time, Trump has been become outspoken backer of cryptocurrency, and I think that's why we're seeing the currency busting up to 75,000. So elsewhere, the yield on the benchmark 10-year Treasury bond reached the highest level since January, and Fed officials are due to kick off their latest 2-day policy meetings. Notice how that's like second now. It's like you get in the backseat, Feds, because we just had the election here. But anyway, we're bringing the Feds back up to the front seat. This is what we got to be watching for. So central banks have slashed interest rates by a quarter point, could be possibly, and we'll keep that in focus right now. So the Feds tomorrow will be seeing that. 2 more drawdowns in the first half of 2025. They're talking about, with borrowing costs settling at around 3.75% to 4%, and the current range of 4.75 to 5%. And that is what I've gotten. I'm talking very fast because JD's got some cool stuff. JD, what do you got?
Yeah, you just outlined the Trump trade right there, buying dollars in Bitcoin and stocks and selling bonds. Uh, that's basically the rotation right there. But a couple good things that could come out of the next 4 years, economic taxes, economic policies and taxes, I should say. Further tax pushing for further tax cuts for middle class or businesses alike. He thinks that'll stimulate economic growth. He might be right too. He was also talking about abolishing federal income tax for people making a certain amount, uh, which would be, I think, maybe the greatest campaign promise to actually be
Oh yeah,
fulfilled.
no taxes. Yeah,
No
we'll see what happens.
taxes for you.
No,
Tariffs. China's probably going to take a beating. We're probably going to hit them with some more tariffs. Uh, President Biden kind of rolled back some of Trump's tariffs, but then reinstated a few of them. I think Trump's going to come out swinging against China, and he's going to hit them hard, real hard. Uh, Border security, immigration policy. He's talked about that in his entire campaign.
mhm.
It's probably going to be one of the first things he does day one. He's going to be signing those bills. But as far as the election results go, yeah, he crossed the threshold. You need a minimum 270 electoral votes to win the election. So far, predictions are still at 277. It's been like that for a couple of hours now. He covered all the swing states: Arizona, Michigan, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Minnesota, Arizona, Michigan, and Nevada are still kind of up in the air at the moment. They're still reporting. Only 61% reporting votes in Arizona right now, and it's 51.9% in favor of former president, now President-elect Trump. Most likely President-elect Trump. Ye Grand Old Party has also retained the Senate majority, and we're working on some House elections right now, too. There's a couple elections up in the air, going for that GOP majority going into the 2026 midterms. Control of the House, Senate, and uh, Oval Office. But anyway, let's take a look at what happened overnight. We had stocks in Asia. Nikkei up 2.61%, and the Shanghai was down 0.9%, 0.9%, and the Hang Seng was down 2.3%. Stocks in Europe trading a little bit mixed this morning, too. We've got the FTSE up 0.3%, the DAX down 0.28%, and the CAC up 0.14%. The VIX 15.88 right now, down 22.5% from yesterday. VIX is down, stocks is up. Stocks are up. That's a correlation you should be aware of. And the yield on the 10-year note currently sitting at 4.459%. On the economic calendar front today, we got PMI coming out. Start of the two-day Fed meeting. FOMC meeting starts today. We have the report on interest. The report on interest rates tomorrow, followed by the Fed chair press conference at 1:30 Central Time tomorrow. So the Fed announcement on rates at 1 p.m. Central Time, and then Fed chairman press conference at 1:30 Central Time. We had MBA mortgage applications out earlier this morning, came out down 10.8% compared to 0.1% prior. And later this morning, we have PMI composite final coming out at 8:45, and the EIA petroleum
Right.
report. 30-year bond auction at noon Central Time. Also, those bond auctions get things moving quite a bit, so make sure you're paying attention to that also. Eddie, the price of Bitcoin.
Yeah, 75K. I mean, that
Also,
was that was a jump.
yeah,
And I know you're holding what 200 contracts of
I'm not
Bitcoin,
I'm not heavily invested in Bitcoin, but yeah, I
right?
bought some a couple years
150.
ago. I'm I'm finally up money on it. It took over 3 years to be
Patience, man,
up on that
patience.
patience. You know, I
There you
totally
go.
forgot about it for like 2 years, and then I see a headline like that this morning, and I just I check
Sell,
my
sell,
account,
sell.
and there it is.
There you go. There you go.
What a nice morning.
Cash it in there, brother. All right. Anything
What's
else you got for us, JD?
I think that's it. I know Jack is much more of a political commentator than I am, and he's going to be here for fast markets in a little bit. I'm sure he
He'll
has
be
quite a few
talking a
things
lot,
to say about the election last night. I'm sure he was up watching it, and
certainly.
yeah, it's gonna be the talk for the next couple hours. So stick around. I know a lot of people have very heavy opinions on what to expect, but let's take a look at the markets right now. Eddie, what do you see
Yeah,
in crude oil? Bit of a dump.
oil, 72.67 topping out, and that was right around midnight. And then uh, the carriage turned into a pumpkin, and she lost her glass slipper. and crude went south. So we did see the oil prices falling. That was after industry data pointed to the rise in U.S. crude stockpiles. Brent slipped 1.8, and we did have our WTI. That's the one we trade 1.7 lower. So data from American Petroleum Institute released Tuesday showed the U.S. crude inventories rose by 3.13 million barrels, higher than expected for the 1.1 million barrels. And officials talk about the inventory numbers that are due later today with API. And that's going to be it. I'm going to call it quick here. Tip of the week. Can we get that up there? We got James. James driving the truck here, Top Step truck. Yes, the market is always right. And when we talk about this, let's talk about incorporating new information. Now, the market quickly adjusts to new information. Obviously, you're seeing that today. For example, if a company announces unexpected earnings, stock price will rapidly move to reflect this new information. Obviously, we had the elections, and you're seeing these markets moving towards what had happened prior. So as soon as information is available, us traders, investors, whoever, we need to incorporate this in our decisions leading to the market, and we have to adapt. Like they say, adapt or die. Yes, they say that. But that's what I got here for the market is always right. JD, you got anything you can add to that?
Uh, Similar to what you're saying, Eddie, in that price discovery of the markets, it's really just the collective wisdom, knowledge, and ideas of a vast amount of market participants, and the prices that they settle on or decide to buy and sell from each other at are the prices that we have to accept. We have no, us as retail traders really have no say in the larger macro picture of price discovery. Our one and two lots aren't moving markets, though collectively we could if we were all on the same side. But economic data, geopolitical data, which we're seeing this morning, just like you said, market sentiment, supply and demand, these are all factors that come into price discovery. So when they say that the market is always right, it is 100% correct. The market is infallible. Price discovery means that the price is the price. So
Yes.
if you're ever thinking that the market is wrong and you are right, take a step back and think again. That's what I
Reevaluate. Yeah.
got for
Hey, real quick for live traders. I know there's live traders going, well. Restrictions for live funded trading will be lifted at around 8:30 a.m. Remember, you're going to be contacted if you are a live trader, okay? Live funded trader. If you got the combine, if you're an XFA, go ahead. You're good to go. You can trade here. But we just want to make sure that our live funded traders are aware of what we're doing here. And also, uh, before we go into the charts here, stick around here, Fats Market. We've got, we've got Coach Jay and Nick Furtick going to be with us here today. So stick around, but let's get to the charts with JD. And JD, fire it up, my friend.
Let's take a look. We got about 10 minutes. We'll just burn through these real fast. All right. You see overnight's price action right here. We are trading at new all-time highs right now. We're poised to open regular trading hours at new all-time highs. Yesterday, right here, ES traded in an 88 handle range. I should reiterate, this is a daily chart of the December contract, E-mini S&P 500. Official settlement price from yesterday, coming straight from the CME group, was 58.12 and a quarter, up 69 points on the day. That's Eddie's second favorite number right there. Total volume traded 1.2 million contracts, and we lost 31,000 in open interest. That struck my eye. On Monday, we gained 32,000 in open interest. Yesterday, we lost 31,000 in open interest, possibly just pairing off quick trade before election data results came in. And we got those results. Former President Trump has the electoral votes to take back the White House. Republicans took back the Senate, still working on the House. It's probably going to take a few days before we see results on the House. But anyway, trading at new all-time highs. We took out last week's high overnight, trading above weekly kickoff high, 58.77. The only thing really concerning me about this rally is this volume pattern down here. So we have a nice spike on down volume back here October 31st, last Saturday. followed by increasing lower buying volume leading up to today's rip. Could this possibly be a blow off top? The volume will tell us in the next couple of days. A blow off top is basically a large up move followed by a very large down move on increasing volume on the down move. So, what happens today? I'll be paying close attention to the volume pattern today and what happens tomorrow to see if possibly we're looking at a blow off top or continuation higher. Let's see what the 30-minute chart is telling us. Here's a 30-minute chart of the E-mini S&P 500 futures contract. All right, obviously opening with a gap. Overnight inventory is long. Gap rules, you could say they apply today. Gap rules typically, if you don't see a return to close a gap within a reasonable amount of time, then you start to look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Buying opportunities, looking for dips to purchase, anticipating a higher move if we don't come back to close that gap. Our closing gap would take us back down to right around 58.23 quarter, which is a hefty move in the S&P 500 right now. But we're seeing a little consolidation going into the open. We're sort of barcoding now. We have been since 2:30 a.m. Central Time. I have a VWAP down here at 59.03. Could possibly provide a target if some buyers do step in right at the open and start pairing off some of these overnight longs. Let's move over to the NASDAQ now. Ripping through these real fast. All right. Here is our daily chart of the December contract. The NQ traded in let's widen this out just a bit. Traded in a 344 point range yesterday, settled at 20,341, up 256 points on the day. Total volume was 460,000 contracts traded, and we lost about 1,000 in open interest. We have a couple interesting chart patterns setting up here. So on a shorter time frame, we've got a little expanding wedge here. They say expanding wedges, or the megaphone pattern, is typically a reversal pattern when you see it at market tops. We're still not really at or close enough to the all-time high to call this a market top yet, in my opinion. That's just my humble opinion. And the pattern just doesn't look like it has the size of a velocity for like a major reversal pattern. We're approaching the upper end of this pattern right now, and we've got last week's high up here at 20,788, which we have not taken out yet. We're poised to open above weekly kickoff high at 20,640. So we are in a bullish holding pattern for the moment, especially after yesterday's or this morning's election results. Pulling it down to a 30-minute chart. So we had a bit of a P-shaped profile here. So a P-shaped profile formation at a market top or around market tops can kind of signal continuation. And we're seeing that this morning. So we got a P-shaped volume profile formation in the NASDAQ yesterday. So we have this long leg down here followed by a consolidation towards the upper end, creating this body around the top, and then follow through to the upside overnight. Volume was pretty decent, a little lower than the previous day. Not the same type of volume pattern, really, that we saw in the ES, flipping back to the daily. It was a little lower than on Monday, not a whole lot. But again, if you're looking for blow-off top patterns, you want to pay attention to the volume. Back over to the 30-minute. So right now, similar to the ES, we're sort of consolidating right now. We got last week's high at 20,788. And there was actually one more pattern on the daily chart I wanted to show. Oh, we've got a couple of channels here too. So we've got a channel going back to this low back here from August. And we broke through it briefly late last week. We have two touches to the lower line here. And here's our small attempt at a breakout to the downside from last Thursday, Halloween Day, October 31st here. We closed below, I guess you could say we closed on the line twice, never really closed above or below the line, I should say. And now we're back inside this channel. So still bullish holding pattern for the NASDAQ right now. Look for a couple opportunities possibly. to buy some pullbacks in this market. That's what I am looking at personally this morning. This seems a little bit strong, but I'm rambling now. Let's move on to crude oil. All right, crude oil. Here is the December contract for crude oil. Traded in a $1.38 range yesterday. Settled at $71.99, up 98 cents. Total volume 247,000 contracts, and we lost another 16,000 in open interest. Open interest in the January contract is starting to pick up a little bit. It's now over 200,000 in crude oil. January contract in crude oil, open interest is now over 200,000. Also traded more than 100,000 contracts yesterday. So another roll is coming. Crude oil rolls every month. Keep that in mind. So as you see open interest start to shift, keep your eye on the volume. Always trade where the volume is. TopstepX will always have the front month contract up for you. Our early call on crude oil this week was for some sideways price action. We saw a little bit of strength to start the week. We traded above weekly kickoff high on Monday, closed above it, spent most of the session yesterday above weekly kickoff high, closed above it. Weekly kickoff high is 71.60. And then on those results yesterday, we traded just above settlement price and then pulled right back off. Let's pull up the 30-minute chart. Similar to the equities, crude oil is now open. Regular trading hours for crude oil opens at 8 a.m. Central Time. We opened with a gap. Overnight inventory was short going into the 8 a.m. open. We've since rallied back to VWAP here at 70.75. You could call it 70.75. To see a close of the gap, we'd have to hit this low here at 71.40. 71.40 would close the settlement gap or the overnight gap. Still a bit of a stretch away, but gap rules will apply until that gap is filled. You want to see that gap filled in a reasonable amount of time. Otherwise, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. All right. And there's a bit of congestion standing in the way of closing that gap. We just traded above our low from Monday at 70.66. We're holding there quite a bit. We got VWAP here at 75 and 71.29, which is, I almost forgot what 71.29 is. Yesterday's low. All right. Yesterday's extended hours low. So keep those prices in mind. Here's gold. Look at this move. Look at this move in gold. Are we going to take out an entire month of gains in one trading session here? This low from October goes back October 10th. That low is at 26.48.90. What a move. We've got a little mini head and shoulders pattern here. Super tiny right there. We'll put our neckline somewhere around right here for this pattern. So if you were going to look for a measured move in gold based on this mini head and shoulders pattern, it would take you to somewhere around, let's call it 26.55.10, which we are not too far from right now. We took out weekly kickoff low at 27.07, which was also coinciding with this high here from September 26th at 27.08.70. But here is your measured move for this mini head and shoulders pattern. 26.52. 26.52 half. It's a good measured move indicator. 30-minute chart, real quick. Overnight inventory long. Don't let anybody tell you different. This is not a falling knife that you want to start trying to catch right away. You want to look for structure on the. If you're going to try and catch this falling knife, you're going to step in front of this train. Try and wait for some structure to form first. I'm talking to you, house account manager. Don't step in here buying gold right. Right when
I'm here. I shan't.
He's talking to you.
Wait from structure to form on the downside before getting in. Make sure you have some predefined risk if you're going to try and pick bottoms in gold today. This move is strong to the downside. Do not try and jump in front of it unless you see something that gives you a reasonable amount of confidence that you're on the right side of that market getting long this morning. That's what I got for you. It's 8:26. My ramblings are over. Let's do it.
All right. Thank you, JD. I hope you took some notes. Hey, we've got Fast Markets coming up. Coach Jay, hey, if you want his Twitter, it's Jay Cook, star of At the Buzzer, head coach of the Lunatics. And we got Nick for a Tick here. Nick for a Tick on Twitter. And he's soon going to be having some babies. So congratulations. We're going to be Nick for a Tick. Also, Andre is back. We're going to have Hoag back tomorrow. We're going to take a quick little break.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Yes, we will. All right, let's get our opportunities in the gate, when we're going to put Andre in there also.
Oh,
he is
man.
back.
What happened, Andre? What happened?
What happened? Which time? Which
Illinois,
part?
you guys are the only.
What are you laughing about?
Just you Illinois boys.
I don't know. In the green room, I said, "What happened?" S&P's
happened
look
last
bullish.
night?
Anything happened
What was
last
the
night?
market?
I must have missed it. I don't know. S&P's are up a little bit.
I'll tell you what happened last night.
All right.
There it is. Yes, very much so.
All right. Just checking here. Just see stocks were up a little bit. I was wondering if I'd missed anything. My head has been buried in the sand. But lo and behold, democracy did prevail in the United States. We have a new president in 2025. We can talk about that later. The impacts of what that may mean down the road. But right now, we are going to be trading live in about 45 seconds or so. Once again, live trading will be reactivated in those 45 seconds at the opening bell. Welcome right to TopstepTV. This is Fast Marcus. We got Nick for a Tick in the house. We got Coach J in the house. You guys know MP. Let's get after it, boys. Nick for a Tick. What are we looking at here on this open?
Well, the elephant in the room is last night was incredibly bullish. And when we have a move like that, I'm not going to be the first person to try to fade this, especially as this is most likely just the market's reaction to the results of last night. It started getting bullish pretty much shortly after the Asia Open, around 6 p.m. Dakota and I went on slow markets, and we just shot out of a cannon, I think, as some of the states' results came in. So we're at the top of a longer consolidation of 6 weeks in NQ, if you're looking at my charts. So I'm curious to see, do you find any sellers in this area, at least for the early part of the session? We talked about on Sunday that when we were at the bottom of this range, to be careful looking for getting too bearish, because we could very easily rotate to the top side. So that's where we are. That's where we are opening. I'm going to be a little hands off. I got a little fun in the overnight session and got halfway on some combines. So let's see if we can find a good trade here. Let's see what happens as we open.
All righty. What's up, Coach J? How we feeling? You got the bear out. Last time I saw you, it was right around Halloween. You were Frank the Bear. You're so bearish, Coach J. Your microphone is definitely bearish, Coach J. What's up, MP? MP, catch me up to speed. MP, catch me up to speed. I've been out. Some people want to know, did I pass the Series 3? Unfortunately, I did not. I was not fully prepared. I took it too very lax in my approach. I will pass it next time around. But for those that are asking,
we talked. You got the equations on this.
I'm so pissed.
I know. I talked to Andre right when he got out. Here's the equations. You just put them in a box like that. Buy column, sell column.
Pissed.
Features.
I will come back stronger from this. My preparation was not where it needed to be. The math portion got me. Rules and regs good, but come back strong.
At least they told you. They didn't tell like I was probably by a hair.
Full disclosure, Michael laughed in my face right when I told him.
I did tell on the phone. I gotta tell you, I'm chuckling inside a little bit.
Are you an idiot?
I know you're gonna pass. I mean, you got like 80-something% on 80-something% on each of the other categories. It's a 7 pass, but the hedging part is the difficult part.
No, it was not these guys. My preparation was not where it needed to be. Freaking pissed. But hey, here we are. Let's get back into these markets we talked about a little bit later. Anyways, let's get into MP.
We'll all be on the same. We'll all be on the same, Dre. Once you pass it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I was kidding about that MP thing. He fell for me. He's like, better next time. Hey, we got 300 lot here in the S&Ps. It is very thin. We got 300 lot sitting on the 50, 930 bid. Coach Jay's the mic working. What do we think of going into this? Are you still bearish?
Still muted, Jay.
$10.
Gremlins are out in this.
Something might be going on.
Can you guys hear me?
There we go.
There we go. What's up, Jack?
There we go.
Welcome back.
I am not looking to sell this market at all.
No.
Where do we buy it is my question. Put on the bear costume. Was looking for 20,000. We didn't get it, so I had to take that costume off. Markets are pretty extended right now, so I wouldn't be surprised at somewhat of a pullback. Maybe seeing some profit taking from anyone who's long from overnight. But definitely not looking to short this unless it gives us a reason to. Looking at the NASDAQ right now. I know JD was talking about gold as well. Gold selling off really strong and continuing to do that into the open. I'm looking at 26.55 as a level in gold to see what happens when we get down there, but definitely not trying to catch that knife either. I think I'm using my AirPods mic right now, so I'm going to try to reconnect and use this mic so we sound a little bit clearer, but I'll be right back.
All right. You'll be back. MP, catch me up to speed. What have I missed in these markets? Look like we're buyers are coming in here on the NASDAQ. It's always tricky when you come back to the markets midweek. Midweek is always tricky.
You haven't missed too much. Lots of these V formations, and they're forming on sell-offs, firm up, and kaboom! Like a kind of like they coil up on their like little roll down, and then snap back like a boomerang or a slingshot.
We're 80% long here in NASDAQ.
Thank you, Eddie.
80% in the money, so people running nicely here this morning. Average price here, we got 690 down 82.
It does raise the question now that the market has waited for the most important event in recent memory until we're on to the next most important event ever, which will be tomorrow's FOMC. And the spike in yields, Jack, I know you're behind the scenes. What are your thoughts on this? It's kind of scary. Are bond traders kind of calling the Fed's bluff here?
Great question, Nick.
It's scary. Guys, I'm the house manager today, so my thought is here, you're looking to buy. Let me know if anything coming in here. That being said, the yield stuff is terrifying.
Yes, it is.
We've surged. Well, basically I hate to call it smart money Trump trade, but yeah. So we basically went to making a reach for that 4.5 yield level. FedWatch, like the SOFR rates still have a nearly 100% chance of a quarter point cut tomorrow from the Fed, and still looking at 2/3 probability of a second cut coming in December. Fed cutting yields higher. Hold on to your butts.
Oh boy,
could be a wild end of year. Yeah, that's a little concerning. I'm very curious now to see what Powell says at the press conference. How does he acknowledge the new administration potentially coming in? And what does the dot plot look like going forward with the bond traders doing what they've been doing for the last 12 hours?
Guys, this is very, very interesting. Again, make sure you tune in for all FOMC coverage tomorrow here on TopstepTV. Sorry, at 1 o'clock Central Time. Get the rate announcement. Then we'll do the press conference into the close. Nonstop coverage here at TopstepTV. Here we go. NASDAQ pushing higher. 20,750 last trade. New highs as well. 755's new highs. ES hasn't caught up just yet. YM also pushing higher as well.
Yeah, nothing scares me more than seeing the unprofitable garbage companies in the Russell bidding up 5% as yields are back in the mid 4s. I don't know if anyone was paying attention to the Russell last night. I know it's the ugly stepchild of the 4 indices, but it was up 6% at one point. Still shooting out of a cannon.
Yeah, that's the big disconnect right now. That is the so-called American First trade. It's kind of a catch-22. The tariffs, protections and stuff should be very good for the Russell stocks. because, as Nick mentioned, they're not very good. But yeah, so it's no surprise that they went gangbusters. But those yields are a big problem with them too. So
interesting.
Which cracks first? Although inflationary things can be very good for stock prices. I'm not comparing the U.S. to like Turkey in the future or something, but they've had inflation through the roof. Their stock market, though down in a real sense, is up 2,000%.
Chat, who who traded during the election or whatever? Not during the election, because the election was all day yesterday.
That was a quick
you know
one.
what I mean?
That was a quick one. Yeah.
A couple people in the chat on slow markets last night. 5-figure evenings when Dakota and I were on. So it seems like some of our top step traders definitely had some good nights. I'm sure there were a lot of blown combines and some poor trades. I mean, it was just tough. And I was even saying as we were on last night, you know, probably around 8:30 p.m. Central, that there was nobody on the offer. Like that book was so thin and there was nobody sitting on the offer whatsoever. So there was no reason to try to short that.
Still like that now.
Yeah, really is. Especially on the NASDAQ.
NASDAQ pushing higher here, 20,777. I just see Amory in the chat saying 20,800 on the horizon. Not too far away from that. I heard JD in opening call talking about gold. Was it gold? Tracing entire month's worth of, was it a month, JD? I forgot what you said. It's about a month's worth of a rally. Last trade in gold, 2665. We did crack above 28. I think 2801 was the all-time high air horn level. Looking at crude, $70.92 last trade. Oh,
and he's still moving up. ES still stuck in the 5-minute opening range here, right around the point of control for the session thus far, here at 32.50s and change. So S&Ps aren't really doing a whole lot. NQ still is pretty bullish. All of the Mag 7, with the exception of Meta, is green. Tesla is still shooting out of a cannon, up 15%. Wonder if that has anything to do with the thoughts of Elon Musk being somewhere involved in the new administration. We'll have to wait and see.
He said, "Let
that
sink in."
We have that photo.
Yeah, let that sink in. He claims he's going to cut $2 trillion off the what is it, off our debt or annual or budget, something like that.
That's right. How's he gonna,
if he says he's going to do something, he's got a good batting average, so you can sit down and
people are fired up today, baby. Chat is fired up. NASDAQ is fired up. We are pushing it higher.
Do you expect anything else?
Look at that picture.
Yeah.
That's
You've never had somebody come in here. Government agencies are freaking out right now because they know their cushy ass is not going to be cushy seat anymore.
Uh-oh. Everyone is fired up.
MP's fired up.
Everyone
I think it's because the guy has proven so much, and he got. It's just an interesting, very, very interesting group of people going in there saying they're going to do a bunch of stuff, and just that one right there, he has actually proven it, and since 2010 with PayPal to SpaceX to
he caught a rocket out of midair.
I have no doubt
he rocket out of midair while he's doing shit.
I kind of want to make
Bitcoin is up 17%.
I want to make a
so
big prop bet with MP right now.
But his carbon footprint, though. Whoa.
Oh, he's fired up, baby.
MP, I'll bet you $10,000.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll bet you $10,000 that 4 years from now, Elon Musk does not cut $2 trillion from the U.S. yearly budget.
I'll bet you $1. I don't do 10,000. I do one gentleman's bet. I'll bet you $1.
All right.
$1. Okay, the usual bet.
$1. Put it here that he has cut $2 trillion. If he doesn't, then Jack, we're gonna be. If he doesn't, then we're just gonna keep talking about rates and yields keep going higher and higher because that's the run up. That's what happens. Our GDP, our debt to GDP is now it's
unsustainable.
It's upside down.
Unsustainable.
It's unsustainable. Duh. Oh, get in here.
Well, when it down, we can
the
print more
VIX
money.
is back at 15.
Coach Jay, where do we buy it? We could have bought it 20,680 last trade, 20,790, 20,800. What's up, Jay?
I'm looking for a pullback to 20,740, which is that RTH VWAP. It did leave the opening range to the high. So if we pull back there and hold, we do have top step levels, and you decide how much credence you want to give to levels on days like today. But 20,788 was last week's high. We looked above it and sold off. So we'll see. 20,740 looks like a decent spot.
Right.
What's that level so I can write it down here,
if we
Jay?
if we get down. Say it again, Jack.
What's that level so I can write it down? 2740, did you say?
20,007. Yeah, 740. I'm looking at VWAP and it's kind of moving up, so it might change. It's at 743 right now, but looking to buy off that regular trading hours VWAP.
So,
the house
could be the dumbest trade of the morning, but there is a short opportunity setting up here in the NASDAQ, like right here, right now. I don't think I would take it, but we are at the top of this larger range that we've been in for weeks, kind of peaked above that high that we made, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, last week, whatever it was, and see if we rotate back under. We tagged above 800. See if we continue to rotate a little bit lower, maybe go back towards 750, 740s on VWAP in that general area. But there is a short setup.
We are aware live
I see
accounts
that too,
are
Nick.
being fully activated. We are aware in the background they are working on it as we speak.
It is not. It's a our FCM.
It's the FCM. It's the FCM. I do know what the FCM is.
That's good, Andre.
The FCM.
That's good.
Not the AP or the IB or the CF.
No, we don't talk to APs.
FCM.
We don't talk to APs. We just work with straight FCMs. Those are the big dogs. FCM needs to enable. They got some things on their side.
Right now it's unable, Michael. Remember unable on the floor? Unable.
That's unable.
Unable.
You go like this. You hey, sell me 100. Usually, if you said 100, that wouldn't be unable because it's a market order. Sell me 100 at 80, and the market's at 70, and you'd be like, hey, it's unable. Trading 70s.
Or you call it the fill or kill they used to have. Fill or kill it.
Kill, yeah.
Yeah, you
there's
offer
Eddie.
it or bid it twice. Nothing. Unable.
Unable.
Eddie, I got to come to you, my man. It's been a minute, a little rusty. We're 13 minutes into the open here on this Wednesday after the election. What do we got for eco numbers, Eddie?
Eco numbers today. Well, not much early. Sort of letting the dust settle here. But we do got crude oil inventories coming in at in about 45 minutes. They're looking at around 300,000. Prior was negative 515. We'll see what happens there. And speaking of crude, here on the tilt, it's 50-50, but it looks like we got some strong buyers running this market back north. Also, what we've got here today at 12 o'clock, high noon, 30-year bond auction. Now, this is going to be a strong one, folks. So we got to keep our eyes here open. 12 o'clock, I go on break, but I'm going to stick around and see what it does when it does hit the wire. And that's about it here for the numbers, eco numbers here, economic numbers for today. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Yep, we did see that tilt in the NASDAQ up around 80%. Oh, around the 780, 20,780 level. Look what happened. Market has retreated about 30, 40, 50, or about 30 points or so. Now we see the tilt off level off of 50-50. Nick for a tick did like a short up the 20,800 level, 790 level. Nice little bit of 40-point banger there if you took it.
So we said it. I mean, that was probably the dumbest trade of the morning because you are truly just fading the move, but you had that excess peak above last week's high and fade back towards the point of control in the session, back to the RTH VWAP. So kind of makes sense. If you weren't kind of as bullish as we are in the overnight, that's probably a good trade to at least take a stab short. But hard to want to feel very confident taking that after the move we've had and how bullish we've been, up 2% plus on the indices. So tough trade, but definitely is the right read. I just don't love taking that trade with how it's just you're fading the momentum. So
look at how gap
good on
we
you
are
if you took it.
In the NQ. Jay, we're around that. We went through that 2740 level you mentioned. Are you still trying to peek it along here? It's like your mic, Jay.
It's his microphones. He's talking to the AirPod, but he wants to be talking to the microphone, not the AirPods. The AirPods are talking when he needs to be the microphone, but the microphone. What's up, Jay? Let's get those.
Jack, while you're talking, I know you talked about it yesterday with the poly markets and the elections. Why it's I mean, I'm just looking at the Robinhood people. Like, there's people putting thousands of dollars still, thousands, 4,000, 7,500 on like Trump winning 97 cents or
I thought he won.
Well, no, that's these event contracts.
Oh yeah.
So we're gonna have to figure that out. I want to talk about that, Jack. Can you wrap your head around that when you get a chance? On if it's already been said elected,
I can tell you right now,
something could happen.
It depends on what their criteria is for settling the market. For instance, in poly markets,
last day it says last day Jan 5, last day to trade it. So you can Event
Not to be
contract.
morbid.
Why? What would
but you're-
happen? What happens the day after?
Give me a second here, Andre. They get distorted at the edges, right? Because you're risking a lot if you put 98, 99% in that market because say something unforeseen happens, God forbid, one of the candidates can no longer do it, you lose all your money. Versus it's a very easy lotto ticket for the other people. They're basically providing liquidity for people who want to sell now and take that money before the contract settles.
Sell now, pay later kind of thing, huh?
Yeah, like
Still rotating
you're
lower
holding
here.
Here we go.
Yeah, this is where we were talking that short. I mean, 100 points thus far. I could see this rotating all the way back down towards 680s and change. If we get that full move, 683s probably is that exact number, that kind of supply zone going back to part of last week's range as well. But yeah, if anyone took that trade, congrats. That
they
ended up working
did.
out very nicely.
Also on the Topstep daily levels, and make sure you have those pinned to the top of the chat. Just take a peek. Yes, they are. Also have them overlaid on your screen. Look at that. Zone 1, upper end of zone 1. 20,007. Hold on. Yep, that was a nice trade. Yep.
Hey guys, we're sitting here too. All the live accounts were sitting here. So he's like, hey, I just missed the 60-point move. Sorry about that.
I mean,
It's not my fault. I would see FCM. FCM.
Damn FCMs.
There's a lot of FCMs that are changing their things or that have locked out or that have moved margins. It's a big, and like, I guarantee you risk rooms in every brokerage FCM, not brokerage firms, but FCMs. Futures clearing merchants, right, Jay?
I know what you're doing there. I know what you're doing.
Just checking. Can you guys hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All those risk offices are definitely buzzing right now.
Yes.
All right.
Still
So
selling off here.
Gold traders back on the buy here right now. 60% long here. 677.99 is the average price here. We'll see what happens. Gold just took a dump here overnight. See if it can recover here.
So late longs off the open just punished there on that move.
Yep. I did take the long in micros. Right now I'm risking about 325, risking the lows of this opening range. Long two micros right now, but I got in at that 740, which was a little bit early.
740?
So we'll see. I'm trying to decide. Yeah, and it's 80 points lower right now. That VWAP did not hold at all, and we talked about it, right? It's an extended move. We're up over 2% already. How many buyers do we see continue to come in here, or do we see some profit taking from overnight? This looks like the start of a profit taking move. We didn't really get a pullback last night at all. So still in this trade, still going to hold it, but I am one of those late longs here for sure. So don't like this in a house account trade. If we're looking long in a house account, I'd look at the full session VWAP, which is down at 25. 625. Yep.
625. Okay.
625, 625, VWAP 625. Real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen, see hashtag fast markets. You get us up, hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Hit us up on X, of course. They finally gave us our own TopstepTV account on the X. Also, give us a follow. And while you're at it, click like, click subscribe. Markets are moving. We saw the ES shooting lower. 59.11, now 59.10's trade. Like Nick for a tick said, we saw a short opportunity up around the 790, 800 level. Last trade, 20,666. Tilt, we got 70% short in the
Still
ES
going.
right
Nobody
now.
on the bid yet. Sellers being very aggressive here.
Yeah, Nick, I saw a couple of 100 lots show up at the round numbers, and they got
ran
sold
over.
to like
Unless they were covering
ran
their
over like
shorts
they
from
weren't sitting
top.
there. Right.
Still got
Dakota and I saw somebody with a 100 lot trying to short it. Maybe they were covering, but if they did cover, they covered about 200 points too early. So somewhere I'd like to think that was somebody who tried to shorten the hole last night during the election and just got absolutely steamrolled.
People are confused why the market could possibly sell off right now. I don't. Chat seems to be a bit confused. Why market go down? Why market go down? Market only go up after election. Market cannot go down.
It did.
Market
went up last night.
Not real money.
It did go up last night, Jack.
And we said, now that we move on to the next most important event in our recent memory, do we just consolidate? And unfortunately, consolidating could mean in a 200 to 300 point range in the NASDAQ.
While we await
what the Dow's going to, or what the Fed's going to do.
You should see 2016 election. Yesterday was nothing compared to 2016 election.
What was
Limit down.
What happened then?
We're limit down.
Yeah, I was not watching
2016 was
the
limit down.
markets in 2016, like during that cycle. Did in 2020, but
that was a doozy. 2016 was a doozy. Anyways, last trade 59.10. Last trade in the ES. Dow just chilling. Let's see what 620s. I believe these fellas
wasn't that right around the same time as the Swiss franc implosion? You guys remember that?
Well, yeah,
you're pretty close. Yeah,
they're pretty close because I was in Australia and I remember talking to you, Dry.
Correct, Brooksy. Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pushing higher here. $71.17.
Tesla on a tear.
I forgot. We've got FOMC tomorrow.
It's a big week. It's still a big week here.
Eddie,
we can put our guard down.
Hey, Jack, if you're there, what's Fed watch to us? Is it still just 25 points going into tomorrow?
Are they 99% chance of that.
Okay. So no 50 points.
Hey, did you guys know that on this day, Abraham Lincoln was elected president? There you go.
No.
Yeah.
Eddie.
1860. Did you know also in 1528, Spanish explorer Cabeza de Vaca lands in Texas? He gets in line and buys some Cowboys tickets right away.
Is that how it worked back then?
Where else can you get market analysis and historical history?
Oh, yeah, you will.
Only on
You're going to walk away.
Yep.
If you didn't make money in the markets and if you feel dumbfounded, at the end of the day, something that will drop in here will fill up your think tank with knowledge. Something. Just tune in all day long.
What was that dude's name? What was that guy's name again, Eddie?
That was my question too, Jack.
Cabeza de Vaca? Or Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln.
Lincoln.
Yeah. Look at those $5 bills we've been sending you for mutes.
Even named a park after the guy here in Chicago, believe it or not. Yeah, Lincoln.
Nice. Yeah.
Tabasco Park.
Yeah, the band.
Jack. MPs live right down the street from it over there in Wrightwood. Tabasco Park. Oh, you mean Lincoln Park. Yes, Lincoln Park. Indeed, we're starting to finally see some sellers in the YM. Hey, we got a weekly. We bounced right out those 640s. Yep. 640s. Get those Topstep daily levels out. They are hitting today, folks. 640s weekly kickoff high. Bounced right off of that in the NQ last trade, 20,000. 680. Again, what do we have? Last week's high, 20,788. Got short up there. You didn't have to take too much heat. High of the day in the NASDAQ, 20,805. Levels are clicking
200
today,
on the
folks.
offer on the NASDAQ.
And let's call on that short.
Yeah, man. That was real nice.
It sounds like some people in the chat were either leaning my way or took that trade. Hopefully they're holding runners at this point because you got a pretty insane move very fast. So I would not be too greedy. We've seen how volatile and crazy this market can be at times. I think even shortly after Dakota and I got off, one of the lasting messages was still be careful. This could easily dump another 150 since we just shot up 200.
For sure.
And I think shortly thereafter, we did get that move. And I'm sure a lot of people were caught off guard by that one. Because then we just rallied right back up shortly thereafter. So yeah, that could easily continue today. We could easily be back up at 800s in a blink of an eye.
Bitcoin's air horning, right?
Is it? I saw Dogecoin
It is
mooning 20%.
Bitcoin was above 75,000 at some point this morning.
MP has
75.60
right now.
Do we even call this risk on, or is this just everything outside of bonds is bullish? And gold, apparently.
Oh, ES selling off right now. Dow finally found some sellers in here, 43,355. You see NVIDIA's joining the Dow by later Intel.
They'll be celebrated over the weekend.
Yeah, Intel, you had your chance. They ran laps around you. This is what happens. Look at gold. Look at oil pushing higher here, $71.40. High of the day, $71.48. MP looking to get in these markets. Got the House Account Manager Jack. We got some of the best fun. We've got the best traders here at Topstep. We got Jay in the house. Nick for a tick on the leaderboard. MP looking to execute again. We are working on getting those live funded accounts. We're talking to the FCMs. Give us the green light to get back in these markets.
Who are the FCMs talk to, Dre?
Who are the FCMs? The NFA.
Clearinghouses, right?
Yeah,
Place
the
to hold
FCMs
margin.
clearinghouse.
Clearinghouse.
Oh, yeah.
They're SROs, Michael.
Well, yeah, it's all right, self-rate. The rest are well.
It's the math, dude. The math got me. The math got me.
Yeah, the math. I'm shocked. I got by the math.
Oh my god.
The
math gets you with you just got to read the questions and use a calculator that was built in 1875, like whatever, when Abe Lincoln was
right after Lincoln invented
they were built in the same time because those barely even have numbers on them.
Michael's favorite park, for those asking at home, Lincoln Park. Michael loved Lincoln Park.
Oh yeah, cut my teeth out in that area.
He loved that park.
Me and my dog used to run around it.
Yes, they did. No leash at all. People loved it. Anyways, 20,000.
Put him on a leash, you deaf dog. Put him on a leash and we're like, get out of the way. I'm running.
I'm running. He was 50, a good 50. Puppy.
The testing was. You'll see him every now and then in company meetings. We still little Cassius.
See, when you bring Cassius into the office, I used to keep dog treats in my desk, and he'd always visit me.
Knew it too.
Oh, he'd know if anybody
wanted them all.
No,
Cassius.
You were his favorite.
Bull Mastiff. Anybody here have a Bull Mastiff? I want to give you a hug because those are the best dogs in the world. I've had 4 dogs in my life. I'm 45, so they've all lasted for about 10 years ish or less.
They've lasted. What does that mean? They've lasted.
My uncle always said he's a vet. He's like best way to get over your dog dying is to get a new dog. I'm like, well, okay.
They've lasted like a car. Car lasted.
You got right away. They're not going to last. 10 years.
Car lasted 16 years old.
Get them out.
All right, so S&P's.
Yes, just did.
S&P's targeting that 5,900 level. That is the low last trade. 5902, 5903 now. See if the NASDAQ wants to.
Anne-Marie. Refrigerators do last longer than dogs. That is.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Oh, yeah.
Appliances last, dogs live. But anyways, moving on. 5903, 5904 last trade in the NASDAQ. We did see heavy tilt, 80% long in the NASDAQ. Big sell-off since. 150. Nick for a tick calling the pot that's short up there.
Nick for a tick trying to call a top. What a surprise.
Sometimes it works.
It pays every once in a while, but usually I get steamrolled.
Nick for a tick. Will we hear air horn in the NASDAQ by end of year? I don't know what that price
I'm still holding and saying no. And the only reason I'm making that claim now, as bullish as we've been, is because of what's going on in bond land. That's the only thing that makes me a little concerned. But
Jack,
we're so close. We're so close. It could easily happen before the end of the week. We could whip the all-time high in NQ tomorrow and then melt. I don't know.
Tell me what gets bond land to cool off, because we just shared. Jack shared a chart a while ago about a little up and to the right on and then the very top it was like spiked. Jack, I can picture the chart.
Well, let's hit the news because I have some charts.
Excellent.
Here we go. All right.
This will be a topic.
As I mentioned,
this is a topic.
The big news event last night was how effing amazing my level was in the 10-year. As you can see right here, the yields, this is the daily chart. Let's go to the next one, James, which is the 15-minute on the US 10-year. And we see what happened. So I took this screenshot this morning. We basically did exactly what the Trump trade would be. Yields increased, went right to that 4.48 level, came off, and now they're coming back to it again and came off again. As mentioned, that's an important level dating back several months. If you're going to look at anything in the bonds, you got to zoom out. But what would make bonds cool off, MP, is say Trump came out as president, was like, the tariffs, we're going to do them a little differently than I said. Or that's what happens. Okay. Because that's what a lot of
they're responding in what you've gathered in your field reporting. They're responding, the yields and bonds or whatever prices are around the tariff talk, or
they're around the
GDP. I'm seeing GDP a bit about our GDP to debt ratio is starting to flip.
That's part of it too, but you can see in the short term the thing that immediately changed. Like either candidate to win is going to increase spending. That's why we have that dollar bet on the Elon Musk thing. That is the long term problem. The sort of short to mid is sort of like what policies will be enacted and will they add to the ratio you talked about with the debt to GDP, or will they subtract from it?
I just pictured like Jack coming home from college and be like, "Yeah, I just failed college. We ran up my debt," and his parents go, "Well, you know, you don't have a job." And he's like, "Well, that's part of it too."
Well, we're bouncing, by the way, in the NQ.
Mm-hmm.
We are.
Producer here.
Gold finally picking it up, 75% long here. What I'm not seeing here is we've got crude nicely on the rally here, but only 43% long in the crude.
Yeah, we are bouncing here last trade, 20,007. Boy, these levels are popping here. Our levels are hitting, guys. We got some oil numbers in about 30 minutes or so. Jack, did we do the news? Are we good in the news? Or
Just two more quick things. Something I like here. Hey, guys, there was an election last night. I like this tweet MP shared from Mark Cuban. Congrats. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well.
There you
go. This is good. Let's have more of that.
God, I never.
Over.
He leaned in pretty hard. Yeah, everybody's drawing lines at the very end. Do you know that? I'm over here. I'm over here. Yeah.
This one doesn't feel as gnarly as
That's
the
good.
first time
I like
around.
that.
This one wasn't as gnarly as the first time.
Yeah, one last thing about it. Ultimately, we're all Americans, and we come together around one thing, which is effing action, man. Take a look at this next tweet. Robinhood. 400 million contracts traded.
Wow.
In the election market.
This doesn't say we have a gambling problem in this country.
Wait, Jack, is that are those contracts on the outcome of the election?
Yes. It's the election. It's what I was just sharing earlier. I mean,
wow. Okay.
Man, crazy. I am actually emailing. I'm actually emailing Mr. Terry Duffy today. I'm gonna email him. Hey Terry, if you're paying attention, if you're listening, I'm meeting him. Well, not him. I'm going down to Naples. I'm gonna actually talk to him about this. So this will be kind of. I'm not sitting there talking with him, but he's going to be there and he invited us. Long story short, it'll be very fun to go down there. The CEO, the CME, 400 million contracts. These new event contracts are bananas when it comes to predictive markets. And Jack, can you do like wind and things? I heard you can do climate or whatever, all that kind of stuff.
Rain futures.
You want to bet on anything, MP? We can get you whatever you want. It's crazy the sort of markets that you can get involved in event stuff.
Well, I'm just wondering on the CFTC world what they approved in the elections is event contracts is one of them. Which I know down in Boca Raton when we were at the event, they weren't very happy about it. They talked about it. That's what we gathered. I was with Danny. We were down there, and they were talking about
right. That's why Kalshi got a dispensation from the CFTC. It's kind of the Wild West with those things. As someone mentioned, there's Taylor Swift contracts. Yeah, there's whatever you want on Kalshi, which is legal for now. Reminds me when Salvia was legal for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody that ever tried that was like, "Oh, that shouldn't be legal."
Boca Raton, Michael. You know what that means, right? Boca Raton.
The mouth.
He's the rat's mouth. How about that?
Rat's mouth. Mouth of the rat. I think it's mouth of the rat, but
now you know. 20,690. Oh, wow. 680s now trade.
Sellers back, stepping back in on ES. Didn't quite get to the RTH view up, a little bit higher around 21s. But then sold right off from it. Tesla off its highs, Nvidia off its highs. Yeah, pretty much all the Mag 7.
Guys, we are working on the live account. The live accounts we are working with our partners to get those live back and running. Hang with us. We know. Trust me, MP we want to be executing trades just as much as you want to be. We will be back shortly.
Josh Jenkins, I get it. I'm sitting here with my hands tied too.
Yep. You guys, I know we demand excellence in electronic trading. We demand and expect these things to be up and running 100% of the time. You should have seen the pushback with the floor traders and the pit traders worrying for this exact reason. Saying, there's a floor trader, there's an old pit trader out there saying, "I told you so, I told you so." They never should have got rid of the pits. This never would have happened in the floor. But here we are. Stay patient. We're trying to remain patient right now. 69% long in gold right now. 26.67 last trade. Jay, you like any levels? Are you still long? Are you still long in those micros?
Nope. I got stopped out. I would be pretty much scratch right now because I did add to that position, but it did stop me out below 650s. But nope, just kind of sitting patient now. We're back in the opening range. Not really too much to do here. Would look again for a pullback to that full session VWAP, which is now at 630.
630, 20,630.
What? Somebody asked in here, Sweet Al, why were they turned off anyways? Because we manage risk.
Yeah. Oh man,
that's what we do here.
Yeah,
yeah. It's a very
so many comments were blown out. See, many comments were blown out in the chat. People were just saying how they got those
are combines, and like you're like, why do you shut off combines? Because combines is a place to learn.
Yeah.
At least you didn't. Hopefully, you didn't trade your personal account, brokerage account during that because it was the movements were wherever they wanted to go through butter. I know that hot knife style. So yeah,
but also
that's what we do. We're a prop firm, and we're gonna throttle our guys back if they need to be throttled. We're gonna open them up if they need to be opened up. We're gonna shut and halt trading if it needs to be halted. We're gonna prevent you from getting locked out if it goes limit down. We have all these things that we're managing risk. It's not just like thanks for the car keys and just rip around the neighborhood.
Sounds like
same reason most people probably got an email from there. If you have a personal futures account, you probably got an email that margins were being increased for the last 28 hours, 24 hours plus.
They sent that.
So
I got that email at least 5 times yesterday.
Yep. Standard operating procedure.
I got them from old brokerages that I haven't been at for a long time too. So I'm in their email bucket.
Looking at gold here, 75% long now in Z Gold, average price of 26.75. So they're taking a little bit of heat there on those longs, 75% again. We did see 80% long in the NASDAQ up around the 780 level. What happened? Sold off. Right now,
we also bounced right off of Hoag's weekly kickoff high level there.
Incredible.
What you can see is that peach line in the chart. You too can have that in TopStep X if you just go to the indicator for the TopStep daily levels.
I know MP's got him on his charts.
Oh yeah, I do. Order rejected. No, I'm still getting rejected order.
It's a very frustrating sound. Trust me, we are working.
Oh, they're talking to me in the background. They're like, "Hey, we're on the phone with plus 500. Plus 500 is our FCM on this one." Yeah, they're like, "Try it now." So,
okay, yep.
I'm doing the real time testing at this moment.
QA testing. QA testing.
Yeah, QA testing.
So I just see if you can squeeze 1,000 lot in this sucker. It works, Tom. We're back. 71.48 last trade in the crude. Again, Eddie did tell us we got some crude numbers coming up in about half hour or so.
The tape.
Yep. We got 30-year bond auction in a couple hours as well. It'll be a big one. Should be interesting. 50 on the tilt in the NASDAQ and the ES. 59.17 last trade in the ES. Speaking of the ES, we did, came right to those 5,900, 59 in the orders low of the day. You got long up against those 5,900s. You're sitting pretty right now. Good on you. You don't have to take too much heat either. 20,700 last trade in the NASDAQ. These guys are talking about that 630 level. And the NASDAQ bottomed out at 45.
James Hansen. I asked AMP to lock me out. Did they do that? I'm very curious. James Hansen. I asked AMP to lock me out. Oh, Dan over there. Dan Cope.
Get you name dropping.
I know. Go to Terry's event, which you just said
that's
in
a name
passing
drop.
You should go to. Make it sound like I got invited to, like, personally, which I did.
My good friend Terry.
Terrence. I think Hoag remembers when he was.
He did show me his office. When he showed me his office, he has a picture, an oil painting of himself with the number. What was Bush? Shit. Number 43,
42.
Old man.
42. No, W. Oh, that Drew. He's friends with him. I mean, he'd 43. Be okay with me sharing the story. Yeah, he's 43. Okay. he's like, yeah, Georgia said, send me a picture of yourself. So I sent a picture of himself, and then about 6 months later, he sent me this oil painting of myself of that picture that he painted.
He was a painter.
I'm like,
he isn't really. He did like the paint.
Yeah.
I know.
Like Terry, he's got his front page of the Fortune magazine on there when they went public. CME went public.
Awesome.
That was a great lucrative deal for everybody who owned seats.
All the members.
Oh,
it was like what?
I bought my seat for 18. I bought my seat for 18 grand. Dow seat, 18 grand. I bought it for 18 grand. And instantly, it was worth 350,000. I was 27 years old.
And MP full members had like what, like a couple, like a million
full
shares.
Members, like instantly multi-millionaires.
Yes, they had like a million shares
to the tune of 5 to 10 million.
Yes,
like randos that shouldn't have money.
No,
the fool with their money. Yes.
Spaldings.
Because everybody knows a member of the Chicago Board of Trade got bought by the CME. The CME then goes, okay, here you guys go. You can have your member, so you can still go into the pit and trade as a member of a clearing firm. Your member rates, which is great. But oh, by the way, all the value of this turns into stock, and they gave us stock, and then CME stock just kept going higher.
So really higher. We got 77% long here in gold. And crude, once again, here moving north.
We just checked the value high of the day and sold off a little bit in the NQ. And the volume.
What price?
The market
what price
profile.
was that? What price was that, Jack? 740s.
I have it around 27.45.
Okay.
Still early.
Crude pushing here, making new highs of the day. High of the day, $71.77. Now 78's trade. Like Eddie said, 79% long in the gold. Gold not really doing a whole heck of a lot. Like Jack was talking about, we are seeing some buyers in the NQ and the ES. But man, Eddie in the Slack says, remind him to click like and click subscribe. I don't have the Mohammed touch. That guy says click like. He can instantly get 1,000 likes. Just like that. I'll so kindly ask for you to click like, click subscribe. Let's get to 128,000 subscribers. I think we can do it today.
Mohammed's great.
Michael.
I love listening to him.
Michael, he asked for likes the other day. He got 1,400 likes within like 2 minutes.
He said he's not going to speak at all. Yeah, I'm not going to say nothing else until we get the good old Mohammed. Yes, Mo.
Yes.
We need more likes and more subscribers.
Oh, better. We got 155 lot here in the NASDAQ. 20,750, Jay. It's the only thing I'm really seeing on the tape here. Those gremlins, man. Those internet gremlins are out and about today. They're coming for all microphones.
You got a triple bottom in the ZN. I've just been looking at yields. We've bounced off that a few times. I can go over to the chart here to show you that real quick. This is more of an indicator. I'm not sending into this, but right around the lows of the day here, we've bounced off this a bunch of times.
Triple bottom. Well, we did hold. We're pushing higher now. The 750s trade in the NASDAQ. About 50 points away from the high of the day. What buyers did happen? Michael, you weren't kidding about those Vs. Those V bottoms, those V recoveries. We're seeing it right. We've seen it in the ES and the NASDAQ right
they're
here.
Sharp.
Yes, they are.
Sharp.
Andre,
That's what I've noticed.
You weren't here on Monday. That was pure violence.
All right, guys, live works.
Off that low.
Yeah, we're back, baby.
Everybody refresh, live works.
Refresh.
Nice.
Told you still. Let's go.
And
All right,
don't
we're
worry,
ready.
we will work on a better process. We will work on a better process with our FCM. We will let them know you will take all your good, positive, constructive feedback, energy, and anger.
Yeah, man.
And
Trust
take
me.
it out on them, directing it
We're back.
right to them.
So, MP, everyone just click refresh. We should be good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As he vigorously takes a swig of his morning cup of Joe. No one loves his cup.
More offers to the
upside. Michael. What's up, Jay?
More offers to the upside in the NASDAQ. 775. There's 100 lots sitting there, and there's another 100 sitting at 800. Let's see if we go and fill those.
Nice spot there, Jay.
Cancel all. Whoops.
All right, so we are back. All right, you guys, if you do see a live account or house account trade, Nick for a tick, Coach Jay, please let us know. We got Jack will be house account manager, probing and prodding.
Yeah.
Good.
We're
trade.
in business. announcement from the house manager. Today, if you've been watching this markets, they are wild, wild, wild. Little size goes a long way. Larger stops, larger profit targets, smaller size.
There you go.
It
works.
What do we do?
I like that
$53.
sound, baby.
$53 to test out if it works.
I like it.
My keypad stroke.
That is music to our ears. Orders filled, baby. Pushing higher here in the NASDAQ, 59.25. You got long off those 5900s. Ride that sucker out. Maybe we can go to the new highs of the day and keep pushing higher here. Guys, if we test these 800s, what do we make with that? What do we do with the 800s, fellas?
We probably start preparing for air horns once again.
Look at you bullish all of a sudden. What changed, Nick? Something happened last night made you a little bit more bullish in life, huh?
At least on the intraday. I mean, it's hard.
I've been going to do this the whole time until the whole country goes bankrupt. Then he's going to go, told you so.
It's not true. I just noticed a shift in tone around here. It's just, hey.
I know how you guys vote in Illinois.
I'm
messing with you.
I don't know what to say. It's hard to, this is the outcome I thought we were going to have.
Yeah.
Did I think it was going to be this bullish of a reaction? No. And like we said, bonds are telling a different tale. So intraday price action compared to where we are in a week or two, we shall see.
All right. Shout out to any levels if you see them.
Coming back in towards last week's high, the 790s, that 800 spot that we were looking for a short, or I said made sense to short earlier in the session. If we were to pop above 780s, I would not be looking to fade this.
Okay.
I would at least want to see some structure.
Mm-hmm.
Our tip of the week here at Topstep. Market is always right. Now, last time we saw Trump win, markets were limit down. Now we are seeing Trump win with these markets just hitting the sky here. Is the market always right? That's a big question here.
It's a great question.
What would be your take on that? And then let's go to Coach Jay.
Depends if my trade is moving against me or not. If it is moving against me, the market is usually wrong. I'm totally kidding. No, the market doesn't care about your bias, your opinion. It's going to do what it's doing, which is why I think the last few weeks, month plus, like breakout traders have made a killing. Like if that's your style and you're kind of just going with momentum, you've made a lot of money. If you're a more reversal type trader like I am, you may have had a difficult time unless you've caught some of those reversals, those V bottoms that MP was talking about.
What does right mean?
I know.
This is.
Right is right. Price discovery is happening right now. The price is 20,773 just traded. Two people or a transaction happened, buyer and seller. Therefore, they deem that value the right value at that moment in time to do whatever decision they were trying to do at that moment in time. It's expensive, it's too cheap.
They sound like our conversations we have around the kitchen island, Michael, around midnight after a couple. We'll be pondering, debating these things. Is the market right or not?
When you're around traders or econ folks,
we've had a couple pops.
It's a fun conversation.
Pops around the kitchen table, and we are debating.
We've had this conversation so many times.
Bazillion times.
It's right. It's the value at that moment in time. And you'd be like, hey, that house can't be worth that. And there's no way. Well, okay. You drive by the house a year later, it's more expensive. I don't know. So I think the market's always right.
We're making a push at last week's high in the NQ, which is 27.88.
But then if you're going to predict where the market, if the market is not
exactly
okay, there's another. Yeah, this is where it goes.
The market's wrong.
If you're going to predict where it's wrong, that's what the speculators come in.
Look at MP
having the housing crisis.
MP having an internal debate with himself right now. This is great to see. I missed you guys. Good to be back. 50 lot time in the chat. Dolby says 50 lot time. I know we got JD right around the corner, ready for some payouts and P&Ls. Guys, please jump in and please interrupt it. Any moment's notice, Jack, house account manager, jump in. Nick for a tick. Jay, jump in. We are coming up to these 800s, guys. So if we want to do anything around these 800s, please jump in. But right now, let's throw it to JD. We got some P&Ls and payouts. JD, hit it.
What is up, guys? Are you ready for this?
Let's go.
Yes.
Let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Here they are.
15.
We've got Anthony
11,
picked up 15 grand trading the NASDAQ. Technically, you made about $50 trading gold too. So we could say, yeah, $15,048 trading gold in the NASDAQ. Nice job, Anthony. Danielle splitting time between the NASDAQ and the micro NASDAQ. Pulled $577 out of the micros and the balance out of the minis for a total of $11,737 in profits. Renato and Thomas both trading the NASDAQ yesterday. 53.32 for Renato and 51.46 for Thomas. And Andy traded a nice mix of products yesterday. He made $6,775 in the NASDAQ, $417 in gold, but then lost $3,673 trading silver. Still walked away with a tidy $3,519 in profits, though. All right. I want to talk to you guys about the XFA P&Ls, but while they load, tell me what you think was the total payout number for yesterday.
Oh boy, it's been a minute.
1.4.
Yeah, we're doing 2 commas these days, no prob.
I'm gonna say 1.6.
Maybe everybody's closing out, getting paid out because it's election day. Taking the O'Hare ticket, taking their O'Hare ticket over across the pond.
Let's say 1.1. Let's say 1 O'Hare ticket. I love.
It's funny you say that. If you guys looked at the open interest in the S&P on Monday and Tuesday, so on Monday we added 32,000 in open interest on Monday, and yesterday we lost 32,000 in open interest. So it was like 32,000 open trades, opened and then closed back-to-back days.
Interesting.
So maybe it was an airport type of trade. But anyway, here are your total payouts from yesterday. Pretty close call. $1.353 million.
100
just
average. Nice.
630 payouts for 2,100.
So sick.
Payouts.
Hey, and don't forget, if you get these payouts, please, we got the payout club here. Get your 5K hat and your 5K pin. Put that link here in the chat, and back to you, JD.
Thank you.
Excellent, Eddie. Thank you for that.
The payout club right there, Eddie. Thank you. Dropped it in there, guys. Yeah. Those are the folks that have had a total payout 5,000 or more. Just let us know. I'm not hiring a staff to go, hey, can you filter through this? Can you do it? You got to let us know, but you got to tune in, and that's how we do it. And then we're sending you a gift that costs us like $80 anyway to get it to your front door. The hat, the thing, the time of the person that does all this. The box is a cool box. All that kind of stuff shows up at your front door when you least expect it. Because there's people on Twitter like, I haven't got mine in months.
We wish we had the time to chase you all down, but we really don't. Sorry, folks.
You got to come to us.
All
right.
You
got to come to us.
Here's some XFA P&Ls.
All right. Ready? Keep an eye on these 800s, fellas. Go ahead, JD.
Doing it. Jack T at the top. 49,229.
Wow.
Trading the NASDAQ. It's only Jack's second day in this XFA, and he's only trading in a single XFA. So, doing it right, single account. But he has a 2-day profit this week of $52,562. He needs 3 more winning days of $200 or more. Jack, if you're listening, I see you're trading a little size too, so save a bit for that payout because we love giving payouts here. Next up, we got Vernon. Vernon with $25,056 trading the NASDAQ. Jeremy crept into the big board yesterday. We're going to talk a little bit more about Jeremy when we go over the big board later on. There's a good story here. But he was trading 5 XFAs, total profit of $109,300 yesterday, trading in 5 XFAs for Jeremy. Michelle had a nice day trading the NASDAQ, $17,716 worth of a good day. That is a good day.
It is a good
and
day.
Then Yusuf, we heard about Yusuf yesterday too. Made it into the top 25. He's number 25 on the big board yesterday. Moved up another notch, trading in 5 XFAs, total profit of $85,274 yesterday. Jeremy and Yusuf, when I show you their weekly totals in a little bit, when we go over the big board, it's astonishing. So I'm just going to tease you with that, and we'll be back in a little bit with some hot streaks.
You have my interest, JD.
Damn, guys, you want to see a trending market? Look at crude right now, 5-minute chart. That is about that is some stairs right there.
Yes, it is. Up and away.
Checking back into the NQ, we bounced off of the weekly high from last week. Looking to take a run at it again here.
Yeah, it might be about to break above October's high. Excuse me. I'm trying to remember what month we're in now. Let's see if we can go take out the high of the day. Possibly continue to kind of break out to the upside. ES needs to play ball. It definitely was not as bullish out of the gate off the opening bell as NQ was.
Dow bullish, making new highs here. 43,781 high of the day. Last trade, about 20 points off of that, about 15 points. All right, guys, give the old college tries. It's double top. What do we do with these 800s? Last trade, 20,791. Jay, you said, where do we buy it?
Yeah,
I'm feeling like that.
There's
Jay.
about 200 contracts sitting at 800 right now.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
I think we go fill it.
Oh shit! Let me
hear that.
cancel it. My bad, Jay.
Oh, MP, the account works.
The account works. Is right.
The account works. I can see me orders.
You got 73% long in the NQ, 73% long in the ES as well. Like Jay said, we're going to go fill those 800s, 20,800 offered 200 times. Some points away from that.
This was the trade I was looking for. I was just pretty much in the middle of the range with my entry. This is turning out to be so far a range bound day. 640s range bound session, 6 at the low, 800s at the high,
Right.
and my entry was right in the middle of it. So let's see if we get a breakout, and I may get back into this.
Well, Jay, to that point, if it is range bound, we have every reason to believe it will be range bound for now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We are coming to the upper end of the range. What do you do with that? You see how we trade around it? You could play the breakout. How do you? If we are establishing it as a range, what do we do with the upper end of the range as we approach it right now?
Fade it. Should be going short here.
Zooming out to the day chart, this is an interesting level. Could be, looking a little double top, and then just above it, there's some volume in there from back in July. Uncharted waters, but I'd like to see some structure build here first, Jay. But
800's filled.
100%.
800's filled.
Ready when you are.
Filled. All right. Eye on the prize, MP. I have something cooking here. Those 800s were filled, Jay.
Yeah, they were filled.
71% long here. ES and NASDAQ.
I am. Jay, are you in 800?
No. Nope.
Hey, we got a minute here before our crude number coming up.
Thank you, Eddie.
Crude traders, heads up. I know that we're seeing crude here. Nice little trend. We'll see what we're going to be getting here in a few seconds.
High of the day, 20,805.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Crude number incoming. Again, last trade in the crude, $71.88. High of the day, $72.10. Just recently said, like Jack said, we are seeing a beautiful trending market to the upside. Looking at the 5-minute. I am trending the upside. Big V bounce. V recoveries, like MP said, we've seen, Nick said as well, we've been seeing this week on Monday especially. Let's see what crude does. Where's Deanna? D, Storm and Teacup, Deanna's favorite number of the week. Yeah, a crude inventories. 4 seconds.
NWH trades locking it out. Nice. Second XFA locked it out. Nice.
Office coming in here. 2,149,000. Big miss here. As far as the oil inventories goes, as usual. Gasoline inventories coming in at 412,000, and distillates 2,947,000. So there we go for our crude oil inventories. Back to you, Andre.
One of these days they're going to get it right, Eddie. I swear. One of these days. We're even close. We're not even in the same ballpark. All right.
You know what? Yeah. You used to be able to trade it too, But,
isn't there some talk about the EBITDAs, adjusted EBITDAs, that's all like got people up in arms on Wall Street? Well, in general,
see that.
Is there adjusting EBITDAs on earnings?
Did see that.
No.
I'm not exactly quite sure what EBIT is, Michael. I don't think anyone really knows what EBIT is. Wow.
Say the math there gets him.
I'm going to give it Gavin. You're going to pass him. Yeah,
I love it. Nope, I deserve it. Just going. I did not. Star C trader. I did not. Math got me. Own it. Ratio's not where it needed to be.
Seeing
It's good that
Seeing
they
some
told you all the
absorption
other
here at these
sections that
highs.
you are very good in.
I'm
Go ahead.
pissed. You have no idea. Coop, I know what it stands for. Coop, I understand what it stands for. The math is a little fuzzy to me. Math is valuation. All right, new highs here. New highs. Boom, we just shot through the roof. Here we go. Stops just went off. 20,820 last trade. Good thing we didn't get short up there, fellas. We're taking some serious heat. Look at the Topstep daily levels. We got a level up here. 20,828. We got resistance number 3 from, who is that? Coach Paul right here, right now.
You were seeing someone try to absorb at that high on the NASDAQ, about a positive 1,200 delta near that high at 800, and then we just blew through it. So what do we do now?
What do we do now? That was the trade. We were trading 20. We were trading 20,070s. Go ahead, Jay.
3% up on the day puts us at 20,965, I believe the number is in the NASDAQ. So, we're at 2.3% right now. So if we believe, if we think there's, more room up, potentially, seeing a 3% upside day would put us above 900. It's just about where you get in, right? I took a long here. The idea was right. Like I said, I don't want to sell this market at all. But trade location matters. And I think that's what we potentially need to look for. Jack, you were saying on the daily chart, you saw some of that volume. Was that up near the 830s, kind of where we rejected here?
This might be a first. I've never seen Jack find himself. How does this work? Not sure how this is.
I thought it was me again.
No, I've never seen this happen before.
I got 17 screens open. Sorry, I was so engrossed in there. Yes, goes back. We poked at that high. We went through that level. And then looking back in July, we had some activity here around 830s in that area. Something to keep in mind, though, is that as futures get closer to the date, when you're looking at the same contract going back, there's a premium of it over the stop that's evaporating. So it's more of an area than an exact price.
Makes sense.
So we're pulling back inside initial balance high. I am seeing a short again, now that we are kind of falling back into the day's range. I think Hoag would call this a failed upside auction potentially.
Ooh.
Since he's not here to say it.
Nick, if you like it, you called the first one out perfectly. Is this one we take?
I mean, I would see that it is firing. I did have an exhaustion print on that little stop run above the, whatever you want to call it, that high that we had at 800. Like I said, I liked it the first time. I don't love it as much now, just because you kind of had that V reversal. And I think if you shorted this on a day like Monday or Tuesday when you had that move up, you were punished for it. So I don't love it. Is it there? Yes, it's the same trade with the, now that we're falling back inside the initial balance, but
small size, risk the highs of the day, something like that.
Yeah, that would be the kind of the cheap short where if you get the range bound day, it's the perfect opportunity for it. Especially because like that resistance is up to 830, which would be kind of that point of control, Jack, that level that you were talking about. Going back to whatever, when we were at all-time highs.
You guys are talking NASDAQ right now?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Yep.
Nazi.
So the V formations have always just gotten the folks that, this is talk about how it happened in the past. It just keeps running those stops on those people that keep getting back in short, feeding it. I don't know. These are ones that these V formations are showing up. So they're strong. It's a strong sell-off, and they're strong. Solid pivot on a dime rally.
Shout out to Topstep daily levels. Just hit again, guys. That's 3 now. 3 times. 3 times they hit.
Yes, not playing ball with NQ kind of making that high. Definitely is just kind of in the range. Could not take out the initial balance high like NQ did. So also supports the idea of taking the cheap short here again on the NASDAQ.
Well, cheap short's a 30 handle stop, right?
In theory, 20 or 30
contracts. Yeah, we're gonna take it for 100.
KG Dana in the trade say Topstep daily levels are awesome. Yes, they are levels. They're just points of interest. Again, these are not signals. These are not trade signals. Just points of interest, right? Market wanted to see what happened around those 650s in and then Q. We want to see what happens around the 800s, 820s. All right, there's just points of interest. And Reed did take a short up at around this 800 level. Small, like Jack said. Small, but still, that is how you trade it.
Ooh.
What was that?
What was that?
Yeah, what was that?
I think we just saw into the Matrix, Andre.
I think Jack. What was that? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something just vacuum. Yeah, like Eddie would say around, keep an eye on that gold. 82% long in the gold.
It's
Average
moving,
price,
man.
26.
There it goes.
Here we are. Well, sellers coming in.
78% in the money. So, yeah.
Did you take that short, Nick?
No, I'm locked out of these combines at max profit. But it's
What about your
it was
live?
the same read we saw this morning. It's the initial balance, the failed upside auction fade that I think Hoag talks about a lot. It's that safer reversal type trade that you can have a tighter stop.
And retook it.
Well, are you trading your live
20,000.
today?
No, I have XFAs moving over, so I'm not touching my live.
20,760 in
that. Got to get you on live. Guys like you need to be on
they,
live.
They closed my XFAs and moving it over. I got the email yesterday.
They indeed did.
I didn't know they
We're building
paused
some
when they
structure.
closed
We're
the
selling
pause.
off.
They pause your live account.
They don't pause, but I'm waiting for the money to move over. That's usually what I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we're figuring that process out.
I love this one.
There's a better process that's going to be a win-win for everybody.
Michael.
Man, what's that?
So that
Dylan came to
800
chat.
paid twice today.
I know, man. I know. I don't want to harp on it. 760s downside target for Emery. That hit took the short at 800. 760 downside target. Winner chicken dinner. Love to see it. Hey Jay, I got to throw it back to you, man. You said we're in a range bound. We're in a range bound market right now.
We are.
We got every reason to believe that. Well, like W say, we're in the range until we're not. So do we try to take this all the way down to the 660s, or is this just a pullback for the breakout? What do you make of what we just saw with those 800s getting rejected? Again, we did have to take some heat, right? Stops went off. We did come all the way up to the 80
for sure
20,822. But is it still fair to say we're in a range?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe starting the megaphone where we did extend the high of the range by 20 points, but the Nasdaq is going to do that. Do we sell off all the way back to the other side of the range? VWAP is still pretty much a flat line, so yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
I think when we're looking for big moves like today, Michael, like if we think it's range, if we think it's going down, there's still a lot of room to go short, right?
Yep.
What we don't want to do is just sell into levels to the upside when it's making new highs. If anything, we're just building some structure here on the upside where still could be a trade.
Do we think it's a better trade in the S&Ps right now?
I was looking at that. How so, Jay? How would it be?
Less risk.
Yeah.
Just less risk.
I think
less risk,
I think it was because this is eerily familiar to what Monday looked like with ES, with NQ just kind of taking off to the upside. And I think Dakota and I were trying to short it, and ES was still kind of just hanging in the range, not really breaking out the way NQ did. And it was kind of telling the same story like it is today, where ES is just not playing ball and eventually rolls over a little bit. NQ tends to move like that, which I think is why we were even harping early in this week to size down, trade micros and capture points that way. Or if you're an NQ trader, maybe move to ES this week, just given the volatility.
Calm Trade saying 720 wants to be touched. That's specific.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, just want to let everybody know here today, group coaching, we got David Green going to be with us here. JD and David Green for group coaching. And David's going to stick around here for Power Hour. So today, David Green Day.
David Green Wednesday. I was supposed to plug that. Eddie, I'm so glad you got my 6 on that one. That was supposed to be me to say that. I forgot. Markets are moving, but you had my 6 on that one. Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate it. That's what the team is all about. Did see some big selling in there with that announcement. We all the way sold down to the 20,735 in the NASDAQ. Buyer stepping in here. Popped about a 20-point pop. Boy, the NASDAQ is alive and well. We get to those 720s, Jack. I know we're very specific.
Twice.
735 was about the low there.
735, okay. Gold on the move, Hoop says in the chat. Pit Raiders.
That's a cool name.
I like that name.
Pit Raiders.
Cool name.
Lunatics.
I can't wait. I can totally envision it right now. Esports arena at the Luxor. Yeah, I know Luxor's not the greatest hotel, but they have an esports arena there, and Topstep's there. The two best teams are there. They're wearing their jerseys. The whole event is dialed in with Topstep and the teams. The teams then have the traders, the players in their jerseys. Talks about their strengths, flashed on the screen, and they have the trade off on the last day. We all have drinks after that and food, and then we go lose all our money in the casino.
And the house wins in the end. Anyway, new highs in crude here, $72.19. Now 26 is straight. Wow, crude on the move right now. Crude just popped about 20 cents in the last couple seconds. Crude pushing higher here.
Yeah, I've been watching that all morning.
Man,
it had buyers.
42 straight now, $72.42. Here we go. Dylan in the chat. I love it, Mr. Patach. I think it means Patak. Proud pit raider here. Dylan, a pit raider. Proud pit raider as well. Good to see.
There you go.
No, all good, Eddie, man.
Jay,
Here we go, guys.
Do you see that rebid off the 1 minute opening range low on the NASDAQ at like 670s?
Yep.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I'm still watching it more. I'm not taking trades off of it, but then you kind of dissect it, an hour, 2 hours into the day, and you see where the opportunities are at times. And it does, in a weird way, kind of respect it.
Yeah, definitely does. Especially we had VWAP leaving the range to the upside. So, I don't think those were convinced sellers down there, right? More so profit taking, like we talked about. The market's up 2% on the day. So you're going to see some selling coming in, but you're not seeing shorts coming in and pushing this market lower. So right around that range, we see price respect those levels for sure.
Bounced off the volume point of control again in the NQ. See if we can take that out.
Yeah, still looking a little weaker here.
$20,745. That's trades like Jack was saying. Crude pulled back.
Anne Marie, how you trading out there? I see you in here. Been in here active.
She got short a couple times up there around the 800s. 75% long in the gold still. I'm seeing a bit of a pullback. Some of these charts are ES and NASDAQ chart looking a little similar.
Good day. Nice.
Excellent.
There's no better feeling sometimes. And there's probably better feelings, but than a good trading day. Than a good trading day.
I would agree with that.
What? No.
It doesn't even have to be a big day.
No.
Just a day where you read the market well. Yeah. It's just such an empowering. I don't know. That's the scary part about it too. You get that like drug, so to speak, and you think you're God's gift to trading, and the next day you just lose your house.
Sounds like me my first week trading futures.
Sounds like my first 3
Take
years
like
trading.
$5,000 to like 15 grand and then lose it all.
That's why you come to Topstep. That's why you come to Topstep. Learning a safe environment. It's like bowling with the bumpers on. It's like learning how to fly an airplane in a flight simulator.
Flight simulator.
Training wheels on a bike.
Like a sippy cup.
Hi, I'm your pilot. Today is day one I've ever flown. I'll be enjoying a 10,000. No, I've passed the simulated flight simulator. Just put that on the check mark. At least that one, please, buddy. At least that one.
I got Xbox.
Exactly.
That feeling in the beginning when you're learning how to trade futures, I swear it's the aspect of like, oh, this is easy. I can do this. I've got it. And then you're humbled very quick.
Very quick. And you can have that same feeling in the trading combine. We're like, yeah, you're going to blow up an account. It's $49. Yes, that's true. If you're looking for a discount, then if prop firms didn't exist, you would go to a discount brokerage firm, which would still be $500. Or if you're like, well, it's only $50 margin. Well, then there's your $50. Put it back in. Do that little micro again and bust out. And then they're going to disable your account or deactivate your account or whatever it's called because you can't meet margins. Point of story is you got to get comfortable in the cockpit, so to speak, and then start trading and then prove to yourself, prove to the world prove to your significant other. Sure, this shows them the certificate that you got funded, and then time to get in the cockpit of the 747 with 200 people in the back seat.
Yep.
Show them a loop to loop.
Anyway,
Head
anyways,
between your legs.
like that would do something. I love that. I used to tell you that. Put your head between your legs, like that's going to save you. That's going to protect.
I wonder if we're going to hold this level here around like 35s, 45s. Just get the overnight high on NQ.
What would you do with this?
And I mean, you could potentially long here if this continues to kind of consolidate and hold. I could see us breaking out again back towards the highs of the day. So far, it hasn't.
Yeah, I like that.
Really broken that
Where
VWAP.
would we be wrong?
Yeah, let's look.
24.
Here we go.
Well,
Yeah,
what is it?
Where would you put your stop on that, Nick?
Yeah, you could even say down to 17.
I don't know what we're doing. Specific.
Yeah.
Going long NQ.
And we already are
With a
20
stop
points
around 24.
higher. Damn it. Yeah, it might be gone. At least the good entry.
That's that.
You can still get it here.
Let's see.
When I need to know, because what I need to know is like just like the entry or the area, and then also the stop and the target. Because we go into these things, and I don't want to not have those prepared, because then I'm asking, and then it's getting closer to either one of them, and maybe we would already hit them, and I didn't put it in. As an executor, I need to know that.
Well, let's say it in advance. If we do say this dips back down a little bit, we want to buy it. I think the target would be up around, pushing new highs, holding it for a while.
Yeah.
And then validating it if it looks like it's a range going down to the other side of it. So Jay threw out something of like a 24 stop. So the trade is there now if we want to do it.
So it is. We still want it.
I'm putting a toe in the water. I bought one at 51, but I'm gonna get more in here. But what's the stop? Is 24. So we have a 25 handle stop, 30 handle.
Nick, you were saying down near 17s, right? Yeah, somewhere around there. Put it under 20.
17s for now.
Let's put it 17s for now.
Nick?
Yeah, I would say 17s. If we really do break below the overnight high in VWAP, we should be out in theory, but I was looking to get in around 35s, 40s originally. So we are kind of still basing slightly above that, above the point of control on the session at 750s. So it's still valid.
Also got long one and Q 20,000.
Even just with the one lot, just to see how the trade plays out, it's totally fine with me.
Yep.
All right. So the idea here is what you guys are kind of looking at is what? You mean like what made you like this area for the market to firm up and hold up to continue
We
higher?
firmed up off VWAP as we were dumping again off 800s, kind of came down. Now we're consolidating in that area. It's above the overnight high. It's above VWAP. It's holding above the point of control currently on the session. So it makes sense as a passive rebid here to potentially, whether we are range bound or whether this is your place to buy the dip for the actual the true breakout that we may get today. It could be that spot.
Perfect. Thank you. That's what we need to understand to help the community. So the house isn't just shooting. This is educational.
So I want to see a pretty strong
push if you're
here
looking to how to get
sevens.
along with the trend, this is that trade that you would take. We got a pullback. It consolidated. You entered long, which, looking at after kind of the initial balance was set, this is still potentially a range bound day. But this would be the spot that you could potentially enter long to get with the trend.
Yes. And the first time that we had the sell-off, if it is going to be a range day, we didn't have sort of a pause and cool down period like we are right now. So this is the trend bet, but we're going lower now. So we could be back in the
All right, so 27s are trading out. 17s is what you guys said the stop was. Why did you like 17s?
It would be kind of a break below one of these other candles. I'm trying to figure out the time. Jay, you said 17s too. Where's that candle?
Yeah. So I'm looking at the opening range high, which is at 722. So putting it below that and giving that opening range high this space to hold. Right. We just tested it.
Okay.
The high held, so I don't want to set it exactly there, giving it a little bit of room. We will see. On that push up, I wanted to.
Looks like it's going to break.
wanted to see some strong volume above 770. View up from the high of the day is right at 771, and starting to act as a little bit of a resistance.
Still holding. Still holding. Last trade, 20,730. Still holding.
Good.
Still holding.
Who's long? Who's short?
Who's hot?
Who's
Who's
flat?
not?
Oh,
It's gonna roll.
Get close, getting close. See the 720s hold.
Unless-
The 720s hold. The 720s hold.
unless the miracle stop.
Still, that is a great stop placement so far.
So good. Last trade, 20,733. Did bottom out around the 720s, actually at the 720s. Actually, 719 quarter to be specific. We just saw a 17-point bounce off those 19 quarters. Will they give it a retest of those 19 quarters? Short from the top. A lot of people in the chat. Short from the top. Good on you. Good job. Got JD coming up with some hot streaks and payouts right around the corner. But right now, house account long. One from 20,751. Managing our risk. Just a one lot. We can add into it if we do get a push higher. ES seeing some sellers as well. 59.16. Last trade about down 5 points or so. 9 points or so, I should say. Let's watch this ES, or I'm sorry, the NASDAQ here, Jack. What do you think? We held those 20s.
Well, now it's
ES
all
is gonna
with
push us down.
Via con Dios.
It's gonna get we're gonna get stopped.
Ooh, hey. Hold
Playing
on.
with us.
Playing with us. We're gonna get the old, just a one lot though. I like it. So we're managing the risk. They're gonna get the shot here.
Well, I think it's good to learn from why we see or how
Yeah,
we're
there we
seeing
go.
certain things, because the markets are going to do it. We just got stopped up. Markets are going to do whatever they want to do. Period. And it's our job as speculators, traders, becoming like honing and dialing in our professional. Like it's just no different than an athlete, I guess, up on the plate that's going to see a pitch. You're not going to hit every pitch out of the park. Losses are ordinary, necessary part of trading. Now you're like, oh, well, you have a lot of losses. Well, you also have to get yourself into a position that you are adjusting, creating, honing, and getting better and better each step of the way.
100%.
Also, why safe
100%.
environment's a good place to learn it, or sizing down.
Yep. So Jack was talking about sizing down. Anne Marie also in the chat said sizing down on a day like today. Hey, that's why we got the micros as well. Get in there, trade some micros.
Yeah.
Achieve the same desired
So
effects.
the other
All right, some more
possibility is happening now. We're pushing towards possibly the
Lows
other
of
end
the
of the
range.
range here.
Come on. All right, so let's talk this out, guys. Jack, take it away. If we do get there, Jack, what are we thinking here with these guys?
Well, Nick J, what levels would you be interested in? I'm waiting for it to calm down a little bit. I don't see a
670s.
real reason to 670s. All right, what do you see there?
That is so 660 is the full session VWAP, and then at 670 I have an order that got filled around 840, 850 Central Time. Pretty big order that got filled. I'm looking at Quantower for this, but pretty big order that got filled right at that 670 price. And it was a seller that got absorbed. And if we look, we bounced off of kind of that range. So the range is 663 up to 673. We bounced there once already today. So I'm looking at somewhere in that general area.
This
All right, looking somewhere in 670 area.
70s. Look at this. All right. Last year, we're coming up to 5 minutes to the top of the hour. This is where Hoag would be saying failed upside or downside auction. Can't really say that because we're not in upper ends of the initial balance. Channeling my inner Hoag today. Anyways, with that being said, I'm going to throw it to JD. JD, we got some hot streaks and some payouts. Catch me up to speed. I've been gone for 2 days. Give me the good news. Is our man still at the top of the hot streak list? JD, hit me.
I would never ever deprive you of good news, Andre. There you go.
Where's our boy?
82 days. 18 to go. 18 to go, Delesh. 18 to go.
Doing great, man.
I mean, if you're a skier, your legs are starting to get tired on that way.
Yes, they are. I like how you put that.
Yeah, 100 days.
82 days. 82 days to July.
I mean, I've had a lot of good long, like maybe 15, 20-day winning streaks before, but that is crazy, regardless of size.
21, yeah. 21 days is my longest ever trading
He's
days.
done quadruple that. This guy's done quadruple that, Michael.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I made a
and
lot
I'm
more in
thinking,
my
like,
21
the
days
mental
than he did.
fatigue
in,
of-
Oh, there it is. There.
We don't want to
about
jinx him or
pressure.
anything. We don't want to jinx him or anything, but we've already started talking about what we're gonna do if he hits 100, or
We got a little
when he
something
hits
in
100,
store.
I should say. So we got a little.
You know what
something
would've been pretty
special-
awesome?
a little something special planned for him.
We got a little something in store. So the March
It would
to
have been
100, Delash.
pretty-
Stay tuned here on Topstep TV. Let's see if he can get it across the finish line.
All right,
Spike the ball
going
in the
down
end
the
zone.
list.
Go ahead.
We got
Hold on really quick. Hold on really quick. Omni, it's not hard to make $2 in the market. It sure as hell is for 82 days. 82 days. You got to know when to stop yourself. You got to
Yes.
know high probability trades so then you don't put yourself in a hole that you have to dig out of. Sure as hell is hard to do.
I mean,
days
Hard to
Delash
break
has-
even. That's why they call it scratch trading after 3 months. If you could scratch trade after 90 days of trading,
Yeah,
that is your first goal. If you have never been profitable, your goal should be, can I scratch trade for a month? Like, I'm going to trade for a month. 20 days, can I scratch trade? At the end of the 20 days, am I positive by $1? I would make a bet that
Yeah.
majority of people can't even do that. It's the same as breaking 100 in golf. Like, 95% of people can't do that. Isn't that what they say?
Even-
Something like that. I remember getting that lesson.
Mm.
Never
Even if you were martingaling your way to a green trade, to never be on the wrong side of a true trend day, like for
Something
82
there.
days, that's so difficult.
There's something
Yeah.
there.
And
I
just
wish
to,
we got one of those
just
day
to
in
clear
the
the air,
life
Delash
vlogs.
Life of Delash.
or Delash. Oh, he's reached out to us. We've talked to him multiple times. He sends us emails and everything. Super nice guy. He's just he's working on being Delash right now. But
built
he's fought his
different.
way back from drawdown, you know. He's been down $250, $350 in a day before and fought back to make $3 or $4, you know. So he's done it before.
That's biggest drawdown.
Biggest
biggest
drawdown
drawdown,
in a
couple
day
hundred.
was a couple hundred, yeah. Trading micros.
He's a scrapper. You want to talk about jab,
He
jab,
is.
jab, Michael?
He's a fighter.
This is the
He's a
Floyd,
fighter.
Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather jabbing right there, Michael. This guy's got a jab.
with none, well, different than Floyd Mayweather, buddy.
Not the money part. Not the money part. Just the defense. The
yeah.
shoulder. Yeah, the shoulder.
defense. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to run down the rest of this list for the people that are listening, not watching. We got Ping Kwong, 34 days at $3,948. VJ at 34 days worth $3,734. Harry, 32 days worth $4,347. And Ali, 31 days on that hot streak worth $5,694. You guys want to see yesterday's biggest payouts?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Should have put some
Here they
numbers. Who
come.
put the numbers up yesterday?
Here they are. We got G right at the top. 46,000.
Nice.
$118 for G.
Buy a nice car for that.
They came out of 5 XFAs. Vincent A, 23,198 out of 4 XFAs. Rajesh, 22,500 out of 5 XFAs. Raul, 18,482 out of 5 XFAs. And Yang, 16,182 out of a single XFA. Big numbers. Those numbers account for, we saw we did 1.3 million in total payouts yesterday. So this is about pretty close to 9.5%.
That's good.
Ooh, I just got another
Good,
update.
baby.
I got another update from Jacob too. These numbers, total payout number of 1.3 million. 16% of those were first-time payouts.
Wow.
10.9% were second-time payouts.
Awesome.
And 9.5% were third-time payouts. Thank you to Jacob and the Risk team for taking the time to grab those numbers.
30% or quote unquote pretty new at this, right? Fair to say? 30% of
Fair to
those
say.
payouts.
No,
That's
16% was yesterday's.
15%.
JD
really?
put
Okay,
visuals on this going forward. We want to track. We
Yeah,
want
we're
to track
working on it.
this.
We're working
And
on it.
Hard,
This
it's
is our
hard to
second
hear
time.
these.
Yeah, we're figuring it out.
16. What was it? 16. Blah 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 blah. What was it? 1 2 1 2 3. What was it? 16. 10.
First time payout 16. Second time payouts 10.9. Third time payouts 9.5.
We'll round it up. So 10 to 10. 16, 10, 10. Yeah, it was 16, 16, something like that yesterday. So yeah, there's
Awesome.
16%.
Every day.
First time.
16% new.
First time.
Next following day,
Hold on, so
16% new.
Of 600, 16% of 600, 10% of 660. Oh, so
We're doing math
65,
again.
some 70. Yeah, I know.
Who am I-
70
who am I-
something
I was
people.
gonna say,
Brand
hey,
new, first time ever. First time ever payouts. Congrats. Those are the folks I love to see. I mean, second time and third time because you want to get funded, stay funded, take consistent payouts. But the first timers, that is lifeblood into your confidence. It just is a jolt to your system that lets you know I can effing do this. Holy
right.
shit. I got funded.
Right.
I grew the account. I got adjusted before a payout and it showed up in my account. That is fruits of labor. That's why we stress pay yourself. Pay yourself, pay yourself. Because it starts taking the stress, the pressure off you to make money in the markets because, you know, you have money going out of your personal account. That's stressful. I've been there before. And I mean, everybody's still there every single day because you have bills. But takes that pressure off. You make the most money when you don't need it. My trading psychologist coach used to say that.
Jack, keep an eye on these prices.
All right, folks. I'll be back with the big board just a little bit.
Thanks. JD.
Hey, real
Selling
quick here,
back at
as JD leaves,
2,700.
Go ahead, Daddy.
just a reminder here, that payout club, we're going to say it again because we do show new traders. Remember, anything over 5,000 doesn't have to be in one lump sum. If you pay yourself out 2,000 here, 1,000 here, 3,000, as long as you got that 5K on there, there it is. Topstep just posting that link once again.
Cool.
For the 5K. Look at that 5K button.
That pin is dope.
I'd wear that on my suit.
Absolutely. Put in your hat.
That's
That's
sharp.
cool.
That's sharp.
That is sharp. All right, last trade. Thanks, Eddie. Got the last trade, 20,700. 699's last trade. See if the ES wants to push
Still a
lower.
range bound session so far.
It is still a range bound. I think these guys were talking 670s, guys.
Indeed.
I think it's lower.
Yeah. 670,
it's
680.
lower.
There's amounts low at 645s and change.
Yep.
All right, looking to buy lower than here.
Definitely
know in
slow
the
down a
chat.
little bit.
Show.
Yeah, this is a more casual walk down this time compared to the first
It
one.
is.
Leisurely.
It's doing a W.
Also known as an M.
Could be M, upside
Also,
W.
Yeah, there's an M right there. If you go to my chart.
Inverse M, inverse
Nice,
W.
vicious.
How you doing?
Oh, here we go. Let's go to John Madden.
Look at that.
100 point swings. 100, 100, 100, 100.
Boom.
Flashing that M signal there.
It's 20,716. Last trade. Hey, keep an eye on this gold. We got 82% long in the gold. Gold just grinding higher, 26.84. Keep an eye on this gold.
Hanging there,
crude.
Andre.
Yeah, look at crude.
Crude's
Trend
the
day
question
indeed.
here. I'm in question with the traders here with crude. I mean, it's total trend to the upside on my 15-minute, but I have not seen anything over about 65% long there.
Interesting. Guys,
72.10 is the average.
$72.60. The top of the hour has come and gone. Hey guys, just to update me, Euro close is at the bottom of the hour with the clocks changing, correct? We are back to 10:30 Central Time, Euro close.
We are.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, cool.
Why do we do it at 2 different weeks? I have no
I
idea.
don't know.
Time to abolish.
Yeah, maybe the new press can get rid of that. You know, that would be really cool if you had that as agenda. Get rid of daylight savings time. I can get down with that.
It's Samuel, you asked if it's snowing out. Guys, show it. So I want Dre to see it. Show the outside my window thing.
They can just do it like that on demand.
Dumped on.
Wow.
Dumped on.
Whoa. Oh my gosh.
Dumped on.
Meanwhile, it's going to be 82 degrees here this weekend in North Texas.
Nick for a tick. What do you feel when you see something like, look at that? Nice job
I
there,
mean, I used to live in Colorado, so I do miss it. I lived there for about 18 months right out of college.
It's snowing.
I mean, no better place on the states, in my opinion. Well-run state. It has the climate to beat to die
Here we
for.
go.
Don't have an ocean, but you have big bodies of water. Here you go.
Well-run
Cannabis
state.
is legal.
Well-run state. Well-run.
First
You
state
can
to
keep going
legalize it
hiking,
too.
biking, skiing. Yeah.
You ever been to
I'd like to
California?
personally thank Colorado.
Yeah, I've been to California, Andre.
That state's that's what's up. That's a state.
I used to
Nick,
live
have you
there.
been
It
to
is
California, living
definitely
in
a state.
Texas?
Sorry, what?
Yes. It's the most beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful. Yeah.
Surfing and skiing.
California.
You got to combine the whole thing.
And play golf if you want.
My parents
All
still
goes
live there,
farther
so
here,
I
Andre.
can still go.
Yes, it does. Very good for the ego. All right. Oh, we did want to have. We were keeping an eye on the 670s level. We never got down there. And how's it going? Try dipping a toe in the water. I did see some someone annoying in the chat laughing. Dude, how's it going? $700 a risk. I mean, we're just dipping a toe in there. Manage our risk well. Looking.
Hey, John Jones, you made me chuckle. You got great representation, Lauren Bobart. Yeah.
That's actually Michael's district. That's actually a piece
He's in my
district.
district. I was at a party one time for our kids.
All right.
School.
What kind of party was this?
No. It was a cocktail party for parents. Actually, they called it a potluck party, but they just turned into cocktail parties. And they had a bartender there, and the bartender guy, not naming his name, but was the guy right after the Bobart. No, it's not a shush, Andre. It's a public figure that went to a theater that has like pictures all over of her and him at the theater that she got kicked out of.
It was the dude.
I'm not saying his name.
Dude.
He's a bartender, and he's like, I go, hey, are you the guy that was with Lauren on that whole situation at the theater? He goes to me, he's like, I've been waiting for somebody to ask that.
It was the dude.
And all the parents were like, I think that's the guy that was in the video that was just out like 2 weeks ago about in the theater in Denver where her and him went out on a date. And we got the whole scoop. It was great.
There you go. There you go,
Very
Jack.
proud of the situation.
There you go, Jack. That was the dude.
All right. Speaking of scoops, let's scoop some ticks here.
I like it.
Sorry, I shouldn't make that connection. Anyway, right above 2,700 right now. We're looking at 2,670 as a possible place. But actually, Jay wanted lower now. Kind of in the middle of the range right now. You guys see anything that's interesting to you here?
No, not here.
In the middle of the range.
Nope, middle of the range. Yep, not seeing too much. I was scanning around to see if there's another opportunity somewhere else, maybe in crude. We missed kind of the rally for the day, but just looking at other opportunities, we took a couple shots in the NASDAQ, and it's still range bound. And I don't want to stare at the chart and convince myself to take a trade in the middle of this range. So just going to look down at that 660, 670 area. If we get down there, I'll look for an opportunity. But outside of that, not going to do too much there again.
Okay. Well, with that being said,
have you traded today, Jay?
I took one trade. I took a long when we started. Got stopped out for about 270 with micros, and outside of that, just flat for now.
All right. Well, I do know my man Eddie's got a couple things he wants to announce.
Oh,
Topstep
baby.
TV. We got 20 minutes till. Eddie's been all over tilt today. Keep an eye on that crude scene. A bit of a pullback right now. $72.30. High day $72.63. We'll see. For all you trend traders say they never let me get in. They never let me get in. It's gonna be that long you're looking for, that pullback you're looking for to get in. But right now, throw it to Eddie. Eddie, what do we got?
All right, swag. Well, let's talk about a little swag here, folks. We got Topstep swag. We got a store. We got people that ask, hey, where can I get some Topstep swag? How about this? Let's turn the tables here. Are you a small business owner? If you are, do you got any swag? Hats, coffee mugs, shirts, whatever. We want you to send us your gear. Now, here's the thing. We're looking for traders, all right, traders in the program here who also own a small business, so we can wear their hats, their shirts, their mugs. We want to feature you on Topstep TV because you know what? We're a community here. We're a team here. We want to make sure everybody has a smile on their face. So We got a form coming up here. If you can fill out this form, I'm going to post here in chat. Send us your swag and a little more information about your business. All right. If you're going to send it to us, send us an email at TopstepTV. I'm sorry, TopstepTV at Topstep.com. Let us know what you're going to send us. Let us know a little bit about your business, and we'll get back to you with an address where you can send these goodies. So cool.
Eddie?
That's what I. Yes, sir.
I'm going to start with this one when you go to the camera. Guys, I got this one. This is individual out of Summit County. Summit County Interiors. Chris Brown. He's a carpenter, and he's a GC. He, my friend, is a very cool cat. He's traded at Topstep. He's also a friend now. And
Nice.
he gave me the apparel, said wear it on the show, pump my stuff. So that being said, I was a new business owner. I remember trying to get your name out there, whether it's handing out flyers, blah blah blah, knocking on doors, however it is. There's people from all different types. They watch the show after the show. It's just the show and the viewership and the amount of time that people watch the show are really big numbers that are growing that we talk about. So we want to have this little corner for these type of folks. So we'll start with Chris Brown, not the rapper Chris Brown. The carpenter Chris Brown has a very good craft. You can look up Summit Interior on Instagram and see his stuff. Andre, if you want to drop that in there, that would be more than helpful.
Get out of here. Summit Interior, what is it? Summit County Interiors?
What? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Don't get mad.
I didn't see that
coming.
Keep it in the family.
I didn't see that coming.
All right. Also, we've got a thing called, and I mentioned this this past week. It's called Topstep Labs, and it's with our Coach Dakota. It's going to be a question and answer. So Coach Dakota is going to be hosting an exclusive private 2-hour question and answer session next Wednesday, November 13th at 5 p.m. Central Time. Now, here's the thing. We only got 20 available slots, right? So 20 seats in this exclusive Topstep Lab. So the way to attend this Q&A, tune in to Slow Markets, okay? That's every Sunday through Thursday at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. And they're going to be dropping in a check-in form exclusively in Slow Markets for this lab. So forms are going to be dropped only in Slow Markets. The more forms that you fill out and submit, the better chances you have winning this exclusive giveaway to hook it up with Coach Dakota. And that's what I've got here so far. But back to you, Andre. Let's keep the show rolling.
Rolling. Hey, some people in the chat actually have heard of Summit Interior, Michael. This chat, man, never fails.
Nice. Good job, Chris.
Chat never fails.
I mean, he's one of the larger. He does big properties. I know that, like the $10 million ones, which is like medium-sized property in Summit County, which is Breckenridge.
Big money.
We're pumping.
We are pumping here, Jack. What are you seeing over there, Jack?
Pumping through that last little consolidation area. Now I think it's all time. Do we go back to the highs again?
Look,
I mean, it's already off 70 points, 70 handles. So there's your. What's after an M?
What's after? Yeah.
Start another M.
Oh,
I think our stop's got to be. If we're trading a small size, I think our stop's got to be pretty wide today. We were close on that last one.
I mean,
went about 15 points through our stop, ended up bouncing off around the 2,700 or thereabouts.
Yeah.
But I agree getting out. Like, the thought was it was going to rotate to the bottom and you want to be out before that.
I mean, I think it was the long at 730s, 735s, I think was kind of the original idea. Got a little higher and, a little more heat, but that was still the right stop. That was still a trade where it's like if we longed 730s, you're using a tighter stop and you're kind of, waiting for the market to prove you that there's going to be a reversal here. The reversal came a little lower. Jay, once again, off an area of the 1 minute opening range that you could have longed.
50%.
Yep. I mean, the more I watch it, the more I like it. I may start looking at taking some trades next week in it. I guess I'm not going to be trading next week, but still.
You're busy, aren't you, Nick? You're gonna be a little busy.
I'll be a little busy. Right? Almost anytime. Anytime is it's coming anytime here. But I actually got. I know we were talking about the 5K payout club little box gift that you get. I got a nice gift from Topstep and TopstepTV yesterday. It was actually a very nice surprise. A nice little baby onesie and some flowers for my wife. She was just super excited when we got the box.
Oh, look at that!
You guys.
Thank you.
That's
welcome.
awesome.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Eddie, I'm seeing 74% long in the ES. I don't have the price up. Eddie, what are you seeing there for the price? Where are they along from?
You know what? I've got a 59.21 even on an average price there. One thing I want to give props to Ezad in the chat. A while ago, he says he watched crude, man. This is going to hit a top and go down. And basically, we have sort of pulled back a little bit here in our crude, trading 72.16 off the 72.67 high. Good call, man.
All right, MP 20,770. Just peaked there. I was long from 51s. Got stopped on the 17s, but it was a good stop. We managed to risk well. We broke the 700s into the 690s. You look at ES. Here's the VWAP. You up in the ES.
Yeah, coming back into October highs here and rejecting and get off of it.
Oh, the 780 hop here. Here's.
Sorry, I was saying ES, Jay. So right at like 27s
Gotcha.
in that area. That's the second time we kind of had that where we got long. That's basically where the rally kind of died.
Oop in the chat saying gold pulling back. Gold is pulling back. So we're going to gold 26.73, 26.74 last trade. Really on the tilt as of yet.
Hey, we got any idea here? Freddie's asking about why this gold is so bearish. Why we're seeing this here. After this,
that's a very good question.
Here. Yes, it is. I didn't have an answer right away.
Jack, you got an answer, please.
Yeah, Jack. What is the answer?
I got nothing.
I don't know either.
I got nothing. Yeah, nothing here.
We're down about $150 from last week. All right, now see some sellers correct. In the NASDAQ.
Sorry, I missed it. Strong dollar.
Gold. Strong dollar. There you go.
Denominated in dollars.
Yep.
Dion's talking about bullish on Bitcoin. You think that has anything to do with it?
Probably not. I mean, I don't think they're really like substitutes at the moment.
So that's what Michael said.
I'm pulling back a little bit.
If he took a Bitcoin trade last week, I do believe.
Oh yeah, one guy, micro.
One guy. Just a micro. There you go.
What is the value of a micro?
It was like a penny. I don't know. All I know, all I moved is moved like $300, and we like
exhilarating. It's profitable. It was exhilarating. Can't wait to sling some more.
Not for me.
Why is it not for you? What's wrong with it?
I like king size bars. I don't like it.
Not bite size.
Yeah,
I don't like that fun size. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna share a picture of you of I was trick or treating with my kids. Walked up, and there's these two guys at this nice house. Literally boxes. Big candy bar. You know, like if you went to a grocery store, like the boxes. I'm like, look at them and go, all right, this is like the best ever. So I'm going to share you guys. Anybody who hands out big candy bars, I remember as a kid, we used to go to the rich neighborhood and get that Regency.
Yep. I just got short crude. I just got short one crude, risking new highs, looking for 71.50. But sorry,
account worthy.
MP, go ahead.
What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, small size, same thing, risking new highs.
All right.
Short.
High of the day in CL 72.63.
How many are you in, Jack?
MP's pulling the trigger today.
Yes. How many?
Three short CL.
Three.
Okay.
Relot from
right, cool.
I'm trying to put a stop in. 72.13.
72.63 is my risk right now. Looking for this reaction below 72s. Want to see a seller come in here at 72. And then my target is 71.60.
Again, house account short 3CL from 72.13. Short 3CL
Risking
from $72
on a 3. Go ahead. Sorry, Dre.
No, sorry. Get out of the way. You guys trade. Let's go.
Risking
settlement is right here, 71.99. Nice. Just want to see some sellers come in below settlement here.
If you're short that crude, the average price here, 72.06, with 70% short here in the tilt.
Short 72.13. Risk of $1,500. Like also Nick Nick for a tick just said, we did see NQ and ES starting to roll over a bit. Dow doing the same. Gold selling.
What area are you targeting here, Jay?
Good question.
Or just holding the hold?
Conservative target is going to be 71.80. 71.80, I would pull off 2 there. And then the last one, I would be targeting 71.50.
71.50. Good stuff, fellas.
But if this really wants to roll over, 71s. Yeah, for sure. Bid 1 at 71.80 MP. And then we're in at 15s, right? So if we get that 71.80 fill, pull the stop into profit, because I don't want to lose anything on this trade, and then we'll allow the other 2 to run.
80 bid on 1.
I like the runner here. If you're gonna break this trend here, break it big.
Anne-Marie likes a $71.16 downside target. So MP, just to confirm, working 80 bid on 1.
I'm like double clicking,
triple clicking. As long as we're profitable
Right,
clicking.
Right now there's 80 bid at 84, 71.84. Would love to go fill that.
Jay, question for you about that. When there's big orders sticking out on the or the crude ladder, will crude also go try to seek that liquidity as well?
Yeah, sometimes. It depends on how big the order is. We've seen, actually last week, there was about a 200 lot sitting at 72 evens, and the market ran away from it. And then we were talking about it in At the Buzzer, and there was a trader that said, hey, isn't $72 where the U.S. was filling oil reserves? Right, that's the high of the price that they were filling oil reserves. You push up to 72, and a huge order we see there, and then immediate, $5 rejection off of it over the next couple of days. So it depends on the size of the order, I think.
Gotcha. Andy Up Base in the chat says, press that like button. Let's get behind this trade. Go Jay. I agree, Andy Up. Click like, click subscribe. See if we can get to 128,000 subscribers. TopstepTV. Right now, house account is short. 3 from $72.13. Downside target of 80s and even 50s. If we like that runner, Jack was talking about Anne-Marie likes a downside target $71.16. Low of the day in the crude, $69.74.
We do have Euro close coming up in 5 minutes as well, which could give us some volatility. Go ahead, Nick.
I was going to say the indices are just continuing to kind of diddle in the middle and chop around in a relatively tight range. So I know we we did kind of move up off 700s again, but it looks like we are just going to continue to consolidate inside the initial balance and then inside the value area for the session.
5 minutes, we got a London close, as Coach Jay mentioned.
Heard the alarm there, Eddie. I like that. We'll never miss that London close. I like it. I'd say. Absolutely.
I want to miss it. And you know what? I got something here also. Hit the wire a little while ago. North Korean troops were engaged in combat in Russians cursed in the recent days for the first time. This is coming from U.S. officials. I've been sort of following this on the news overnight and so forth. And really seems like from what's coming off the news, which you can believe, which you can't believe, that Russians and the North Koreans are really not getting along too well. They've got that language barrier. They don't understand. They're fighting together.
Fight somebody to fight off. Yeah, I mean, you've never fought with them before. I got the best probability.
Especially the language barrier is really stifling success.
Not a whole lot. The Russian translators out there, huh? You don't just grow on trees.
Oh, guys, just go peace. Just go with peace. It's a longevity. It's a much longer game of survival.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens here since we got a new president, as promised.
We did get a little bit of selling there below settlement, but not any continuation yet. Again, I like where our stop is. Just wanted to see some more selling come in there, but still like the trade. Still valid. Nothing changed so far.
Still at our entry. Has changed again. Like Eddie came in, we got London close, European close in about 3 minutes. Oil just decided to chill out. Of course, when we get in, it's just chilling.
Moving a little higher in the NQ right now. Still in the mid range, not to that last week's high.
See if ES can break over 30 here.
Yes, breaking. Yep, last trade 59.28. Is that 80 lots still there, Jay?
Meta's down 0.8. Yes. The only Mag 7.
I'll push higher here. Nick for a tick. Keep an eye on the 59.30s in the ES. Last trade 29.5.
Yeah, and NQ as well, trying to break out of this consolidation area that we've been in since, I guess, 9:30, 9:45 type time. If we were to get above it this time, we probably are going to head back to initial balance high, maybe go retest the high of the day. Yeah, tough trade. Just a kind of more violent range-bound day so far, at least in the NASDAQ. Jay, how's the crude trade looking?
I was going to say,
we're pretty much right at our entry. Just kind of hanging out
right here right now. Yeah,
I still like it. We are going to likely get some volume to come in here for the London close in about 2 minutes. But I do still like this trade.
Just to run around, we are short 3,000 barrels of crude oil. Flat otherwise.
Andre, what do we need to hedge?
Series 3, Andre.
Get the hell out of
here.
Oh,
there we go. That's a good one.
We are short 3,000 barrels. The second he said that, I go, this son of a, I know what you're doing to me. $72.25. Again, Jay, we like that.
You're reading those questions, I would just get
your brain turns off. I swear,
your brain turns off.
It's just it's all the
you're an importer. You're an importer of oil. You know, blah blah blah.
So much nonsense. You have so much nonsense in those. Yeah. Shout out to you guys. That
I'm telling you, like it's a proud moment when you pass because it's a difficult. You have to know the space, and that's why I would challenge any troll that says anything to say, "Good luck, buddy. I'll even pay for your thing." Actually, no, I won't.
No. 74% long in the ES right now. Again, we got London close in 10 seconds. See what happens after the London close. England Euro close, I should say as well. 74% long in the ES. Can they push it above the 59.30s? Here we go. We're in the 30s right now.
We got a little timeout here. Let's do a little sports. Championship League. Liverpool winning. Real Madrid and Manchester City suffering some ugly defeats.
Oof.
Also, we got the Blackhawks playing the Detroit Red Wings tonight. Also, basketball here. Knicks going to be playing the Hawks. Warriors playing the Celtics. And lots of college coming up here this evening also. So there's your sports, your Topstep sports for the day.
That is correct. Music. College basketball back. Andre and I completely moving on from the NCAA football season to college basketball because both of our alma maters are just forgettable football
Bad.
teams.
But Nick, our alma maters are playing each other in early March in Lawrence. If you
I know that could let's see if that could decide the Big 12 for all we know.
Arizona
Crude oil's
versus
on the move.
Kansas. Crude is on the move. Last trade $71.94. Downside target 71.80. MP,
Go
are
ahead,
we working
pick.
80 bid on one? 80 bid on one?
81 bid on one, yeah.
81 bid. Oh, do you 1 penny better, he says. Actually worse. But yes.
Michael, remember that guy in the pit that used to do that? 80 on 1, 80 on 1, 80 on 1,
80 on
80 on
1.
1.
80 on 1. Everything would always be on 1. And he would do it
Right.
with the level of energy that a 100-lot trader would come in there to try to move the markets.
Love it. I love it.
And he would do it
He do it
all
like 10, 15 minutes.
in the lunch hour, too, where like nobody's in the pit. Like, dude, okay.
Really? Just
I'm
screaming.
gonna
Just
go
Yeah.
back.
no one's in
You'd be like sitting down because there's no activity. You look up and be like, 80 on 1, huh? Okay. 80 on 1 guys here.
always 80 on one.
Anyway, we're trading 90, 95 right now. Pull off.
Yeah, I know. What trading.
Oh, he
Exactly.
was even
That's
in
why
the
I was
market.
annoyed.
Is that
Yeah, what's
true?
even like he was way off the markets always.
It's always
Like,
80
dude,
on.
nobody is
80 on one's trading 90s. Of course you're 80 on one.
trading 90s.
Of course.
Yeah. When it goes in, 89s, 88s, 87s, 86, 85, so 80 on 1, yeah, that's gotta quite a few things gotta trade out to get to you, buddy.
Nas remembers that guy. Remember that guy.
Yeah, if we're ready, we can do
What-
that. Do some call ups. We also got the big
What are
board
the
coming
call-ups
up.
first?
Let's do it. London has closed.
Dude,
Right now,
Making a run at the
crude
high
sell-off.
today, so let's
Oil. Go ahead, Jack.
All right, I'm gonna get this in before we get to the high of the day. We're through last week's high in the NQ, but call-ups wait for no one. Let's show that certificate first. Wang,
Dang.
my man,
buddy.
24K starting balance from China. There was not
nice.
enough room there to list all the products Wang was trading. Trust me, they are many.
Slinging.
Name a product, Wang is slanging. So great job to Wang. We'll see more about Wang's payouts when we go to the next graphic here. That's a list of the people called up on the 4th. These are new people to the live account. Highest starting balance was Wang. He's taking 26K in payouts. Going down the list, Robert C. Not that Robert C. We think $16,800 and a bunch of payouts. Jared L., Pat W., David S. Congratulations to all of you. These are the new people that were called up on November the 4th. Top of the
Wang
top.
out of China. Nice.
Jokes in the chat.
50 large.
Jokes-
50 large.
jokes write
26 and
themselves.
26 got sent to him. That's a lot
Slinging
of money.
Wang. Wang slanging. Slanging that Wang. Here we go. 71 bit. We get it? We get the 81s?
Yeah, round of
we got
one.
one. We got a
All
one
right.
guy. What was the other one? What was the
MP,
other one?
Pull that order. Pull
Yeah.
your order down to break even now. Pull your order down to break even, and I would.
I don't
say
need a poll,
71.
Coach Jay. I hit a button that says B/E, and I just.
Oh,
did.
there you go.
Ooh.
There you go. There you go. That works
I
too.
always forget about that button.
7160. 7160 is the next one.
Build. 7160. 60 on one. 60 on one.
Got it.
All right. Jack, call ups. We good on Wang. Wang did get the big call up.
We're good. Those are the
Everything.
call-ups for today, but trust there will be more exciting call-ups throughout the week. We
Everything
got the
under
big board
sun.
lurking.
Wang be slanging, man. Good to see.
Getting
Sling
called
the
up
Wang
to the
like-
big leagues. Eddie, what do we call it?
We call that pro ball.
Pro ball. It is.
The pros.
It's professional level trading. It is deemed that way, even by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, because you have to have professional level data. And you have professional level data when you're backed by anybody with real money on the planet. They deem that as a professional if you're backed by money. So congratulations to all those folks. How many got pulled up?
There were six on that list. Now, there were more accounts that were transferred over. If somebody is, say, a Nick for a tick, somebody who's transferring to an already active account, we show the new live accounts that are being made, the new people that are playing pro ball.
Yeah.
Oh, nice little
Yeah.
pop there in the crew.
Because those are some things, and Nick, I think I shared it with you already, that we'll be making some adjustments at Top Step for the live pro ballers. When you're pro balling it, We want you focused on the major leagues, not the minor leagues. And the minor leagues is a stepping stone. And the stepping stone here at Topstep is the trading combine. Then it's the XFA. Pro ball, live trading, real money, prop capital money, strictly proprietary capital. You're our trader. You're almost getting close to becoming a partner. So to us, if you can keep growing that live account, we start talking to you. If you start talking to us and you're like, hey, I want to start doing more, we'll start talking to you as well about how we can do more together. That's the evolution of working here at Topstep with us. We are not a sim forever.
All right. MP loves that one drop. MP loves that drop so much. He chuckles every time.
That's funny.
McConaughey.
It always gets
McConaughey. Yes, it does. All right, we'll keep an eye. Hey, NASDAQ closing in on these 800s, 20,793. We took that long around. What do we take a long round?
When is the change, you ask? We're going to start making some changes, and some of it will be case by case for some folks. Some of it will be blanketed. We'll let you know. That's how we're managing our prop firm in there. We have a lot of really good traders. And we found out when you get them narrowed on one focus, one thing, that tends to be better for everybody. So we don't want you spending money here and there. We don't want you focusing elsewhere, especially when you're trading on a live prop account. Changes.
All right. Hey, 60 bid on one, MP. 60 bid on one.
We're working 60s.
Say it like you mean it.
60 on one.
60 bid on one.
There you go. There you go. All right. We'll keep an eye on that. We have about 20 minutes left here in Fast Markets. We do have appreciations coming up a little bit down the road. Again, house account is short too from $72.13. Shout out Coach Jay. Took the trade as well. But right now, everyone's been waiting for the big board, the Topstep big board. You're on this big board. Don't come crying to Dolby. He don't want to hear it. Anyways, JD. Hey, moving on the big board. It's been a couple days for me. How we looking?
Oh, we're looking good. Eddie.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Attention, here's an update on tonight's dinner. It was veal. I repeat, veal. The winner of tonight's mystery meat contest is Jeffrey Corbin, who guessed some kind of beef.
What is that from?
What is that?
Meatballs?
What was that, Eddie? Mystery meat. Michael loves a good mystery meat. Mom's meatballs.
Yeah,
go ahead, JD. Sorry.
There is your leaderboard. There's the big board, folks. Get your cams ready, everyone. All right, we got Rafa back on top. We talked about it yesterday. He's back in a handful of XFAs. Made another 40 grand yesterday. He's getting close to that balance plus payout. Getting very close to the $400,000 mark for Rafa. Still no action in his live account since October 31st, but his balance is really low in that live account. I think he's looking to transfer some money back into that live account so we can start trading again. That is my guess on what Rafa has planned. Coach Dakota, there he is, made a couple grand yesterday, still in second place. Nick for a tick, you're looking at him on the screen. 12th place, down from 7th place for him yesterday. And then a big mover from yesterday is Michelle V down there in 23rd place. Moved from 49th to 23rd. Now, a couple traders I want to highlight here. Mention them both on our XFA P&L leader list from yesterday. Mention them today for their efforts yesterday. First one, we have Jeremy C. So yesterday, Jeremy was in 19th place. He was also on our XFA leaderboard yesterday. Made a total of $76,000 on Monday. Trading in 5 XFAs. Moved up from 205th place to 19th place. Yesterday, or I should say today, he's 4th on the leaderboard. We saw his P&Ls from yesterday. He made another $109,000 yesterday trading in 5 XFAs. Now, Jeremy's been trading in these 5 XFAs for 3 days now. He's not eligible for a payout. And get this, he now has a 3-day running total in those 5 accounts of $216,237. Jeremy, don't make us roast your trades next week. You're 2 days away from a payout, and you got close to 220 grand sitting in 5 XFAs. Is this
Hey, MP, if we get back above 90s, take one off. Just take one off, and then we'll leave the last one for break even.
Okay, got it.
Next
Ah,
trader in the
shit.
same boat
I
as
didn't right
Jeremy.
click. Hold on, sorry. I
All
went to
good.
work the order. Didn't right click, so I lifted 84s. So we covered 83s. Another one guy.
Okay, perfect.
So
That's why I
update
clicked. I should have right clicked. It would have put a stop in. A stop
short
by.
one, Michael.
It was a short one, yeah.
We're still a short one. All right, cool. Go ahead, JD.
Good read though, thus far. Nice read on this, Coach Jay. Go ahead, JD.
Thanks.
Sure. Next down there in ninth place, second trader I want to highlight, USUP. Yesterday, USUP was in 25th place yesterday, moved up from 249th place. So 249th to 25th to 9th in 3 trading days. Monday made about 63 grand trading on 5 XFAs. And then yesterday went gangbusters again. What was that total profit from? I'll just say trading those 5 XFAs, 3-day running total for USUP is $176,198 in profits. And same boat as Jeremy, 3 days in these XFAs, not eligible for a payout. Still need 2 more days of $200 plus winning days to be eligible for that payout. I want to ask you guys something. Let's assume Jeremy and USUP are sitting here listening to us right now. What should we say to these 2 traders who both have?
Good question.
USUP's got close to $200,000, and Jeremy has more than $200,000. Not eligible for payouts yet. Both of them need 2 $200 winners to get eligible. What are we saying to these 2 traders right now?
Wait for high probability trades. Get that 200. Get a request a payout. That's what I would say to them.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Size down. Don't change what you're doing. Don't look at reversal trades. Don't try to fade moves. Get with momentum. Things like that are more high probability trades, like MP's saying. Momentum always on your side is a good way. You could scrap your way to 200 points just going with the 5-minute trend, the 15-minute trend.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. Scale down to micros, maybe.
Yeah. I don't like that idea though, JD. Get on micros. Keep doing what you're doing. What Nick said.
Doing what you're doing.
You're trading well because our team's watching you right now, and they're like, "Holy shit, this guy's really good." We're going to be pulling them up live. We do not want you changing. And if you're changing, I get why other firms are like, "If you change anything, you're denied." Well, because it does matter. Like, don't change this, and then you're gaming the system. The goal again is to get to the live account for us and you. And if that's not, your goals aren't aligned, Topstep might not be the right place for you if you want to be sim forever, because our goals need to be aligned because we're developing, honing, finding trading talent that we eventually want to put on the live prop. So these folks, they pop up on the radar, and we want them to keep it. We want them to keep going.
It would be if you get over that $200 mark. I mean, don't get greedy. If you are flat and you're over that, you should probably lock it out versus taking another trade. And, lock in the day. You can come back the next day. You can take some money off the table. Take $1,000, take 5,000, whatever, at a 200 grand. Just pay yourself something to kind of make it real, and then you can get back to doing what you're doing. But I would say go for that.
Feel that cash in your hand. It's a different story than seeing it on your computer screen. For sure.
That's a good feeling.
All right, guys.
Thank you, Jade.
While we're here, might as well.
Yeah, let's do it. Hey.
Talk about the lunatics for a minute. We got Coach Jay here.
Here he is.
What's up, guys?
Pull up that leaderboard overview. Coach Jay making some moves with the lunatics this last week.
Wow.
I just lost it. There it is.
There it is. Mine
moved up that pass percentage.
I know. Leading the league in XFAs right now. Moved up 5 traders in the XFAs in the last week. That pass rate, 50%.
My
19
goodness.
Traders currently in combines. We got to work on those payouts. But man, 17 knockouts out of 51. A lot of traders still hanging tough, and 8 traders now in funded level accounts on the lunatics.
Good job. You see what happens when you got a cattle prod? Yeah.
I was just gonna ask, what kind of motivation are you throwing at these guys? What's the biggest? It's a good coach's speech.
Honestly, it's reminding people to be patient and telling them that there's opportunity in patience, and there's no reason to rush. I think we had 4 people pass just yesterday. First message I sent in Discord was, hey, you know what? We have pretty much a crazy day coming up tomorrow. there's no rush in these accounts. If people are ideally, my goal is for these traders to be trading in that same account a year from now, right? And not just to get on this leaderboard. So just a reminder of patience. I had a pretty good session with a couple of traders over the weekend where we did some, kind of back test trading. Actually, what we do here, with the house account trades, where I pulled up a trading view chart and we did replay testing, but they had to call out exactly what they wanted me to do instead of clicking the buttons themselves. And I think the reason we were doing that is because you have to be decisive, right? MP, you're telling us if we call it a house account trade here, I can't bullshit, right? Where's your stop? Where's your entry? Where's your exit? And if it's not clearly, then there's no trade. So trying to get them to be, decisive about what they're looking for, and then patient for opportunities to present themselves. But really, these traders are doing this on their own, trying to help guide them in the right way. But I think I got lucky with some pretty good traders.
Exercises like that, I think, are so beneficial. Do you guys remember a couple months ago we had the captain on? Remember Captain Mickey? And he was telling us about this coach that he worked with. For 3 days in a row, he would only let him trade from the long side of the market. So he had to make, 100 executions a day, but he could only be on the long side. It doesn't matter what direction the market's moving. It could be tanking, but you had to make 100 trades from the long side and limit risk and do your best to make a profit on that day. I think exercises like that are so beneficial. Knowing how to trade market, knowing where you're getting in before you're getting out, calling it out. That's a great coaching strategy, Jay. That's awesome. And speaking of your free traders, speaking of your traders that pass through the trading combine, can we put up the Coach Jay's Lunatics leaderboard real quick?
Oh, let's see this.
Yeah.
So Dana.
Wow.
Those bottom 3, 4, and 5. Dana. We talked about Dana last week. It was only a couple $100 away from passing that trading combine, and she did it in the XFA. Hasn't made any trades yet, but up on the board, Dana, Melissa, and Sahil, all brand new XFAs. That should be, that's all correct. So 3 fresh traders. We'll have some more data on them next week. But our leader, Bourjan, I practiced that name for 5 minutes before I came on. Bourjan is really cranking it out. We got a trading card for Bourjan if we want to pull that up real quick.
Let's see this.
This guy,
Kazakhstan,
just killing it.
Cool.
Kazakhstan.
Average daily P&L, $653. Trading micros. Risk reward is a little inverted, but that win rate is solid, right? Trading 4 or 5 lots, sure. 65 trades a day, 140 contracts a day. This guy's got it dialed in. He's been on this account since October 30th. So it's at 6 trading days, 7 trading days.
About a week?
Yeah, about a week. 5 trading days. He's doing very, very well, though. What do we, let's do this exercise again. Let's assume Bourjan's watching the show, or at least listening to us right now. Give him a little shout out. What kind of encouragement can we give Bourjan to keep going?
Coach?
Keep doing exactly what you're doing. I'm not sure that I've spoken to Bourjan. Again, the Discord names and then, traders' real names. But if you are listening, make sure you pay yourself. Again, this is an account that, Topstep presented to all these traders where there was no cost of your own. So it's 100%, are on your part. You did the work, got into this account. You should be eligible for a payout, I believe now. Make sure you pay yourself, but then continue to do this, right? Again, ideally, if you're in this year from now, then that should be the goal. So keep doing exactly what you're doing right now. Don't size up, don't scale up. You're able to make $3,000 over the course of a week trading micros. You don't need more size.
I think you nailed it. Boom. Get the cash in hand. It's a different story.
Yep.
All right, folks. Thank you, Coach Jay, leader of the Lunatics. There's your VIP update for today.
Thank you.
All right, guys.
Leader of the Lunatics.
All right. Still short 1 crude. Trading for free right now. Gotta love it.
Yes, we are.
Break even, yeah. When the break even button, you hit it. It's a pretty good feeling until it gets stopped out. Sometimes, still a good feeling because you locked in, but the trading for free feeling,
It is free for free. House account short from $72.13. Got about 7 minutes left here in fast markets.
What'd you like about that trade? You jumped us over to it. You know, we're going light today, but good read. You always wish you had more on when it does well, or it goes in your way, as John Hogan's dad always says. Give us your 411 skinny on this.
Yeah, so we had Topstep levels. Again, shout out to the Topstep levels. If you don't have them on your charts, you're doing yourself a disservice. But we had yesterday's high 72.67. We were coming into the London close, and then what got me into the trade ultimately was seeing some selling volume come in. Right, if we're looking at my charts here, I'm looking at a 3-minute chart. We had these two candles right here. At the first one was at 10:09 Central Time, and then the next one 10:12, and there was some decent follow through volume on that. So I'm looking at this range here, and I'll take the levels off and saying if I can get short somewhere around here, ideally I should have been short 72.25, right? But trading's not perfect. My stop is going to go above where we saw those sellers come in, and where I'm thinking about taking profits is if we start to accept price back inside this range, right, above 72, where we saw the sellers come in, then they may be giving up the position, right? I don't see this selling as shorts. I see it as profit taking because we've been up on the day. So if they take more profits, then we have the targets that we're looking for the downside. But buyers are still very much in control of this market. This is just a reversion trade.
Reversion trade. Okay. Reversion trade indeed. Like it.
Anybody take that short? Throw a pull out there. Or
take that short.
Not.
Short in. Well, what do we say here on B? Everyone's short crude around $72.12. $72.13. Why do I shortchange it by a penny? We take that short in crude. $72. Jay, are you still short it? Jay, are you still in this trade as well?
Yeah, I'm still in it. My exit right now is at 203. MP, you can move your exit there, and then that'll put the house positive on the day. I know we don't want to trade P&L, but someone might take a screenshot and say we lose every day. So let's give them a green screenshot.
Yeah, I mean, last week was an okay week.
Yeah.
In general, I would say to those individuals, this is what I would say to those individuals.
What would you say to this, Michael?
You build the plane in the air. Try it. Put it
exactly.
On. Put it on for size. Real time live with guys that are trusted in your program that come on here. Because if those guys are cold, they didn't get cold getting to the best. So you can't then judge them. And Topstep isn't about sitting here, TV isn't about sitting here saying that here's what we do. It's here's what our best traders are doing. So when Coach Jay just called this trade out, this is a good trade. You could have put whatever size you want on it or not, or you could fade it. In the end, you don't troll. You either go with, fade, or sit on your hands and shut the F up after that. Because everything after that is just you being like an amateur non-pro ball type of trader. So go with, fade, do nothing, and then everything else shut up. That's why I don't respond to any of those Twitter.
Very quiet when you don't hear them. You don't hear them when the winning trades. They go away.
What Jay's doing, coming on here and talking out his trade is very, very difficult to do. So we will be getting better and better about it, though, Dre. We'll be getting better and better on how we do house and things of that nature.
100%.
Don't worry about it.
You guys have any idea how difficult this is? We're getting there. We're getting there. We work on it all year. You guys
Consult
been watching
your friends
us
before your trades, and then tell us, and then report back to us.
You guys been watching
yes, good luck.
You guys been watching this in real time. It's nuts what we're trying to do here, and we're starting to get it.
While you have to have energy, while you have to be focused, while you have to have a clear head, why it's just
it's just crazy what we're trying to do.
Another level of trading that's just as difficult.
It's a lot of fun.
Not
though.
an excuse.
A lot of fun.
That's kind of just fast.
Dude, it's been crazy. Yeah. It's been crazy, but we're doing it. We're getting there. 2025, we're gonna have the sucker dialed in.
Oh yeah, if you guys have
enjoy the transparency, guys. Enjoy it. You ain't getting this anywhere else. I'll tell you that. You ain't getting this anywhere else. So, anyways, with that being said, we got appreciation.
Andre, jab, jab, jab. If you haven't figured out, Topstep is a jab, jab, jab type of company. It's our culture. We will jab away at things. We will work with people who like to jab away. And we will work with glass half full, because if you do that, you are iterating every day, small daily improvements. You are getting your ball down the field to the scoring position.
There you go.
Hand off to you.
Throw ball, baby.
Hand off to me. Little hand off to me. like that. All right, let's get to some appreciations. We are coming up against the highs in the NQ again. MP, keep us posted on this crude trade as we go into power players coming up next. But first, we got to appreciate you say. First, always like to let the chat cook on it, marinate on it. What are you thankful for? Let us know in the chat. It's a positive way to end this trading session on fast markets. But anyways, chat, what are you guys appreciative for? It's Wednesday, day after the election. Just getting back after 2 days off, but I'm back. So with that being said, I'm going to throw it to Eddie. Eddie, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
You know, I'm appreciative of everybody that went to vote. All right. I'm appreciative that we are one country here in America. I'm very proud to be American, and that we have that opportunity to vote. So that's what I appreciate. Everybody that voted, and of course, that's what you got to do. You got to do that. Back to you, Andre.
Absolutely. Nothing better than the peaceful transfer of power in this country. It's a beautiful thing, the peaceful transfer of power. Anyways, I'll throw it to Jack. Jack, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
Yeah, echo the same thing as Eddie. Love all you guys out there. Let's have a good time together. And I'm thankful for Coach Jay and Nick. You guys are great.
Oh, thanks,
Jack. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, it's in unison. I like that. Coach Jay, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
I'm appreciative of the opportunity to coach. So seeing, the results out of the Lunatics, I'm not taking any credit for that. And as a basketball coach, I never did the same either, right? It's credit to the people who are executing. But it's cool to have, a hand in, some of the success that you see traders having. You guys were talking about college basketball, and I told you guys I've been a basketball coach for the last 12 years. Yale women's basketball, this girl that I coached from the time she was 9 years old, freshman at Yale right now, had 17 in her first game at Yale. Absolutely cooked. So it's cool to see that stuff as well. So I love coaching. That's why I'm here. So I'm appreciative of that opportunity.
You're pretty damn good at it
That's
too,
cool,
Jay.
man.
Super solid, dude.
Yeah, that's
All right, I'm going to throw it to we got Nick for a tick. Appreciation. What do you appreciate for?
I'm appreciative to some breaks in trading. This is actually the first time since I've been full time that I'm going to be taking a true break outside of a day or two. This is my last fast market session for a few weeks with you guys. So I will miss all of you. In fact, every Sunday, if there is no baby, will be the last time you guys will see me on my show for at least a couple weeks. You will be in the gracious hands of Coach Jay, who's going to take over my Sunday night show for the next couple weeks, getting you guys prepped for each and every trading week as Nick becomes a dad. So I'm appreciative for him taking the reins from me and making sure you guys are well equipped to handle the trading week ahead. So thank you, Coach Jay.
Yes, thank you guys. Excellent stuff. And Mr. MP, we are short the crude right now. Mr. Michael, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
Small daily improvements, delayed gratification, add up to big accomplishments or getting to your goals. I'm appreciative of that in my life.
100%, man. Good
The
stuff. The grind, the jab. No one does it better than Mr. Michael. I'm not kidding. But yes, anyways, and round it out, I am appreciative just to be back here. I missed you guys. I love this family. I love the positivity. There's some trolls in the chat, but I'm glad you guys are watching because that means you guys care. If you guys didn't care, you wouldn't say anything. With that being said, I really care about meeting this guy. Got Jerome D coming up next. The power players number 38 on the big board. Number 30 on the big board. Whoa. My fun account balance of $74,000. We're going to meet Jerome coming up on the other side. This is Power Players. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
TopStep VIP is an experience unlike anything else in the trading industry. This exclusive opportunity gives a select group of traders a VIP shot at funding on us. Imagine getting the tools, support, and coaching you need to take your trading to the next level for free. With TopStep VIP, we'll set you up in a 100K TopStep X trading combine for free. Plus, we're giving you 6 free resets if you need them to help you stay on track. You'll also get exclusive access to our VIP Discord channel, where our performance coaches will be there to guide and support you every step of the way. And when you pass the combine, there are no activation fees. We'll activate your Express funded account for free. If you ever need assistance, our white glove trader support team will be there for you, making sure you have everything you need. As a TopStep VIP, you're getting something most traders would pay thousands of dollars for. Personalized coaching and mentorship from the best in the business for free. Meet your VIP coaches. Coach Jay's Lunatics. Coach Jay brings 8 years of experience, including 2 years in TopStep trading combines and funded accounts. Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders. Coach Hoop spent nearly 14 years working at the CME. Coach Ray's Mindset Hunters. Coach Ray, aka Wildebeest Trader, brings 25 plus years of trading experience, specializing in futures since 2017. Coach Vince's Market Makers. Coach Vince brings 20 plus years of trading experience. Coach Paul's Profiteers. Coach Paul has over 40 years of trading experience, including 20 years of trading on the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. These elite coaches have years of experience helping traders succeed, and you'll have direct access to them as part of your VIP experience. Want to be the next VIP trader? Make sure you stay tuned to TopstepTV for all the latest updates and details on how you could be selected for this game-changing opportunity. Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing Topstep X, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. Topstep X is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. Topstep X is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on Topstep X. That's right, Topstep X is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
Yes, I'm very excited for this Power Players. We got Jerome D joining us from Lyon, France. Also number 38 on the big board. Jerome, you are now a Topstep Power Player. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Hello, Andre. Hello, Dolby Time, and hello, Topstep. How are you doing?
Excellent. So great to meet you. So great. Again, this is your first time on TopstepTV. The first question I always ask for someone joining us. Number 30 on the big board. We bring the best, the brightest to TopstepTV. How did you find Topstep, and how did Topstep find you, Jerome?
I would answer the universe. I'm a science man, so I'm a PharmD doctor, specialized in neurology and clinical trials, and I specialize in Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, and what we call neurophenomenology, so which is basically the place of the consciousness in our human brain. And then I'm young, I'm just 30 years young, but I have had the opportunity to discover many deep sciences and concepts in this world, such as how our thoughts and feelings are connected. And there's actually a lot in common with Dr. Brett Steenbarger. And so basically my journey led me into almost finishing my PharmD, and I was interested into cryptocurrencies, which I discovered them really late in 2021 in the summer. And then a year or two later, actually in July 2023, I discovered Topstep through a big discount you made. And I was like, okay, what is a prop firm? You know, I was very concerned about the ecosystem and the business model behind it. I didn't understand how a company could lend sort of money to an individual to trade without like certification or stuff like that. So I did my research, my homework, as we say, and I was astonished by the environment and the industry that was there, and that's how I discovered Topstep.
Jerome, wow, you might be too smart to be trading. Why are you trading? You're a doctor trying to cure Alzheimer's. Why are you involved in trading, my friend? You don't need, I mean, why do you like trading? Why are you passionate? What attracts you to trading?
That's a great question. It might sound nerdy, but I would say, what are the common points between chess, poker, video games, and trading?
Next move. You're setting up your next move. You need to know your outs, options.
That's math, you know, exactly, mathematics. So I got hooked by trading, and I was like, okay, you know, I have a lot of doctor friends that have spent years and years doing studies, and I'm an entrepreneur as well. I am running a digital medical app company, and we're trying to build a product. And you know, trading for me is entrepreneurship, you know. And I want to give a big shout out to Michael Patek, to MP, to the whole team and the founding team. I know and might not know the members, because this company is incredible. The industry of future CME day trading is incredible. And I might be wrong, but I would bet that Topstep has a lot of, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but sort of baby companies, meaning without Topstep, we wouldn't have this industry. Without Topstep, we wouldn't have all these possibilities, all these tools, these technologies. And you know, in this world, businessmen are here to make money, but entrepreneurs create and sustain trends. And MP and the founding team are entrepreneurs, and they are not here to make money. They are here to create and sustain trends. And I want to thank them for allowing me and all the thousands of traders being able to have this accessible, you know. And for me, trading was so far away from what I would envision. I thought that to be in finance, you needed to study like 20 years in finance and be born in New York, or you know, had your cup of tea with Wall Street money. And I was all wrong. And their idea of being able to bring these tools and technology to the grand public was amazing. And I thought, okay, how can we do with this technology, this life-changing technology? And I got hooked.
Love it,
man. What a story. What a story.
Story's right. How did we find you? You're overqualified for this. No, I'm kidding, John. Well, thank you so much. You are fascinating. I'm really glad that we got to meet you. Our audience is loving you already. Let's take a look at these markets. Let's get into this. Dolby last trade in the NQ, 20,810 last trade. Ooh, just pulled back to the fours now at 20,804. Looking at the ES, 59.37 last trade. YM, 43,764. And the crude oil last trade, $72.05. I have been told that the house account trade is closed now. We'll get an update on the. I think it looks like we did.
CL's flat, huh? Okay.
CL is flat. last trade $72.06. Taking a look at GC 27.76 last trade in the GC. All right, Dolby time. Let's get to know Jerome the trader. Jerome, please tell us about how you trade, what products you trade. Let's take a look at your charts. Let's get to know Jerome the trader. Go ahead, please.
Sure. First of all, please allow myself to give you an introduction to my journey. So when I started trading with Topstep, I started with a combine, started to learn on YouTube, and with the most available knowledge at my disposition. I would watch a 2-hour video, for example, but that would not help me. But perhaps a single sentence said by the guy who made or the lady who made the video would change and transform my whole mind or way of trading. So I just did like I did at university. I learned knowledge, I backtested it, but the key for me in trading is not only to backtest when you build a strategy, but it is to forward test it. Because with forward testing, you can access to a live environment. It's like studying an exam and doing the exams of the previous year. You're like, okay, it's going to be the same this year, but you don't have the rush and the stress of the watch, right, etc. So you need to forward test and test it in real environment, so you can have the adrenaline pumping you, and hitting you up, and the frustration and all these emotions getting in yourself. And I think the most important part in trading, and which is the most difficult in life as well in general, is knowing yourself. Are you aggressive? Are you passive? Are you a type to FOMO in? Are you emotional? Can you rely on yourself? Can you lose a trade and step back 5 minutes and breathe and wait for another setup? Or do you start to see all red and black and you're just firing lots and lots, buy and sell, and then you blew your account and you're like, what did I just do? It's like 9:32 a.m. The market has just opened for 2 minutes and I'm out, and then it's either you reset a challenge or either you sabotage yourself for blowing up your brand new XFA. So why am I telling you that? It's that I first passed a combine, which I got humbled with in 3 days and blew it, right? So I was like, okay, I've done this trading thing for 2-3 months. I need to step back. Went back to my medical stuff. 3 months later, came back to jab, as MP like to say, and I got jabbed. I got back in the ring, but came back home very quickly. And 3 months later or 4 months later, around December, January, again, I come back in the ring and I have for the first time a 150K account funded past. And this was the day of my birthday, right? So I was like, wow, the universe
happy
is
birthday.
Yes. Thank you. That was in January. But I felt so grateful and happy and excited. And then guess what happened? I was like, okay, this is the first 150K account. I got passed as a funded. I'm going to be careful, etc. In 3 days, I blew it. It's like, damn, Jerome, what did you not learn? And the most important part as well, a very important component in your strategy would be to journal, of course, your winnings, but most importantly, your losses, because you will understand what you did wrong. And you need to ask yourself, okay, next time with the same more or less situation, how do you think I would react? Am I able to react differently from what happened? Because if you just rely on journaling and you tell yourself, okay, next time I'm going to do this, but the next time you're not ready to counter your emotions and feelings that happened in the first time, and you just repeat the mistake, right? So I had to go through this human process because I'm not a robot. We're all human, right? So we have to go through this process and learn, test, make mistake, and learn from them, etc. So I came back in March, April, and I decided to trade only micros on the funded account I had. And I traded micro NASDAQ and gold for 6 months. And thank God, thank the universe, thank Topstep for all the advices on the show, etc. That has been my best move so far. I have started to be profitable. 4 months later, I started my first payout, and something has been transformed in my mind. I was like, okay, my goal was to get 50 to 100, if 200 possible, $1 a day. And I had only one account. We didn't have the 5 accounts yet. So then I scaled to 3 accounts, and then we had the five accounts. I didn't start it instantly, but then I went into it and I told myself, okay, now it's been 6 months. You've been trading with micros and aiming for 100 or 200 a day. Now you can perhaps double this, and I started to scale back in the minis, because what I learned in trading was actually all wrong. I followed people who said, oh, you need to do thousands a day and you click buy or sell, you fire contracts and you win 30 grand. And I was like, no, this is not trading. And I had to reset the false knowledge I had, because this was getting me frustrated and wrong all the time. And I had to reset. And I do this in my personal work and career. I kind of find the tools how to control, manage your thoughts, and sort of be able to reset a habit in your brain and in your body. So I was like, okay, that's great. I have to apply this to trading. So sorry, I'm speaking a lot, but I guess now you understand why I got hooked with trading. This is a very interesting activity, and it's a very professional one. And when done well, it can really achieve the mission of Topstep, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, helping us live a better lifestyle. And thank you for that.
My man.
Jerome, man, you want a job here or what, man? You want to work? You want to
no,
work at
not at all.
Topstep?
I'm grateful, guys. You can't imagine what this activity and show provided me. So it's just gratefulness and recognition.
Wow.
All right, let's see if you're talking the talk. Let's see if you can walk the walk. Jerome, take us through your charts, your system, your setup.
Jerome.
What do you look for in the market when you pop open your charts?
Mainly, I'm following the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. So these white lines are either strong support or strong resistance you can find in 30-minute time frames, 1 hour, or 4 hours. And so basically, my trading is based on a lot of stuff and concepts. And so on this page, you have a lot of indicators, right? But on this page, you have none, because indicators create bias, and sometimes too much indications confuse your indication. And so I was at the point, I didn't know what to do with the market. I had too much information. So I told myself, okay, erase all of it. And I have this second tab on top. I don't know if you can clearly see it, but when I get confused or when I want to get a better view on the market, I get this tab opened. And I have this tab as well, which has only one indicators, which is called sessions. And in blank white, you have the Asian sessions, which gets followed by the London session in green. And then you have the AM US session right here. And the afternoon, the PM US session will be in red. And so basically, why do I use this? Because Dolby is going to be happy with that. But with Dow Jones, with the DJ, most of the time,
That's my guy, dude.
When you have a consolidation in the Asian session, okay, but a nice consolidation like this one, for example, when you have a breakout at the end of this consolidation area, let's do something like that. Before or during the London session, so you see the breakout occurs here, this is a fake out. So in 70% at least, this is like my strategy in the London session. In 70% cases, when this setup occurs, and it works with NASDAQ as well, you wait for the closure above the box. And when you have a pullback, you enter right here. And then you could have, let's say, 100 points range for a decent 45 point stop loss. And so I use this tab for only this setup. But the other ones, the indicators, lead me into knowing, you never know, but I get the charts as a story. What is the chart telling me? What is the story I am looking at? Am I reading well this book? Or am I reading a language I don't speak? Perhaps what I'm seeing is wrong, right? And we're not right every time, and we don't have to be right every time. The goal is to increase your confidence level when you execute a position, right? When you take a position. So at the beginning, I was very impatient. I would take positions either before US session or either 5 minutes going into the US session, and 95% of the time I would get liquidated. So this box you see here is an indicator that builds automatically the opening price range for the first 15 minutes of the US session. And so sometimes I play the breakdown, but the reintegration into the price, and you can catch the high of the range, etc. So I have
hard range
between 6 to 8 different strategies, the price range. So let's say you enter here, let's say if I entered here regarding this strategy, I would have gotten my theoretical TP here, the top of the range. So that would have been 133 points for I would have taken 30 points as stop loss, I guess.
Wow, nice.
Okay.
Love a good range. You know me, Jerome.
Good range, Dolby. Love a good
range. So what are you seeing in the NASDAQ right now? Is there any possible trade ideas
So
that you're looking at?
What I like is trying to be in the long boots and short boots as well, what MP calls the flexible bias, I believe. So why would I get long here and why would I get short here? I found a paradox in day trading is that at almost any level, you have people getting in, right? So are these people entering new positions, or these people exiting new positions or past positions, or these people getting out from a stop loss, or these people taking partial profits, or these people getting liquidated, So I don't know exactly how to read these yet, but to come back to the academics process, you become a doctor with like 8, 9, 10 years studies, if not more. And so you become a trader with the same process. You don't become a trader in a single year. I mean, thanks God and your universe, I have a great position here, but I have a whole vision in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years, because this is a long-term game. Don't think you're going to get rich quick with day trading, but trust me, if you trust the process and you trust your brain's ability to go through it, in a matter of 3 months to 12 months, you can change your life literally. And whoever you are and whatever you've been through, trust me, this company, Topstep, I have never seen a company do things like that. It's amazing. I'm not going to say more because people would think then I'm on a job, but I feel so grateful. I don't see any other company doing this. Give me any other prop firm doing a TV show. Give me any other prop firm having personal coaches for people. Give me any other prop firm doing VIP stuff, And people still complain about no discounts. I don't understand. I mean, we have
Jerome,
it all,
tell them, Jerome.
and
Tell them,
Oh my goodness.
people get payouts denied, and they're still here. So I'm thinking, in French we have a sentence: when you love, you express it with hate. And I guess the haters here love Topstep a lot.
Will you say it in French, please? Can you say it in your native tongue, please? I just want to hear it in French.
Qui aime bien châtie bien.
Beautiful. That's exactly what Jerome said. You guys heard it. You heard it here. Jerome said it. When you love with hate. I know exactly what you mean. It's passion, right? It's passion. Love and hate. There's a fine line between the two. Okay, well, let's get into these markets.
Come back.
NQ.
Yeah, exactly.
We're trying to figure out what to do with this 20,800 level, Jerome. What should we do with these 20,800s? Last trade, 20,792. I know you are an NQ trader. What are we thinking here?
Exactly. So the question is, where do we buy it, right? I mean, Jay is going to like this one, I guess, Coach Jay. But today is an uptrend day. We can reverse in the PM session. Of course, it is unlikely, but we could still reverse. The good thing is that on the 15-minute time frame, we had this cross of this. So the yellow line is the 7 EMA. The red one is the 50 EMA. The gray one is the 7, 20, 20 for the red, 50 for the gray, and 200 for the white one. And why do I use EMA instead of SMA? I mean, anyone is free, but I concluded that with math, you have less false positives in day trading with the exponential moving averages. And what you see has more confidence versus SMA. So I use EMAs. And so, for example, you see this cross occurred, but in the NASDAQ, in the 15-minute time frame as well, you have a riding trend. So we are just crossing with the S&P, and we have 3 minutes left for the 15-minute candle to close. And these 3 minutes can really pop 4 points. And if it does, we can have a flip of this candle. We need 5 points. And if we have a flip, that can give us some juice to pump back up. But if we don't, we always have, I'm trying to always think about the opposite thesis, right? If we don't, let's say, okay, I have a long bias, but market is dynamic, right? Market's behavior is dynamic. It can reverse at any time. So I need some places to tell myself, okay, I'm gonna look for shorts here. So you see ES is around a white line I drew, and Nasdaq as well. So as long as we don't close below the range for the S&P, I will not look for a reversal pattern, and we can go down and close above. So I will wait. First, I will advise to wait for the closure of this 15-minute candle, and then wait for at least 3 minutes, because we will have the next 30 minutes candles that will open. And in my opinion, it's very, very important and crucial to watch as well the bigger time frames and the shorter time frames, because you might see something on the short TF, and it will get completely invalidated on the high TF, and that will save you a stop loss probably. Perhaps you would TP, but statistically for me, it has worked the other way around. So if we close doji, which is more or less likely,
yes,
I would expect a very, very, very strong next 30-minute candle, because we would go into lunchtime right after. And this 30-minute candle would have closed with not a lot of certitude around it. So anything can happen, ACH, of course. This can be followed by another doji candle, but a trade is a bet, right? So if you would ask me, I would be bullish for the next 15 minutes, and I might trigger a long depending on how we open the next 2 minutes.
What price are we looking? Okay, real quick, I do want to see pinned to the top of the chat. It is a David Green Wednesday. He'll be joining us for group coaching as well as Power Hour. Make sure to get those questions in for David Green. You see the form pinned to the top of the chat. Yeah, it's a David Green Wednesday, so hook us up and we'll hook you up. Let's get back to the markets. Jerome, you say you're possibly looking for a long here. Dolby Time's got the keys to the house account. We do, but Blake, there's Dolby screen. What price would you be looking to perhaps take a long from, Jerome?
I will wait for the closure, so in 30 seconds, and I'm going to wait for the first minute to be launched. So if we have a first minute that is red between 5 to 15 points, I will mark it by this entry.
15 points
so
red.
How often are you entering in trades within the first couple of minutes of a new candlestick? Is that crucial to your strategy? Is waiting for the open of a new candlestick and seeing how that reacts?
It is crucial to wait for closures, and therefore I wait for openings to see if we have a very strong aggressive move from algorithms or bots, or if people are waiting. So basically, if we have a pullback at 795, I'm getting in long. I will go in long 1 minute and scale in if needed. Yeah, 795.
20,795, Dolby. Where would the risk be there, Jerome? What's the downside?
I mean, we're there right now.
Yes, we are.
I'm in the market buy. I got triggered at 97. The risk would be, I'm only in one here, so
we're in.
The low of the range is 23, so I can put at least a 30-point range. So right now, my stop would be around, if I get 30 from here, 67 would 64.75 is my stop, actually.
64.75. Okay. Dolby, update us on our position. Jerome's long one.
1 NQ 20,795. Just a little one guy.
Cool.
And what's the profit target?
Oh, yeah. Profit target will be either the high of the range or the breakout. I mean, we can play the breakout. If we have a continuation day, we can have a breakout. So if I don't scale in this trade and I get stopped, I will probably think about another entry. But if I scale in this trade, I will wait for at least 20 points in profit to either put break even or partial profits. So
yeah, so let's talk about scaling. Do you scale up into a trade, into a winning trade, or do you scale up when it's going down?
So when I was an unprofitable trader, I was only scaling in red trades. And when I started to become a profitable trader, I started to scale. I try at least to scale only in green trades. So the only reason which I would be scaling in red trades would be if I see, for example, something like that, a double or triple bottom pattern in a 100 tick chart. And I would think, okay, this is an opportunity to fire an extra lot, and I would get in.
Got it.
Excellent
so far, so
stuff.
good
All
in this
right.
trade.
Yes, Jerome Long from 90. House account long, 20,795. Jerome Long from 20,797. Risk has been defined. Upside target has been defined. Let's see Muhammad in the chat say NQ is looking to all-time highs either today or tomorrow.
Love it. What's up, Mo?
What's up, Mo? Trying to Mo.
So I'm following you on a funded account. I have locked out. So I'm above 33,000 today on profit. I have 1,000 of profit on my live account, and all the others are on my funded. And I locked 4 of them and kept 1 of them for the session.
You're the best. You are the best. But this trade's looking good so far.
You are the best, Jerome. Big fan.
Wait, Jerome, we have to ask you a serious question. Obviously, you're a big fan of TopstepTV. Who is your favorite?
Yep. Who is your favorite?
I mean, I don't have a favorite, but
come on,
top 2.
Who's the funniest?
Good answer.
The most serious one, you know. Before TopstepTV, I like to watch an hour before Rips, and I love the stuff about news and economic calendar. It gives me a great understanding and reading on the market before the US session. And then at 3 p.m. my time, which is 9 a.m. yours, you fire the session, and I try to join the show. But I would say my favorite is MP, of course. I mean, I don't know if he's the only brain behind it, but props to the CEO, you know, from an entrepreneur to another one. Thank you and congratulations. I mean, people don't realize and understand what it takes and what it would take to take this company 13 years ago, or 12 or 14. Sorry if I get wrong. To today until today, and successfully, and leading today tens of thousands of traders, and perhaps in 5 years, 10 years, 1 million traders. Who knows? You know.
Yes.
And trading is the new TikTok, I would say. And everybody's getting hooked. So I don't have TikTok, but I don't know. It's a saying here. When something
is on 2 hours ago.
Oh, is that the saying? When something is the new rage, it's called the TikTok. Trading's gonna be the new TikTok.
Yeah,
I like
sort
that.
of.
I like that. All right, let's get back to these markets really quick. We got 50-50 on the tills. Nothing really showing there. You got House account and Jerome are long in the NQ. Last trade in the NQ, 20,800. Now 803's trade, 804s now as well. High of the day, 20,822, 20,822. So we're about 18 points off of that. Dolby, I want you to take a look at this. I know if looking at the 5 minute, I do see a range. Now 805's trade. I do see a bit of a range here. Perhaps maybe a bit of a bull flag forming as well, or am I just trying to will this trade into profit? What are you seeing there?
I definitely see a 5 minute range. I would say that range is between 20,773 and about 20,815 ish. Let's say it is making higher highs and higher lows, which I would say is bullish within the trend. The thing that I'm looking at, Andre, is this big old megaphone on the 4 hour. And it's pretty clearly defined. Yeah, I mean, you got some lower lows, and then you got some higher highs. So let's see if we end up getting any resistance around like 20,850 or so.
850.
Megaphone is in action. Yeah,
it is in action. 807, 808.
Take profit at.
Where do we have our take profit at, Jerome? And Dolby, Jerome, I'll throw it to you, Jerome. Where do we have the take profit at?
Well, we have a very beautiful 4 hour pattern. If you can, I don't know if you can see my screen. Yes,
I can put up the 4
hour.
So
this is the 4 hour time frame for S&P and Nasdaq. So Nasdaq is around like breaking out. I mean, in the zone, and we have an hour and 20 minutes left for the S&P. But anything can happen. Of course, we can either go back down in this range, or we can get above, here and break. Most probably, if we get here, we will most probably break, but again, ACH. So I will monitor this trade. This trade for me is either a stop loss or a take profit above the S&P being above 42.75. So You see, I have this line for the Nasdaq. So if we have indeed a continuation in the PM session, I'm gonna put a profit at 917. I like to put some couple ticks below.
I love 917.
Let's put 12, 11. Let's put 11 as a theoretical. Of course, it can change during the session. This is a hypothesis if we get a continuation during the PM session. Of course, if we don't, something else will happen. You can have the Nasdaq make this and then go down and down and down, or just do this, go above 840, 850, and then pull back to the 800s and then go back or down. So first target would be, I guess, half of this range.
What price is that?
That's 855. Let's put it
855. Okay, I think Dolby had that price.
Yeah, I'm trying about top megaphone.
Yeah, look at Topstep daily levels. Again, resistance 3, Topstep daily 20,828. High of the day 20,822. So we're going to need a push. We're going to need some energy. What do I mean by energy? We're going to need volume. We're going to need volume to keep pushing this higher right now, but we are in the range. Got house account long from 95s. Again, if you guys are wondering, just joining us, we got Jerome in the house, joining us from Lyon, France. Did I say that right? Also, number 38 on the big board was as high as number 4. Jerome, you were as high as number 4 on the big board. Is this true?
Whoa.
Yes. It's
Whoa.
me.
Yes, it is.
I might come back to the big board starting tomorrow with my day of today, but I'm unsure. But I'll try to climb my way back up.
Like that.
Wow. Jerome, what's your average hold time in some of these trades? I know you've mentioned some pretty wide stops. Are you holding trades for a significant amount of time?
Oh yeah, I'm not I used to be a scalp type trader, but now I'm more of not a range trader, because range traders mostly trade support resistance, but I like to trade big ranges. So usually my profit ranges go between 75 to 100 points. And when I do scalping, I take from 16 to 25 points. So I do sometimes scalp, but I prefer wide ranges. So my style
more of like a
doesn't fit
set it and forget
everybody.
it type of thing. Are you like
yes,
actively
exactly. I can
managing
hold
positions?
4 hours. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nice.
So
buy and hold. Let the market do the hard work, Dre.
Like that. Let the market do the heavy lifting. And
candle just flipped. So we'll see how it reacts.
So is there a time when you would get in and start messing with your stop or moving stuff around? You just let this trade play out, hands off?
Worst case is if we have a catalyst, I will try to either cut it earlier rather than getting slipped. But almost 100% of the time, I don't even have time to react, and you get gotten through. So I try to, but it doesn't fit my style. So you see, before I used to put break even at certain points during my P&L journey in the trades, and I realized that a lot of my positions have gotten stopped to a tick almost at the break-even point, and then went back in my direction. So I told myself, Jerome, you know what you should do? You should not put yourself at 3E, don't put a break-even. Right. And guess what happened for me? I'm not advising anybody to put break-even or not to put break-even. But when you realize what I did realize, I stopped to put my trades to break-even, and I started to be profitable. So sometimes I still put protective stops and break evens, of course, but 98% of the time I stopped. And for my style of trading, it sounds to be profitable. So perhaps in a year, I will have new skills in my arsenal. I will be, of course, a different and hopefully a better, improved trader. And if I'm good today, I'll try to be better tomorrow. If you can get 1% better every day, each and every day, you can be human machine.
I like that.
So that's the goal.
You can only move a stop to break even if the trade has gone in your favor. Just saying.
Exactly. So what I like seeing here is we see the Nasdaq is pushing, but it's pushing from the top with no aggressive move. So when I see this, I ask myself two things. Either we have a strong, very strong seller waiting to put market sell or whatever order he has to put in, or we don't have any strong sellers in, and we have the big buyers waiting in line to push the market buy button. And in the same time, I'm watching the S&P on the same time frame, and the candles are slightly different. And David Green and Dolby and Anne-Marie are gonna like this, but I'm a big fan of EMAs. And you can see a very clean riding trend pullback here. And the wicks are almost to the tick on the 7 EMA. And when you have this sign, in 80% of the time, it's a trend movement. So again, ACH, the PM session has not started yet. We can reverse, but if we have a continuation trend, it will happen very quick after lunch.
Like right now.
And I expect as well this 30-minute candle to push in either direction, because the previous one wasn't huge as volume, right? So I want the S&P, to reach this line 42.75, and I want to observe, to watch closely what the price does there. Do we have aggressive sellers? Do we still have buyers? Does the price rips through this level and goes up, or do we have a week like a fake out and we go almost instantly back in? So I watch the breaks of the levels, and then I monitor my decisions based on what I'm watching. And then it's a math game, right? So you're right. I'm right between 55 to 67% of times. And
I love it. Nice.
Looks to be
I love this,
profitable,
Dolby.
so.
Jerome, if I may very quickly, Jerome, this has been absolutely enlightening. I am so glad that we found you. We're going to need to have you back, Jerome. You are very well versed in all things Topstep, whether it be Topstep TV, when we were founded, to all the personalities, to how we trade, to all the quotes. Jerome, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on. Now we just need to be profitable in this trade right now. Last trade, 20,798 in the NASDAQ. Taking a look at some of the other markets. Gold, try and take a peek lower. 2672 last trade there. Nothing really showing up on the tilt just yet. Crude peaked at $72.63. I do see a poll just came up. I'll get to that really quick after this. Last trade, $72.14 in the crude. Here we go. We got a poll in the chat. Wine connoisseurs and lovers, what country makes the best? Uh-oh, I'm going to have to ask you this, Jerome.
Ooh.
What country makes the best wine? Is it France, Italy, or the States, or is it other? Jerome, what say you? Which country produces the best wine?
Do you say rhetorical in English? I mean, a question that already has an answer.
Yes, it is rhetorical.
What's your favorite region of French wine?
Is it a Burgundy? Is it
Bourgogne? Indeed.
Bordeaux, yes.
But le Rhône, la vallée du Rhône, the Rhône Valley in which I grew up in, and I am living
grew up there?
Is a great one as well. Yeah. So it's a blessing, I don't advise, the Nasdaq.
Here we go. Jerome, what are we seeing here last trade? 20,813, high of the day, 20,822. Jerome, do we keep pushing? First target take profit.
We keep pushing.
Go ahead, Jerome.
We keep pushing. I'm keeping this. I mean, unless we have big sellers selling, we're going for the trend continuation, right?
Hey,
worst case, we could go break even, I'm waiting for it to hit 818, so 818 to potentially put BE, but that would be for the sake of the show. If anybody, I don't see the chat, but if anybody in chat code this long with us, props to you, congratulations, and I'm very happy for all of us, guys. Don't forget to take partials or totals. As Hoag would say, see money, take money. In some days, it saved my life. No, I'm being serious, guys.
I know, man. You got this on lock, man. It's like you've been on Topstep TV before. If you don't mind, Jerome, would you ask the people to click like and click subscribe once, please?
Guys, if you don't click like, if we don't have 2,000 likes in the next 5 minutes, I'm not coming back to Topstep TV.
No, don't pull it. Whoa. Mohammed,
like button.
You heard this guy. So you heard him.
If you code this long, please give it back to us and Topstep. If you code this long, and if you faded, then click the like button still.
Thank you, Jerome. Absolute boss, man. Boss Jerome in the house again. Pin to the top of the chat. Submit those questions in for David Green group coaching. It's a David Green Wednesday. Hour as well. We get those questions
so guys,
in for a
what
group.
we can see,
Go ahead,
sorry
Jerome.
to interrupt. We can see the S&P rejected 42. So it didn't go to 42.75 as I am looking for, but the candle is not closed. And as I am speaking, we have a push up. So I'm going to stop speaking or keep speaking. I don't know. Speaking makes it pump.
Jerome.
So let's keep
Jerome,
speaking.
you like to speak. I know this. I've met you. I've known you for about 40 minutes now. You like to speak. I like to listen. Keep doing this. You're doing great. I really like this. Let's see if we can push here. 20. No, you're doing fantastic.
Come on, S&P, push. Do we know if chat is in long with us or we don't know it? If chat is in long, do we have some likes, by the way? Do we have some likes?
Oh, yes, we're over 1,000. Oh, you just got 400 likes like that. Jerome has the magic touch. Look at that.
And you still got your clothes
that
on.
happens. We'll make a new high. We're pushing higher here in the NASDAQ. Can we make new highs of the day? 20,822. Jerome says, let's go. We're long from house account long from 795. Jerome long from 797. We push here. We got about minutes left here on power players.
Can we break this line? Can we? Okay, I'm break even now. This is a free, risk-free trade, guys.
So are we. Us is break even.
Wonderful.
House of break even.
So if S&P breaks 42.75, we can see huge move up because you have all the stocks or all the people who shorted this market today. That's gonna get popped, and we will have a very, very, very strong move up. And so ACH again, this is if we have a strong break above the lines I have.
This might teleport, Dre.
The next stop, exactly, the next teleportation stop, if we teleport, is 917, 900-ish. But in any case, this is a risk-free trade, right? I mean, I could get out with $400, which is amazing and life-changing for a couple clicks, which is that incredible with this technology. But you have seen the trade. I called it. I called the level. I called the closure of the candle. I said I want to enter between a 5 to 10 points in red candle. I waited for the first minutes. Be patient, be disciplined, follow your plan, and bam, you get rewarded. That's not simple, but you got to follow your plan, guys.
Yes, you do. I love it, Jerome. I absolutely love it. Pushing higher here. Last trade.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, please.
43. We rejected, but we don't have a strong rejection. So in the next 60 seconds, we can have a flip of the 5-minute candle. And if we do, brace yourself, we're going to get up really fast.
I like that. Take a quick reminder in about 10 minutes. Sorry, Jerome, really quick. In 10 minutes, we have a 30-year bond auction. Just everyone stay on high alert for that. 30-year bond auction. Again, this is the first bond auction after the election. Keep an eye on how perhaps that may change the bid to cover the demand for U.S. debt. How will it change after yesterday's election? Again, 10 minutes, 30-year bond auction. All right, let's go back to these markets right now. 20,812, 20,810. Oh, 7
we might get stopped now. But it's okay. I mean, it's a risk-free trade. We might get stopped. You see, the aggressive seller that was waiting and I was telling you about just pushed market sell. But is he done? You know, that's the question we have to ask ourselves. If he's done, it's just a healthy pullback. You know, market has to pull back. Nothing goes straight up or straight down. So if it stops us, it's all good. We can get stopped to a tick, but I won't get frustrated. It was a nice move. I hope some people caught it and got profit from it. But, you know, we broke down the process, the entry, what we were looking for.
Absolutely.
So I'm very, I would rate 9 out of 10 this trade for the execution and the confidence, etc. So the 5-minute candle is not over yet. We have 3 minutes. So as long as we don't get stopped, we're still in. And if we flip, so what is a flip? A flip is or from red to green, for example.
Right.
If this 5-minute candle flips to green, this is a very, very, very bullish sign because we're on the top of the range. We've just had a pullback on the 5-minute time frame on the 7 EMA right here and the 7 EMA right here, which is healthy again in a continuation trend. And another confluence point is the flip. So we don't have the flip yet. It doesn't mean it will happen. We just need one strong seller to get stopped. So anything can happen, but that's the trading game, right? You enter and there's a part of luck as well. I mean, perhaps you entered and there's this guy at the pit who yelled, fire 1,000 lots, and you're in the right direction and you're like, wow, 50 points pumped. And you're like, damn, that's great, you know? So
man, Jerome.
Jerome, I have a question for you. Prior to trading, were you as, say, like, you know, blasé about events happening in your life, or did trading help you become more, you know, anything can happen, sort of like lifestyle or approach?
I like this question.
Thank you for this question. So I specialized in mindfulness therapies, so meditation, breathing programs, and all the stuff related to these disciplines. And therefore, I have, thankfully, and thanks God, a good ability of resilience and being able to manage and go with the flow of my thinking, being, and my emotions. And what's beautiful with trading is that it looked like
Jerome,
I was
5-minute candles flipping.
Yeah, we talk about the flip. We went from red to green, Jerome.
Oh, wow. We have the flip. Wow, we have the flip, guys. So we can have a very, very, very strong push now. This is a very bullish sign, guys. So you see, we had a very strong selling move, but we didn't flinch, did we? We stayed.
No.
There was only this seller that got absorbed. So unless he's still there and ready to fire, brace yourselves.
Brace yourself.
And so yes, trading made me rediscover myself, and I am still in this process. You know, trading is a personal, professional, and financial development journey for me. And you learn to discover yourself, improve yourself, manage business, manage risk, manage budget. Like it's a hell of an activity. Sorry to put it this way, but it's a wonderful activity. And I didn't think it was this type of activity. And you know, these influence traders that give false image of what trading really is. I hate them because they express a wrong image, a wrong idea of what this is really like, and people just want to buy 20 accounts and fire all in and be ready to get some profits. But this can work once, it can work twice. But I doubt in 3 months I still see you at the pit, meaning like imaging, right? So that's what I learned.
You don't own a Lambo. Is that what you're saying?
You don't have a Lamborghini.
I don't own a Lambo, exactly. I don't.
Jerome, an absolute pleasure getting to know you. Eddie, if you're there, let's just do it. Eddie, if you are there, if not, I'll do it. I know we said we're working. Eddie, if you want to do it with Jerome, I think we should do it. Jerome, we don't do this with everybody on Power Players. If we really like you, I'd love to have you back on, perhaps for a power hour, more Power Players. We'll figure that out down the road. But Eddie, let's hit Jerome with the fun question. Go ahead.
The fun question. Jerome, I've got 25 questions here. Give me a number, and I'm going to ask you a question. If you could give us a quick answer, that would be cool.
Wonderful. Number 5, please.
Number 5. Let's go to number 5 here. Number 5 says, what's the most memorable concert or live performance you've ever attended?
Wow, there are so many.
Most memorable live concert performance. Most memorable.
I've not been to a lot of concerts. Sorry to take some time about it, but I would say it was a conference, you know, from a hairstylist called Peter Lamas, an American, and he's a very inspirational individual, and he shared testimonials and story on stage. And I think, until today, it's what I would remember.
Great.
Oh, cool
Man, Jerome.
Thanks, Jerome.
The people loved you. Our viewers,
Thank
the
you
viewer
for
numbers went up. You got the likes up, Jerome. It's been an absolute pleasure. Dolby time. You got to keep us posted. And Jerome, if you're in the chat, please keep us posted on how this trade goes. But we got shoulder tap coming up next. We got Jack and Mick. Who's on shoulder tap today? Come on, get with it. That's right. We got Jack and Ben on shoulder tap. Then we got JD and David Green, of course, pinned to the top of the chat. We got those David Green group coaching questions. Get those in. We got a full day here on Topstep TV. House accounts long. Jerome's long in the NASDAQ. It's in the money right now. Jerome, it's been an absolute pleasure. Please leave us some words of wisdom before we get out of here.
Thank you so much. Again, it's been an honor and a privilege to be invited here. And I would, if we got the 1,000 likes, I would get back here. But you'll let me know about that, right? Just kidding. I will get back if I get invited. Of course, it's been a real pleasure. I'm grateful to God for breathing today and for living another day of life. You know, breathing is an essential tool, and you can lose it at any time, any moment. And so always be grateful for life, and grateful again for this opportunity, for being here today. Without you guys, I couldn't be here. And believe me or not, I learned a lot of stuff at university, but everything in trading, I learned it from you. So if I'm on the board, I like to say I'm a pure product of the program. So keep doing it, keep writing it. And this is a personal message to all the viewers. If you got recognized in my testimonial, in my story today, which I've been through for many other power players that came in this show and helped me, it's a pleasure for me, and it was an opportunity for me to give it back to the community. Don't lose it. Don't surrender. If you need to step back, take a couple months off, as I did. Come back, keep jabbing, but above and beyond all, believe in yourself. That's my last point.
Merci. Jerome, thank you so much. Anyways, we got shoulder tap coming up next. Dolby time. I will see you in Power Hour later today. Keep us posted on this trade. Anyways, shoulder tap coming up next. Let's go, Topstep TV.
Woo!
Many times, the fear is not just a fear of losing, but a fear of feeling like a loser, that we're fearing failure. And so we need to rehearse the mindset that losses are part of the game, there's inherent uncertainty in financial markets, and that our evaluation of ourselves is based on our learning and our growth and our development, not by our absolute P&L at any moment. So again, it's back to the cognitive approach, changing our thinking about success and failure, because if we can learn from quote unquote failure, then it's not so much of a threat.
Hello, my pretties. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack, joined by Ben, who's been a busy risk manager over the last 24 hours. We got the NQ closing in on 500 points to the upside today. S&P up 130. Russell in a different stratosphere, up 5.5%. Ben, how's your last couple hours been?
Yeah, it's been a wild ride to say the least. All things considered, a pretty seems like a pretty smooth transition, a decisive presidential result, and I think the markets reacted very positively from what I can see, at least the equities in particular. So thankful that it went about as smoothly as it could have gone. I think from a market's perspective, and got everything re-enabled, everybody set up, and I could tell, especially when live trading was re-enabled this morning, Jack. It was you could cut it in the air with a butter knife practically. The FOMO and the urge to engage in the move that took place overnight, palpable, and some traders were able to capitalize on it. A lot of traders were blown out their daily loss limit almost right away when live trading re-enabled. So that's something I want to dig into in this segment. FOMO and greed, and letting how that impacts your trading. It was very interesting to see. This is my first presidential election cycle on the risk management side of things. So thankful for the team we have. Everything went off pretty smoothly. We were able to prevent anything crazy from happening in our live accounts. Someone trying to short that move higher or something like that. But trading's enabled, and we've got some P&Ls to run through. Quite a few people have profited lucratively, but the majority, are red, slightly red. There's a lot of people kind of right around that zero mark. But we'll give a quick rundown here. The house account currently positive, slightly up $500 or so. That's given that trade Nick Dolby's been in. And we've got rips down the daily loss limit, bit of a heat check for him. He's been trading very well lately in the live account, which I'm very happy to see. Just want to see him, have those winners be greater than the losses. Loss limit today means, we got to build up from there. But he's doing well overall for sure. Deanna down very slightly red, down $100. Dakota up 1,700 today. I'm happy to see that. He wasn't trading initially. I think settled in and took a good trade, really picked his spot, it seems. And Nick for Tick not trading the live account today. Tua up $26,000 trading in their live account. So that's the big one. The next highest we see at the moment, Dylan S up 6,700. Kastula not far behind him at 6,200. Yusuf up 3,200, which is nice to see. And then one of our most fabled live traders, Susan, up about $900 at the moment. So that is your rundown of the live traders. We talked about Yusuf yesterday, Jack, and happy to see him posting a green day. Want to take that home ultimately. So Yusuf, if you're watching, make sure you remain green, or at a bare minimum, don't let the day go red on you. So that's what we've got in the way of live updates. And before we kick off, we've got a trading card I think that will encapsulate some of what we're going to talk about today, Jack. But just on the topic of FOMO and greed, how that impacts you on a day like today, or other market events you've participated in. What I was curious to pick your brain on. Different events you've seen, or moments that you really felt like FOMO took over, because certainly our traders had FOMO after that move overnight. So
massive FOMO times. I just wanted to give an update real quick. We did hit a profit target. We were flat on Dolby's trade, made 897 on that trade. He said in Slack he wants to let chat know. So chat, y'all know. If you don't know, now you'll know. FOMO is huge. When I was trading the bonds, the FOMO would come less from seeing these huge moves and more from having other people on your P&L monitor. And if someone, you could see their positions and you could see their P&L, and you're looking at the same markets, you have access to the same technology. And if you saw the person next to you make some huge trade, it was very troubling for my psyche, because it's like, why didn't I do that? Like, I don't get the same FOMO when I see like, oh man, if I could just go back in time and buy Nvidia 10 years ago. It's like, I know myself good enough that I would not have held Nvidia for 2000% or something like that. Just not that kind of person.
Right.
But when I see other people with the same opportunities doing a lot, I sometimes think, what's wrong with me? Why can't I do that? And that's where I would lead to some destructive trading habits. So yeah, I try and keep that in check now. Even looking at the markets now, someone points out, yeah, like it is a little bit like seeing the leaderboards. We like to give props to the people that are doing well in the program, but I think you have to, and that's something we do in Shoulder Tap. I think we show both sides, and also you have seen us say some very negative things about some very big P&L day cards. I think you got to avoid FOMO as it pertains to something like luck or something like that. And I'd imagine there's a lot of people today that are jumping in this market where things are whipping around, and an NQ is a big position today. And yeah, just try and evaluate things evenly. Don't get too caught up in it. What about you, Ben? Your FOMO out?
Yeah, I mean, I think they kind of go hand in hand. The fear of missing out, but then greed. People so often talk about that dichotomy of fear and greed as kind of the main driving emotions that can impact you, in a trade or going into a trade, and ultimately the major cure for it. I think there's not a perfect cure or solution, but experience helps with that. Feeling pain as a result of letting those emotions take over. Is part of the progress of being a trader and the progression you have to go through. Ultimately, there's no amount of listening to gurus or coaches or anyone else, until you actually feel it in your core. And it's a very, at the extreme level, I think, for FOMO and greed, you can feel it in your veins. I mean, there's a tension and a pressure there, and a bated breath that really, it doesn't matter if you reach that level of emotionality in a moment in a trade, it's going to be very difficult to profit, even if you have, you're on the right side of a trade and you have a strategy that's strategy. All that stuff kind of goes out the door if you can't, keep your emotions in check. So there's things that you can do. I'm a big fan of breathing exercises. I think that's forcing breath into your lungs is something that can help with those actual, seconds that you are feeling those high levels of emotion. So I wanted to speak to that. The greed side of things. That's something we'll move into in a moment. I've let that take over in my personal trading, Jack. I've shared a number of times that I was able to profit from it. It was stocks and options trading, but had a particularly successful run in 2020 that led to me being able to make the down payment on the house that I'm living in, and I'm grateful to trading for that and that progress. But there was a moment where she's now my fiance. Thankful that she stuck around. But at the time we were just dating, and I remember, practically jumping out of bed saying, in an overnight trade that I put on that was far too large, it had worked out in my favor. I said, I've got the down payment for the house now, and I think it was 2 days after I said, I don't have the down payment anymore. That greed, that chasing that high. We talked about that yesterday with Yusuf. Having a massive day, tens of thousands of dollars, if you're not accustomed to that, really can break your brain to a degree. And I think having that, that experience, the pain on the other side of that peak, really teaches you a lesson. And thankfully, I was able to recover. Market conditions at that time, if you were buying in mid to late 2020, it was hard to miss. So, thankfully, I was able to recover, and everything worked out, and I was able to buy the house that I'm in. But it's a wild ride when you start seeing those moves that you're not accustomed to, particularly with prop. Gives you such a wild opportunity to make that type of money in a given day. So just understand that there's people red and green today, as with any other day. And in that way, it's kind of a normal trading day. So with that, we can move on to our trading card. I think it'll be a good insight into some of these things we're talking about.
Yeah, let's go on over to the card. I have a couple more things to pepper in as we look at it that are beside it. So let's go to the card now. Before we started, I just want to point out too with FOMO is like, I think the thing I'm most guilty of is that the wins never feel as good as the losses. If you've been following my saga for a little bit now, yesterday I pretty much got out of the rest of a specific stock that has performed miraculously this year, and it just like everything I could have hoped for. But I'm still thinking about, I think way more about the dumb sheet that I have done, even if it's losing less money, or I look at, of course, I agree with the decision. I trimmed risk for today. Obviously, it's up more now. That stings a little bit, but that's something I'm working on, is trying not to focus on the negatives as much.
Right.
So
yeah, that's an interesting take, Jack, and I'm pretty sure there's very solid science behind that. That the pain of loss is greater than the pleasure of gain. That's a pretty concrete thing to experience. Cross traders. So definitely, you're not alone in that regard. On the same topic of FOMO and greed, we've got Caleb's card up here. You're going to see a negative average daily P&L. That is not to say that Caleb hasn't made some good trades in this account. There's been some very profitable days. Looking at that trade report, Jack, you're probably going to pick up on, you're going to see it right away. The last 2 days in particular, Caleb has, I don't think it's much of a reach here to say let greed and FOMO completely take over the decision making in this account. So Caleb's a live funded trader with us, trading in the 150K account size, and really I would say has done okay. Was down a degree coming into yesterday, but yesterday at one point was up $12,000 realized and ended up taking almost double the daily loss limit, Jack. So that I can tell you that happens. There's the potential for that happening when you were trading maximum size. So one of the critiques here at the bottom is creating a set of rules for yourself to secure profits along the way. We've talked about setting a personal daily profit target earlier in the week. One of the other things I think that's really important is not keeping your, if you are in a trade that is max size, or you've decided to, trade maximum size for a particular setup, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. Doing it all the time is going to blow your account up, but you got to swing big for, the fat pitches, as they say. However, once you get up, $12,000 in a live account, as an example, you have to start, understanding where you're at, and you can't. We talked about yesterday allowing that loss limit to now balloon to, okay, I've got $17,000 of drawdown, as an example. Creating rules like I'm going to size down, I'm going to cut my size by 2/3 once I'm past $10,000, or whatever that number is for you, right? So that you're not in a position where all of a sudden $10,000 of profit evaporated on a day like today. If you were shorting the NASDAQ with 15 contracts at particular moments, you could have zapped $10,000 in a matter of seconds. So it's important to recognize that and manage your account between yesterday's $12,000 realized high, Jack, and then taking the daily loss limit. And today, Caleb was up unrealized about $20,000 at one point in his trade, to give all of that back and then take the loss limit again today. Forking over about $40,000 from P&L highs pretty conservatively to the low and taking those loss limits is really brutal. Again, psychologically, I think that there's, given what we've seen from the trading report in prior days, I don't know if it's anticipation, but you can kind of see a difference in the the trading behavior from just a P&L high and like what he actually took home perspective. Now, there have been other days where he was up and ended up taking the loss limit, but other days where he comfortably took home $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, and so it's just a learning opportunity more than anything, because this account still has excellent account balance. It's difficult to shake off those types of losses after you've given them back, as I'm sure you know, Jack. But whatever you've got to do to kind of mentally and emotionally reset yourself so that you can go forward, there's going to be more opportunity in these markets. There's going to be more opportunity tomorrow. There's going to be more opportunity, next week. So just be patient and forgive yourself. Give yourself a little bit of grace so that you can get back on the horse and trade positively, like we've seen Caleb is able to do. So it's pretty tough seeing those U-turns between yesterday and today in this account, Jack. But wanted to share, it's important that we talk about the losses just as much as the gains, like you mentioned earlier. So this is one of those examples of a pretty tough 2-day streak. What do you see on this trading card or from the trade reports that stick out to you?
You said he was up unrealized 20 grand today?
Yes, right around that mark.
And then where's he at now? Was it DLL?
Closed at the DLL. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. I mean, Caleb, that's a stressful way to live and trade. I don't know what your circumstances are. Been on a heck of a cold streak with that. I think it depends on what your goals are. I don't recommend it every day. Something like yesterday or today could be a conviction day where you feel strongly about something and you're going 100K or DLL. Elections come once every 4 years. I'll let that go. But you can't do that every day. And I think what's confusing sometimes with a lot of the cards we see that kind of bounce back and forth, DLL, and then big days that kind of subsidize it, is I'm always curious what their targets actually are. Like where do you stop kind of doubling down? Is there a number, or is it just some abstract like the more thing from Wall Street 2, money never sleeps? But we have 18 days here. The most that he's ended the day with is $18,000. So I would think that like 20 is pretty big. I think especially if you're up something like 12 grand, just you can still be risk seeking without being reckless, right? If I were up 20 grand, I'd probably want to go home with 15, let's say, given that I have a 3K daily limit or whatever. You might have that number be 10. Hell, you might have that number be 5 or 0, but I would strongly encourage that it is not the DLL the other way, let alone incurring slippage on it and losing $5,800 like he did yesterday.
Yeah, that was tough to see, and I think oftentimes it's because you're right, up unrealized $20,000. But today it is a special day in the market in that it is in the aftermath of the election. There was such a sharp move higher in the overnight session, and that can, I think, get you to deviate from reason pretty significantly. So one cure, and I hope Caleb is listening. It'd be great if he is. But just more broadly, the more there's a particular market event or maybe a level coming up that's incredibly important, on your chart, the more, if you have starting to see big dollar signs, right? You've got like the cartoon dollar sign, glasses on. The more you can overplan and really draw out if-then scenarios for what you expect to happen around that price level or around that news event, that will help keep you grounded before you step up to the actual play. Because if you're trying to figure out what you're going to do or where you're going to get out when you're actually getting the pitch thrown at you, it's really a little bit too late. And it's not really a great analogy because of baseball is what it is, but there's preparation that goes into it, right? There's scouting. There is real professional work that goes into strategically putting on a $50,000 day, right? There's getting lucky and making 50 grand. And then there is pre-planning, scaling into a size position that's larger than normal and having that work out in your favor. Or just as important, not getting blown out on the other side if your idea is wrong. You have to plan for the downside while giving yourself room for the upside, and planning in a very structured, preemptive way. That trade will help keep you grounded by the time it's ready to pull the trigger. So just a quick piece there for future large news events and price levels and everything else.
I'll say one last thing here that goes in tandem with our next segment, which is group coaching with David Green. So be sure to get your questions submitted for that form right there in the chat. We get a lot of questions in group coaching, a lot of questions in general. When do I trail my stop? Do you trail stops? And people seem to have a real problem with that. The problems with that tend to come from people doing it way too quickly. And some people like Hoag will say, well, I never trail my stop. Sure, but Hoag's going for a defined 2-to-1. I would argue that at some point, if you're kind of going for an endless trade, which is fine, it's completely, like we talk about runner stuff like that, there has to be a point at which you start trailing somewhat. You shouldn't let, imagining a position that goes to $20,000 in unrealized profits.
Right.
That's way in your favor. There's got to be another level. There's got to be another level that's going to get you out for some of that would invalidate it. Like, what is the point? Like, you shouldn't let something go way in your favor, like 4-to-1, 5-to-1, 6-to-1, and then watch it come all the way back to where you were. Like, it's a new trade at that point. It's a new trend.
Yeah, it is. And, there's a million different ways you can go about it. Part of that is just taking accountability and doing your research, Jack. But there's indicator. You can let the indicator do the work for you, right? You could use a super trend indicator or something that's ATR based that says, I'm going to have my stop trail in, or just a plain old moving average. There's a million different ways to do it. But using an indicator, something like that, writing out, I'm going to let my remaining quarter or third of the position run and have this, get stopped out whenever blank happens. Writing it out and then forcing yourself to be disciplined enough to execute on that can help capture more of the move without, feeling like, operating on a feeling, which when you've got max size in the NQ, your feelings can turn wrong in a matter of seconds. So
they sure can.
Something to keep in mind.
All right, well, we're just about out of time here. Ben, thank you very much for sharing this together today. Hope you guys are all doing well out there. Stay safe. And you can stay safe with David Green next. JD and David Green are doing group coaching. It's going to be a blast. Y'all should stick around. We're going to take a quick break and be back right after that. See you then.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Thanks for sticking around. It's that time of day again. It's my favorite time of day. It's group coaching time. This is the time where we take your questions from the chat and we answer them live here on TopstepTV. We've got David Green with us from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. David, what is happening today? How's it going?
Always a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me, JD. What is
Always
going? Everything's going.
Everything's going. We got a lot of movement in the markets today. You've been up trading all day, all night.
Yeah, we were up pretty late last night until basically it was called. And then early this morning, look, let's just, I don't get into politics. I never talk politics. This is good for our 401ks. So as far as I'm concerned, everything is good. I'm making all-time highs in most indices. Even the NASDAQ made an all-time high today. So good to go, man. A lot of volatility this morning.
Yeah, I see the green bar on your account up there. You want to walk us through one of the trades you took last night or earlier today? Where were you guys? Where were you seeing?
Yeah, let me see. Let me get my. Get rid of this for a minute. Let me get my other chart. Can we see my other chart up there?
Yep, we got
Same thing. The ESs. All right, perfect. Good. So kind of we're looking at the NQs today, and we did do a lot of trading. We had a few good trades last night. You know, one of my favorites is when the RSI gets really extended to the upside. We look for this reversal bar. So that was one of the first trades that we got this morning that worked out well. And then here, and again, guys, I have no problem sharing all my technicals, right? We use a 9 EMA, a 15, 30, a 65, and a 200. But we went down to about 120 points at about 11 o'clock this morning. We exactly hit our 65 EMA, only got below it by like 10 points and had a nice 50, 60, 70 point rally from there. So this was basically the only trade we had, the nice trade we had today. A little short here, a little long here. And now, since about 12:30, what do we call this, guys? We've just been in a really nice uptrend. Every little pullback that we had has been a buying opportunity. I'll be looking over the course of the next couple of days for a little longer term things. If we get an extension from here, for a little longer term things to get a little bit on the short side, maybe. There was some, if you were a Trump supporter and you thought he was going to win, there were some obvious Trump plays, right? Tesla was an obvious Trump play. Oil initially went down, which was good. Look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin, and Trump's a big Bitcoin guy. Everybody knows that, right? All-time highs got to 76,000 today. So anything that was Trump related, if you were so inclined and you thought he was going to win, you got paid off today. Tesla is up $30. Coinbase is up like 25% in one day. There's Coinbase up $35. So we'll see if this continues or not. It's just
someone just mentioned in chat that Dogecoin was up pretty big. I did catch that article last night about Dogecoin. Also, it was up like 20%.
That's because it's related. It's related to Elon.
Elon, yeah.
Right. Yeah. So a couple of good trades, couple of good setups, and now we're just trending. We've been trending for the afternoon. I got some bids out lower if we can get a decent pullback in the ESs. I got a bid out down on our 65 EMA about 34. If we can get a decent pullback. Could be a very interesting power hour today, that's for sure, because I think there's going to be a lot of action in the last hour of the day. Whether they keep running them up or we get some kind of pullback, we'll see. But it should be interesting.
Just a heads up, everybody, David Green is going to be here for Power Hour today. He'll be joined by Coach Dakota, so make sure you stick around for Power Hour later this afternoon.
Yeah, today was also I'm sorry, JD.
No, go ahead. Today was a what?
It was also a day just to be very patient. If you got caught on the wrong side of some of these moves, especially if you're trading the, the NASDAQs, the NQs, there was a lot of opportunity to get blown out of the water today if you got caught in, shorting this up move or buying the down move. I've said since last, basically Thursday, and we got the Fed tomorrow too. So that's going to really affect where we are right now. It could add to the rally. We could turn around from this rally tomorrow. So, but I've been saying for the last few days, everybody, just be patient, be disciplined, wait for either a nice trend trade setup or something that moves really far. And you don't have to be involved in every single trade. It was a time to just be patient, cut your size a little bit, and try to catch the outside moves.
Well said. Thank you. All right. we were talking about your EMAs just a minute ago, and it just so happens we got a good question about your EMA strategy from our Snow. Our Snow wants to know when you're trading those EMAs after a crossover, is it better to get in on the crossover or on the retest? Sometimes the only retest I see is there's.
Yeah,
Yeah. Go ahead.
There might not be a retest, especially when we have momentum like it's going on right now. So if you do see a crossover, like right here about 11 o'clock, right? We had basically, 3 moving averages here. When you see a crossover like that, usually it could be a momentum trade on the upside. And, cross over all this stuff, you got a quick 30 points out of it. Then we just pull back to a support level. Sometimes you get a retest, sometimes you don't, I like to grab some of these momentum trades when they first start happening. If we go back here earlier in the day, early in the day, 9:30, we had all this price action here. We're above all of our EMAs. And then when we got above this price action right here, above this green bar, we were off to the races for 150 points. So you're not necessarily going to get a retrace when you get the EMA crossovers. And I like to be on, if they're all crossing on the way up, I want to be long. If they're all crossing on the way down, I want to be short.
Sounds good. Snow, I hope that answers your question. He also went on to say sometimes the only retest I see if the very next candle, and then it can be almost an hour or longer before it tests again. So the trend is already well on the way. But yep, you answered that part. So thank you, Mr. Green. Thanks for the question, Snow. Next up from Sherry. Sherry wants to know, how do you look at volume? I see you've got those volume bars down at the bottom of the screen. Are you taking those into account when you're seeing a good setup? Is volume part of the strategy?
It is for a particular setup. If I'm looking for a momentum trade like we were just talking about, look at the biggest volume bars of the day were on this downside, right? And that was early this morning. So if I see big volume coming in, and look, you want to talk about crossover again, right? Here we got below all the moving averages, and we went down 150 points from there. So if I'm looking for a breakout or momentum trade, absolutely has to have volume in order for that to have any follow through. Now look, we have no volume. So the kind of trade I'll look for now in a no volume market is a trend trade. If we pull back to our trend lines and we hold these trends, then chances are we're going to bounce off the trend lines on the downside and just continue up for the rest of the day. So yeah, if I'm looking for a momentum trade, you need to have volume. Absolutely, 100%. For most of my other setups, I'm okay with it not being extreme volume. It's one of my trading setups. I'm going to do it every time it sets up.
Yeah, that's a great explanation. I look at volume also. I have volume bars set up on my chart. It's almost the same way that you do. And I look for sort of market changes at those volume extremes, extreme highs and extreme lows.
Exactly right.
So it's just, just a normal thing to look at. And there's
a
plenty
lot of times, JD, when we see, a giant volume bar on the way up, it's like an exhaustion. That's exactly what happened here. This is probably an 80 or 90 point move. We had the big volume up here, and when you get this little reversal candle here, that's telling us that it's exhausting, and we're probably going to get a nice pullback from there. So yeah, it's important for certain trading setups.
We have some good articles on volume, open interest, stuff like that, right on our website, Topstep.com. Also, you can go to the CME Group website. They have great educational content. If you're interested in learning more about volume, open interest, there's easy access to it.
Some people only trade on volume bars. There's a million ways to skin this cat, guys and girls. There's no question about that. But you're all in the right spot being here at Topstep. There's no question about that.
For sure. All right, next up, we got a question from Matt. This is directed directly to you. Good evening, Mr. Green, says Matt. I've come to a bit of a revelation in my trading. I've been funded over 7 times now, and I've made lots of money, and in the end, always been kicked out of my accounts. I've come to the conclusion that I need to focus on small, compounded gains over time instead of big, home run hitting trades. For example, today I'm up 10% on my account, about $250. Before, I used to look at this as nothing, but it is a big gain. Am I correct in changing my approach to trading this way? Am I correct in being okay with a 3% compounded gain daily of instead of passing 2 combines for 150% games?
Yeah, you're actually answering your own question. I mean, you did answer your own question. And if you're doing something that wasn't working for you, and don't get caught up in these big numbers, right? I have been a singles and doubles hitter my entire life, even when I worked on the floor in the New York Stock Exchange, and we're dealing with millions and millions and millions of dollars and trading stocks back and forth all day long. Just give me my singles and doubles; it adds up. A lot of people think that they have to be in a hurry and they got to make a lot of money right away. Absolutely not. What you should do now is that you've got things back under control. Okay, add a little bit of size to it. Right? Don't change anything that you're doing. If you're doing one contract and you're making $250 a day and it's working for you and you're following the same system that you're doing, then go to 2 contracts. That's how you make a little bit more money. Go to 3 contracts, but don't change anything you're doing. See, I don't care if I'm doing 1 contract or if I'm doing 100 contracts. It's not going to change what I do once I get into the trade. I'm going to have my same stop orders and I'm going to have my same profit targets. I'm going to take profits as it goes in my direction. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. So you can get to a little bigger numbers by simply increasing your size a little bit. But yeah, you answered your own question. If you're doing something that's not working for you and you switch and you find something that is working for you, sometimes when we see those bigger numbers up there, it just causes us to do things that we shouldn't be doing. So you nailed it on the head. Just go nice and slow. Take it easy. Don't compare yourself to anybody else or what anybody else is doing, right? I've been doing this for 40 years, and for 40 years I've been hitting singles and doubles, and it works out okay in the long run. Trust me.
Guys, I hate to bring it up again, but Jack talks about Susan every day during the shoulder tap. Had that one big $42,000 winning day and has done nothing but hit the DLL ever since then. Going for the big home run every day, gave back half of that money, still not eligible for a payout. Even after being up a significant amount, coming back to hit that DLL.
Yeah, most times when you see somebody who is hitting these big numbers, they're hitting big losing numbers too. So, go at your own pace. Don't listen to anybody else and just do your own thing. That's all. I'm not saying don't listen to anybody else as far as learning is. What I'm saying is $200 is a good day. $250 is a good day. Increase your size as time goes by, and the $250 will turn into $350 or $400. That's all. That's what I'm saying.
Jack is actually in the chat and says there was one other winning day that I missed. So I must give credit where credit is due to Susan. 2 winning days and the rest daily loss limit. And then Dead Cat Bounce follows up with, "Don't Susan me, bro. I'm not here to sue you, bro. Don't worry." All right. We got another question about price action from Shashaboo. Yep. Curious about liquidity sweeps. Who makes these market operations? Who's sweeping the liquidity? What is the purpose other than to make money? And why do these quick large spikes happen and then return right back to the price where it started at? Who's doing it? Why do they do it? What's the purpose?
Yes.
Well, the purpose is to get you out of your trade. Yeah.
That's exactly right. That's what the purpose is. The purpose is, when you see this happening, is to scare you out of anything that you're in, right?
Yep.
So I don't mind that stuff happening, but even when it does, I mean, look at the ESs now, right? We just blasted through the double top. We're making all-time highs again. I'm not getting involved until I have a technical level anyway. And if a liquidity sweep up or down takes me to that level, I'm fine. I'm fine, because I know when you see those things happen, usually you're going to see a reversal off that. Usually.
Yep.
So it's not something that I even think about. If something sets up for me technically, I'm going to do it. Period.
Yep. You got to be looking at the time of day and the volatility when those things happen too. There are such things as predator algos that exist in the futures markets, and they're specifically designed to hunt retail stops in the markets. So when it's slow and you see volume is low and liquidity is low, or volatility is low, I should say, you're going to see these slow grinds higher for no reason. We're almost seeing it right now. It kind of looks like
we are seeing it right now, 100%.
And all this is doing is looking for those liquidity pools to swipe out and then make a move back, so to make a quick profit off of real quick. And that's what these predator algos do. That's what they're designed to do. Big banks, like, just going to shout out Goldman Sachs, for instance. They pay the smartest people in the world the largest salaries on the planet to do nothing but separate people like us from our money. That is it.
No question.
That's all they're paid to do. And they do it via the futures markets for the most part. Not for the most part,
100%.
but it's one of the tools that they use. So retail traders are just we're feed for the big guys. That's it. We're the feeder cattle here.
No question.
So
I think a little bit of what we're seeing now in the markets also is, and it might continue tomorrow, but some of the people who were short for whatever reason, when we see markets doing what they're doing right now, like we have no pullback, we're back at the highs. Some of the people who are short this market are getting punished right now, and they have to. They're starting to say this market's not pulling back at all. I got to cover some of my shorts here, and that's what's happening. So I look for exhaustion off that to get in on the short side. We'll see. Yeah, we're looking at the ESs right now, right? So I have a nice pivot. I will definitely be shorting there. We'll be 20 points above the moving average trade. And as it sits right now, I still would like to buy a pullback if we can get one down to, at least our 30 EMA, down around the, whatever it is, 46 level. I would get in for the rest of the day if we can pull back to that.
Awesome.
But we're here for questions.
Good plan. Yeah. Dan Evans in the chat says those liquidity sweeps, those are combine XFA account killers. Well, if you're trading in the live market, you got killed in that also. So it kills everybody. But don't worry, the Goldman interns are not looking for your sim stops. You're putting your same stops at places where retail traders and live accounts are putting their stops also. Those are very
that's exactly right.
Yeah. Those are very psychological levels where people are putting their stops at. So
yeah, usually
don't feel bad.
Big whole numbers or something is where you usually see a lot of that activity.
All right, thanks for the question, Sheshabu. Next up, we got Scrooge's Folly. Scrooge's Folly says, "Hi, David. With the variety of EMAs you use, you look for something different to happen with each one to give you different trade ideas? Each one has a special purpose." Yep.
That's right.
I see you shaking your head.
Yeah,
Let's hear it.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I look for a few different kinds of trading setups. I look for a trend trade. Then I look for what I call a regular moving average trade. Then I have a far from moving average trade, a momentum trade. So my moving averages serve different purposes, right? So we're looking at the ESs right now. Obviously, we are in a beautiful uptrend. We have been for 2 hours now. Beautiful uptrend. So when I see uptrends, I want to buy a pullback to my 9 and my 15 EMA. They are the weakest of my moving averages, but they will only work when stocks are in a trend. The theory behind this is, and if we look back here, when it pulls back to my 9 EMA, I want to start buying a little bit. And if it gets to my 15 EMA, I want to get into my full trade. So here, when we pull back to our 9 EMA, that was around 59.36. So I'm in a trend trade now. When I get into a trend trade using my 9 and 15 EMA, I am always going to hold part of that trade until the trend breaks. And this trend is not broken until we get below the 15 EMA by a little bit. So, 36 was your entry. We're up to, where are we? 55 now. So when I get into a trend trade, I'll take little profits along the way, but I'm not getting out of the entire trend trade until my technical tells me to get out of it. And that's why, and it doesn't happen very often in the futures, but don't be scared of making money when you get into a trend trade. Right? So this is up 19 points from where we were. 19 points on one contract. What is that? $1,000 in the ESs? And there was no time at all that this was even thinking about going against you. Now, when we break the trends, that's when I'll look for my other EMAs, my 30 EMA, my 65 EMA, and my 200 EMA. So if this trend is broken, my first support level would be around 40. Now, did it move far enough to get there? I usually like a 10-point move before it hits one of my regular moving averages. I would probably get in here. I would definitely get in on my 65 EMA. And 200 EMA is always the strongest moving average, because if you look, guys, the further we move to hit one of our levels, the better the odds of that trade working. Now, this late in the day, it's like 2 o'clock now. I don't know if I trust trend trades anymore because of how high the market's been. So I'd be waiting for one of my regular moving averages down, around the 40 level is where I would get in. That would be down 15 points. Matter of fact, we don't have to put an order out now, but that's where I'd be looking. Technically, we're hitting our 9 EMA now. Let's see if we bounce from here. Then we got our 15 EMA. So we made a high of 55 and we just went to 49. So let's see if it holds a 9 EMA. That would be a regular trend trade. So yeah, the short answer is I use my different moving averages for different trading setups. And the further something moves to get to one of our support levels, the better the odds will be of that trade working.
Excellent explanation. Hey, David, I want to check in with a trader in the chat who I think we struck a nerve with. I don't know if you're looking at the chat, but Chris Bove in the chat says, something about this really, really got to me. I can't even say how mad I am right now that I really never knew how rigged this is, but I must just be next level really, really, really unlucky. Here's the thing, Chris. I want to tell you something straight up. There is no other industry on the planet where you could walk in as a beginner and going on day one against the biggest, smartest people on the planet. There is no other industry where on day one, your main competition are people who've been doing this for a lot longer than you, know a lot more than you, have institutional money behind them, designed to take money away from you. It's just, it's an animal that nobody really expects to deal with when they enter the business. But David, you as a professional that's been doing this for 40 years, how can we put Chris back to normal, thinking about how he looks at the markets?
You got to put that out of your mind. I mean, you just have to. Look, first of all, everybody thinks there's a winner and loser on every single trade that you do. There isn't, okay? When people are selling something, they could be long it from a lot lower price. When they're buying something, they could be short it from a much higher price. So that doesn't necessarily have to be a winner and loser on every single trade that you do. Just get it out of your mind that the market is against you. I mean, the bottom line is, even if I felt like the market was against me, I journal every single trade that I do. I've been doing it for a long, long time. I know based on my technical analysis that I make on. Now, if I'm just executing the trades properly, I mean proper trade management once you get in a trade. If I have a losing trade, get out of it, okay? I know over a long period of time that we make money. That's the bottom line. So you have to find some kind of system. If you're not using one, find some kind of system that works for you. Stick with that system. And don't ever feel like the market's against you. I mean, it's a tough question because people will say to me a lot of the times also, Dave, sometimes I get into the good trades, the bad trades that we post, and I miss the good trades that we post. Well, in order for your hit rate to be accurate, you have to do every single trade that sets up. You can't skip trades. And you got to do every single trade that sets up to get an accurate hit rate. So don't be scared. Don't be afraid of market makers or anything else.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the futures. We have KV, you know who he is, our patience expert, John Doherty. And today joining us from KV's suggestion is Hervé. Hervé, what's up?
Hello, guys. Doing good.
In case you want to know about Hervé, this is one of the more impressive bios that I have read. I understand that you used to race cars and motorcycles and all that.
Well, race cars for sure. It was entry level open wheel racing, and that was back in Belgium in my 20s. So that was a while back, but
wow, that's impressive. That's something I'd love to hear more about. Everybody's got an XFA going with us, and we're joined by John, who was just there. What happened with David back there for everyone?
So for anybody that's not familiar with how our production system works here, we have a virtual green room in the back, and there's only enough room for a certain amount of people. There's a finite number of seats available in our virtual green room. And if you're sitting in a seat and someone else logs in to the seat that you're in, you automatically get booted out, the new person. And I was working their production box, and all of a sudden I didn't hear David Green anymore. So I started talking. And my first assumption was that David got booted from the green room, when in fact what happened was I got booted. I was removed from the green room. I thought David had been knocked out, but it was me who was knocked out. So I continued running the production software and talking. Nobody could hear me. I sat here talking to myself for 3 minutes, running the production software. I ended the segment, and then I looked at chat, and everyone said, "What the hell's going on here? Why'd you cut David off?" I had no idea that you could still hear David talking. That is what happened on the back end there.
There you go. There's a little behind the scenes, more tales from the green room. If you want to see that, we're gonna open up the house account, look for some trades real soon with KV and Hervé. But before we do that, the likes are light. We just had an election. Lots of people voted. You voted, throw us a like. If you didn't vote, throw us a like. Do your civic duty. Get us more viewers so we can get a bigger green room and keep JD from talking to himself. So like, subscribe, all that jazz. And with that, let's check out the charts and see what KV and Hervé are looking at here.
Mm-hmm. And just for those who are curious, David Green will be back for Power Hour. So we're going to have him finish his final sentences at the beginning of Power Hour for you. Sorry about that, folks.
Key to life. Okay, house account is flat. We're up 897 on the day. I was telling the guys before, we were a little tight on the stop on that long during fast markets. That would have really been, well, we could have taken that as long as we wanted to. Hervé, KV, do either of you have positions on now, or are you flat?
I am flat.
Yeah, I'm currently flat here. Very close to the all-time highs though on the Nasdaq. So we have slowed down in volatility a little bit from the opening. The opening was insane, obviously post-election, so it makes sense. But even if you look at the volatility, just candlestick-wise, right, you can see that the candlesticks have been getting much slower, smaller, tighter, right? So risk not as high as in the morning, but still prices are moving. The uptrend is there. I would prefer a long if we have a decent pullback. Picking up a top, maybe not the best thing to do today, but not saying the shorts won't work. It's just not the best scenario for a risk management situation. So if we get a probable long, we might test that because we do still have room to the all-time high and we're not extended. I feel like we could at least go to the all-time high, which is 916.75 on the continuous contract here on the NASDAQ.
All right, we're getting within striking distance of that. And Hervé, you're flat right now. Have you put on any trades today?
Yes, I have. I'm up $254 for the day.
Beautiful.
One combined.
That's a day.
I did not trade my XFA today. I just I was a little concerned about the high volatility, the very fast move in the morning. But I caught some of it, and it was pretty good.
Well, if there's a day to do it, this would be the day. I see you're trading the MNQ. This is a good day for micros, a good day for combines, a good day for being patient. So we'll see what happens here.
I mean, that was the biggest reason why I wanted to bring Hervé on the session today as well. I review a lot of trading journals and like a lot, hundreds and hundreds a month. When I saw Hervé's performance in October, I mean, just phenomenal. 0 losing days the whole month. Being selective with his days as well. Some days he took 0 trades, right? Because if there's no setup, there's no setup, right? There's nothing to take. And I believe he also did take his first payout ever in October as well. So just beautiful, right? Being patient, waiting for those right setups, right?
How did you guys meet? Was it through journal sharing or online or what?
So basically, we have announced this in a couple of sessions as well on TopstepTV. But in September, we decided to do a business shift, like in our company. And I was like, okay, how about I just open up my trading community and my trading course completely for free? And that's where we launched Get Funded University, right? Hervé literally joined on the first day, like literally on the first day. He's been with us since the start. That's where we met. And we do offer like one-on-one sessions completely for free as well to the members as well when they first start with us. And that's how we, start looking at those journals, start seeing their performance and, see if we can help them in any way possible, right? But again, I've looked at, like just last month, probably looked at over 200 journals, which is insane. But I've seen a lot of numbers. And again, Hervé's definitely stood out. Again, October wasn't an easy month whatsoever. A lot of volatility, a lot of ups and downs. uncertainty going into the elections as well. So it's definitely not an easy month to have a full clean sheet, especially trading the Nasdaq, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Hervé, how did you find KV again? Did you find KV? Said you
saw
joined on the
KV
very first day.
on Topstep. I saw KV on TopstepTV,
That's what I
and
thought.
then he gave a link, I think, and I signed up to have some rapport, and then I got the invitation on September 8th, and I jumped on it.
That's awesome. Perfect timing, right?
Perfect.
What
timing.
format are you getting? What format are you getting all these journals in, KV? Are people just sending you snapshots, or are you getting?
It's a mix, right? It's a mix. Like for example, Hervé, right? Topstep X, right? Most of them are Topstep X, right? Some people do it on their own track sheets. We provide them with some track sheets as well, like on an Excel spreadsheet. If people don't have Topstep X, but if people do have Topstep X, obviously it's easier. It's easier to see the data as well because all the numbers are there. So they don't have to do anything manually, which I feel like the hardest part of a journaling process is just starting, like actually starting to put those numbers in. I feel like most people struggle to do that and then never end up even journaling whatsoever. So Topstep does that first process for them. So I believe should be a lot easier to do the second part of this.
Yeah, it's a hard muscle to keep trained right there with the journaling. While we're talking there, we went through another day high in the NQ. We are looking for a little pullback before we run to the all-time highs, which I believe KV said was up around 916, something like that.
1975, yeah, 1916.75, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's close. I mean, it's definitely realistic, right? We're about 880 up there, 20, like 40 points, almost 40 points away. It's very realistic on this volatility today.
You see that in the continuous contract chart? I'm looking at the all-time December contract high. December contract made a high at 21,214.50, which is about 350 points away right now.
We've lost some of the premium here and that. I'm trying to pull up if I have the NASDAQ spot. I'm usually an ES guy. Let me see what I can pull up here.
While you're looking for that, I drew a megaphone pattern during the opening call this morning. We just cracked through the upper trend line of that chart pattern. Took out last week's high, which was 2788, and we're breaking out above that megaphone pattern. So we could see some solid follow through to the upside here. Who's looking to take along?
Sounds like everybody.
What's the tilt? Yeah, 56.
Looking at tilt, 56%
yeah, interesting
long.
On the tilt. It is divergent between ES and the Nasdaq. There's more longs than the Nasdaq, more shorts on the S&P. Still close to the 50% range though, so not very tilty, right?
Not very tilty at all.
That being said, we are already through. I'm looking at the NDX, as someone pointed out, the high in the NASDAQ. I'm looking at the spot market right now was Wednesday, July 10th or thereabouts. But we're already through the all-time high in the spot market of the NASDAQ, if I'm reading this right. So where we're going, there are no roads. Good for this segment. JD will be in control of the house account.
House account is open.
Yeah.
For business. What kind of pullback would you guys be looking for to try and get long here? Any levels?
I would take a shot around. It's not my call.
You can go, JD.
No, please go ahead. I just realized my place. It's for you to go first.
No, so the closest zone I have is going to be 846. Okay. That's where the last bounce happened at 1:53 New York time. That's the closest zone we have right now. We have a key level as well as an anchored view up from the latest trend there. So 846, if we can get some buyers there, we might potentially test the longs again. It is not too far away either.
Yep. And I have the upper trend line of that megaphone pattern that I just showed you from the daily chart. Looking at a 3-minute chart now, that blue line lines up nicely. There's some nice confluence there that comes in right around 20,840. So 46 to 40 zone. Hervé, what do you think? Does that look like a good dip to buy?
I like this 850 region for a pullback and see what happened at that point. Or maybe,
all right.
Let me see here on the 5 minutes.
Sounds like we're all looking at the same zone. Maybe we could scale in a bid, 50, 45, and 40. What do you guys think?
I like it.
All right, working it.
Uh,
We'll talk about risk in just a second.
If you go to 40, I would go a little bit lower. I see a high earlier in the day at 8:30 in the morning at about 8:20, 8:21.
Yeah.
It may want to retest that level. That's it. But it's quite a ways. I mean, that's like, 50, 60 points away from where we're at right now.
But the way the price is looking right now, it doesn't even want to come back to the 50s.
It might not. We're working. Yeah.
That's what we're thinking here is that, like, hey, the trend is higher. We can get in relatively cheap looking for it to just keep blowing off. If it starts selling off big, then that's a whole different trade.
Yeah, and all we're really doing right now is just playing the lower end of this sort of 3-minute range right here. This is all that we're playing. We're playing the lower end of that. And we're going to have a stop, tight risk, just below 30. So our last long entry will be 40, and our exit will be a 38 half stop for 3. Does that sound right to everybody?
What was the stop again, JD?
38 half? Or should it be should we give it a little more room than that? Not 38, 28 half. 28 half.
28 half, yes, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, because the 38 half was a little bit too tight.
Yeah, a little too tight.
28 half makes more sense. Yep.
Yeah, that's good to me too.
It's also below that 122 low, which is good.
Correct. Likely to see some liquidity squeeze below there, so get in before that happens, or get out before that happens. So we're trading at the top end of this little purple box. I drew a purple box, Jack.
I love purple box.
I know you love purple box. There is our little purple box.
What's the reasoning behind purple, JD? Why not blue?
I don't know. It's just the
default color.
The default color on the platform.
The default color, and it's the only indicator that you need.
You like blue? I could go to blue. It's a blue box.
I mean, it's all look. Trading is all about preference. That's what I tell a lot of people as well. Everyone asks, "What's the best indicator? What's the best this? What's the best that?" I mean, what works for you, right? Like, what are you comfortable with, right? We have David on the previous session. David loves moving averages, right? Here in this session, we use mainly supply and demand VWAP, right? Other sessions, people might use something else like POP charts and volume profiles. So, what works for you? Find your style and stick to it. That's really it.
Right.
Good call.
Looks like we're starting to pull back here a little bit.
Just a little bit.
It would be sad if it actually doesn't go to the all-time high post-election. I thought the move would be a little bit more aggressive today, but maybe the pre-market move was all he had.
Yeah, there's been some vicious moves today in NQ land. Big pump and short off the open, and then the M formation, as Michael will call it. But we've been grinding higher and higher and higher since about 10 a.m. this morning, Chicago time.
That's right, yeah.
That trade has not been wrong since then. Will we find the time it doesn't work? You'll have to keep watching. And as I said, keep liking, keep subscribing. The green room's too crowded. All right, JD, you're on box watch.
I'm on box watch.
Okay, keep watching that box, JD.
I did scale out to a daily chart. I just want to look at the daily volume. we are getting a nice increase. I mentioned I filled in for Hoag on the opening call this morning. If any of you Builder Ballers were watching, I talked about the potential for a blow off top when you see a huge spike in price, followed the very next day by a huge drop in price. But the next day, the drop in price volume has to be a lot higher than the previous day's spike volume. But we are seeing that increasing volume on this big green candle right now. So the blow off top will have to be a significant move tomorrow to, I would say.
It's also, I mean, right now with the
Certify
way
that, yeah.
the uptrend has been holding since 10 a.m., right?
Mhm.
It's just about getting that good trade location, right? Because there's so many times you could have bought, well, at that time the top, and you get caught on one of those steep pullbacks, and you're out even before the trend starts going your direction again. And we're close again. We are at the highs again right now, so that's why pullback is a little bit better, a little bit cheaper, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about buying breakouts to the upside?
I don't like
I
it.
know volatility's been dying, volume's kind of shortened.
Yeah, that's what makes me nervous about all of that. That and the sturdy gentleman in chat, who I don't want to mess with, suggests that he would sell if he was me in the house account. That's being taken under consideration.
Being the time of day it is, and buying all-time high is a big no-no for me. I'll tell you that. It may work, huh? It may work, but it's. I need to see some kind of a pullback, and before I commit to an all-time high, especially at this time of day. It's late in the day already, kind of.
You can see people.
I expect a pullback in these, pretty close to. I mean, after lunch hour. What is it? No, it's 2:00 in New York. There's 2 hours left in the day. I think we'll see a pullback, and it could be pretty steep before shooting back up. And
It certainly could be. And I think the trouble is a little bit of the time of the day where two things are guaranteed to happen. If there's a sell-off, is I want to wait till closer to the close to sell it. And if that's the case, it'll happen before then. But so be it. Every time we're popping new session highs here, there's a flurry of stop and maybe people trying to go with it activity. It's kind of fun to watch in the dome.
Oh, you mean the ladder? Just joking.
Don't dome ladder me. Don't do it in front of KV and Hervé. Hervé, you got to tell us more about the tease with the open wheel racing. What I really want to know is, you said it was a entry level, but how do you I can't go out there and ride an open wheel race car. I'm not anywhere near that. How'd you get to that?
Well, I got interested in car racing. My brother watching the 24-hour of a Spa, and at that point I decided that's what I want to do. So I went to a racing school that was on open wheel cars, and I learned to negotiate the curve, and I finished third in the class of that year when I took the racing school.
Nice.
And from there, I just saved money and bought my first car and started racing, privately owned. It was costly, but it was fun. And I tried to make podiums and did not really make much. In order to make sponsorship, you need to win some races.
Mm.
Yeah, that's one of the coolest
so
pastimes.
It lasted like 3 years. I did car racing. I had a lot of fun. I raced in the same race with guys like Thierry Boutsen, who went to Formula One, DJ Taze, who made his name in the Indianapolis series here in the US. Some pretty famous guys. That was a lot of fun. And then I had another experience as a mechanic on the Formula 2 team, and we did the tour of Europe in the Formula 2. It was a German team, but he hired different pretty well-known driver. I worked with Keke Rosberg in my car. I had Alain Prost in my car before they were in Formula 1, when they were in Formula 2, which was a stepping stone to Formula 1.
That's
So,
awesome. Andre is off air right now, but he's having a spiritual experience in Slack right now. He wants to know if you've ever driven Spa. He says in quotes, a racetrack in Belgium.
that is a famous racetrack in Belgium. Unfortunately, no, I did not. I did the Nürburgring in Germany, and that's another famous racetrack. And that was on the long course at that time. That track is 10 miles long.
That's a big guy.
Yep.
Would
So
you
trading
say
the MNQ is nothing, right?
the volatility is nothing compared to that, right? I wonder if there's anything from that kind of, let's call it career, right, that has helped you in terms of trading wise as well. I don't know, maybe just mental wise, right, mindset wise. Do you think anything has transitioned to trading as well?
If you drive a car,
nerves of steel, right?
You take the turn and you drive the car and you take the turn like this, and when you're racing, you go to the that's how it looks like. So yeah, I like volatility, and I can see similarities in the way I trade and the way I drive a race car.
That's awesome.
Nasdaq is racing here without us.
Oh yeah,
Breakout
we're
was the
popping
trade.
again.
Breakout was the trade.
Breakout was the trade this time. Well, breakouts work, JD, until they don't work.
We're breaking up, guys. We're breaking up here.
So do ranges. KV, everything works until it doesn't work.
Exactly.
That's the thing about trading.
Exactly.
You play the ranges till the ranges break, then you start playing the breakouts. Yeah.
I mean, if you back this chart off in the NQ since about 8:30 yesterday morning, this is a raging uptrend.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the strong. Like, look at this.
Yeah, no, it is aggressive.
Savage.
Yeah, but that's I believe it's a big lesson. Like, try not to catch tops for no reason, especially after news days, right? It's so heavily impacted. We are close to all-time highs as well. I mean, again, shorts could work. It's just going so much counter trend that you have to downsize a lot when it comes to position sizing to factor in that increased risk.
Here's a question for you. Since we keep ticking up and making new highs, if we get back down to the lower end of this little range we've been playing in, do you still like a long trade? Or you feel like
it's all going to depend whether you get that buyer pressure there as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it just starts selling off like crazy, maybe I wouldn't prefer it that much, right? Let's see how the volume goes. The volume has been relatively steady. We've had a few spikes, but the spikes have been relatively, similar. We haven't seen some crazy volatility coming in just yet. Obviously, if we do hit those highs, we could see more, but we've still got a little bit more to go there. And we are in the second half an hour here as well. That went by quick, the first half an hour.
Yeah, it really did, didn't it? I want to hear more racing stories.
But first, we have one thing before the racing stories. Our box is out of play right now, JD, it would seem. We are not near it anymore.
We are not.
But, so we got a few seconds here. We'll keep making all-time highs probably. But first, Eddie's going to come in with a little jabberoo. Eddie, are you there?
I am here. Yes, indeed. Can you hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you. I just want to make sure. Sorry, I jumped ahead a little bit. Gabe, in back, we got to hold on for a few seconds. The jabs are still getting calculated. They're getting trained and back. So, Eddie, if you could hang out there for a few minutes, the jabs are being assembled.
Yes. Getting ready
All
here.
right. I'll come back to you shortly.
You got that?
Yeah, I'll let you know when it's set. Huge pullback. We are 8 points off the high of the session.
It's an Andre pullback for you.
Yeah.
We're breaking.
Rolling over. That's something in the chat that every time one of the Mag 7 goes down a femta%, it's up. Nvidia's rolling over. I'm like, is it?
Oh, Andre's in the chat. There he is. Just busting chops.
Yeah, here we go.
We are seeing a little selling pressure, though.
Tesla in shambles. Only up 14.4% today. The high was just a little bit more. Let's see if we can get at least one red 5-minute candle. Maybe two now.
We're back inside the purple box.
The first one. Actually, just closed the first one there. Looks pretty bearish on the 5-minute with the recent candle that we just got.
Well, we got some deciding to do.
Hey, Jack, like you mentioned, we got jab coming up here very quickly here. Coming up. And just want to let you know that we pull these from the chat community. If you do something good, if we see that you're progressing, let us know. All right, let us know how you're doing. If you're passing the combine, if you're seeing successful days in a row, something that is showing that, you know what, hey, you're doing the jab, you're moving forward, and you're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. So we're going to be doing these here in just a few minutes. But yeah, don't forget, post it. Let us know how you're doing. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Eddie. What are the odds if we buy it here that what we saw was the last high of the day? So we made probably 50 of them today.
That's a good question.
The pullbacks just get smaller and smaller. Look, buyer stepping in again.
It's tempting just to put one on to buy it.
Point, click, and
I'm
pray.
tempted to take an 876 or 877 if it shows up.
Okay.
Long.
Taking a long?
Yeah.
I like that area too. Move our bids up.
I see
What do you think, KB?
What's the area? 867?
Everybody likes the 76 area.
76?
I think our risk
77 area.
Our risk would be around 65. I think if we got below 65, we'd make a run back down to the lower end of this range. That sounds like a good cheap trade to me.
Lock and load.
Should we move them up?
As long as we're able to risk until 65 at least.
Yes, 1 micro only.
1 micro is not... It's
not
racy,
good.
though. It's not racy, though.
Let's make it 2.
Double micros, JD.
Double micros?
No, we're not
it.
trading. Yeah. The end
I know what I'm doing back here. All right. So we are working some bids. I'm going to move this one up just a little bit to 76. Working a 76 bid. $71 bid and a 66 bid.
All right.
The box has moved.
The box has moved. There's a new
Box has
purple
moved.
box in town. Let's see what we can
Purple
get as we get.
box with blue outline.
It's a stylistic disaster, but that's okay. You'll remember what it is. Okay.
Yeah, but it's better to do it that way, because that way you confuse the market makers as well.
Exactly. They can't see you.
That's
You're like
the
a
whole point.
T-Rex.
That's the whole point of it.
We're
With that,
approaching our first bid.
we'll keep you updated as we start hitting these bids. But in the meantime, Eddie, we now have the prerequisite graphics ready to go. So let's jab this out.
Let's do this. Now, hey, if you are not mentioned and you did post, hey, I did something good today, I'm moving forward, I passed the combine, I got a payout.
We're in one.
If you didn't get in today, post them in tomorrow. All right, we're trying to get, can't get everybody, but we try to get as many as we can. And let's get this going.
I'm long one at 77.
We're long one at 76. How's it going with long?
Long at 176. 1 at 76. In this corner, sporting the cool swag from Topstep, the trader who does work, strives to be successful, and keeps jabbing, set up that uppercut win. This can be you. And in the other corner, wearing the Lehman Brothers t-shirt, not learning from the Pandora and still outside the box, trading without a game plan like a damn fool, so dumb he thinks Dunkin' Donuts is a basketball team. Joe Schmo. And yes, these are our traders that we've sort of captured and copy pasted. And let's see who our top step traders are, who are making those jabs count. Well, we got Wildfire here. Good morning. All just past 150K on gold. Marv Daly crushed it last night with 11K on a single XFA. Locked it out. Gonna enjoy the show today. Way to go, Marv. Holly passed all five combines. Holly, you are amazing. Casey Casual, I passed a 50K. Way to go, Casey. Abatha, Don, I've blown plenty of combines today. Secured a payout on my XFA, though. Well, you got the good with the bad. I think that's very good. Always get those combines back again. Richard Steele went up $500, then $1,100 down. What? Now $300 up. That's what I call jab, jab, jab. Trigger SXM. I'm up 1,500 today on my combine, locking it up. Smart trader Trigger. Keep that up. Josh Thompson, $2,800 in my XFA. Locked myself out. Hopefully not of the house, but out of your account, and not to give back any. There you go. Good job, Josh. And the WH Trades lockout button saving me from tilt. Second day XFA up 300. Lockout. Office drama. Way to go. NWH. And finally, Algo Trader up 5K. Holy crap. On NASDAQ today. Done and dusted. Good luck, TS team. Thank you very much, Algo. That is a fantastic day. And that's who we have for Jab, Jab, Jab. Back to you, Jack.
We are in our second long now. House count is long 2, average price of 73.5. Hervé, where's your stop on this trade?
52.
52. All right. Moving our stop down to 52.
All right.
No. Yep.
Long 2 NQ.
Still working one
right
more.
around here.
Average price of 873.5.
Well, let's look at what NVIDIA is doing, right? Because the chat likes to do that. NVIDIA actually coming close to the day high. That is interesting. It's only NVIDIA, though. A lot of the other tech are lagging a little bit. If we can get the other tech to start moving as well, maybe this long could work out, but it's
about to hit our third entry. We're in 3. We're in 3 total. I was counting long 3. Average price of 871. 52 stop.
I don't know if we mentioned today, by the way, recently NVIDIA has become the biggest company on earth by market cap. It overtook Apple right now, 3.58 trillion in market cap for NVIDIA. Apple sitting at a measly 3.38 trillion. So just $200 billion between
them. Are we still liking this trade, guys? We got a chance to scratch it. We still like the long?
Still looks valid.
Still long.
Still valid.
I'm still long.
A lot of chatter in the chat. I won't bring it up.
Someone's always taking the other side of your contract. I mean,
that's the whole point of the market, right? There's always someone else on the other side.
So, what is your Hervé? What was your profit target on this again?
93, 893. Retest the high of the day.
Perfect.
All right, we got race car former driver Hervé here. Finished third, raced the big tracks. I love it. Still thinking about that. I rode go-karts in a race once in New Orleans at a bachelor party, and I think I finished last or second to last. So I am no driver, but I appreciate that.
There's the buyers waking up.
Yep. I'm working a pair. I'm working a pair at 892 at Hervé's exit. Actually, I'll put it above your exit. We'll let you get yours first, Hervé. Working two at 892 and a quarter. And then we'll leave one on for a runner for the auto liquidator.
Take a runner. We got buyers in here who are saying NVIDIA is worth $7 trillion. Let's do it.
Yeah, no, again, NVIDIA, if it holds here, we just broke day high in NVIDIA, and that's why probably this bounce on the NASDAQ. It needs to push higher, and let's see if it helps the market as well. But again, all the other ones are kind of slow right now, kind of stagnant. NVIDIA could run the show, though. It's done it in the past, could do it again.
Mm-hmm. The Black Horse, even though it's not a edging up near $1 trillion company again, is Tesla, which has been kind of immune from these swings today, obviously, but up 14.5% for some reason. Yeah. I don't know what that could be. But yeah, hell of a day.
Are we moving our stop to break even?
No.
I personally wouldn't.
Okay.
I mean, how much are we risking on this trade total?
What's the total dollar value?
We will be risking $1,140. $1,140.
That's acceptable.
Our first take profit will be $1,275. And we'll keep a runner.
Yeah, once we get the run, I mean, we can pull at maybe once we hit the first take profit, maybe then we can move it a little bit.
Sounds good. I love it when a good plan comes together, guys.
Well, let's not go slapping backs yet.
Don't jinx it. No, the zone is working. Buyers definitely got found there. Close to the highs right now. We're 91, 5 points almost from the highs, even closer.
Right there.
Volume looks good.
John T's oddly specific Tesla prediction leads me to believe that he is the holder of some 350 calls in Tesla. Anytime someone says a dollar might amount by a month in a year, awful specific.
Thank you, John T. We appreciate you.
I love it. I want all the takes.
All right. Done. For me.
You're out.
On fire. The one
Making
micro making profit of what, $25, something like that.
All right. I'm going to take profit on 2.
Right
we are
before
out
they
on
high
2,
it.
and we're
Oh, it's still just partial.
we're holding
right?
a runner.
Just partial. Okay, yeah, good.
Yeah, we're holding 1.
See if we
Locked
get
in.
that day high break.
Locked in $612 of profit, $460 unrealized, and we'll put our stop down to break even on the final. Sound good, guys?
Oh yeah!
Leave a little room for the Holy Spirit. 2 tickies. All right.
Interesting question on the chat from Connor. When do you typically move your stop loss to break even? I've been actually talking about this for a while now. We actually did some back testing data results. Not moving the stop loss actually yielded better results over the long run. I've been moving my stop loss to break even for years as well myself, but because that felt like the right thing to do, and it looks like you're protecting profits, and you are in that moment in time, but you're actually losing a lot of profits over the long run because there's so many times that you get stopped on positions before they actually start running your way. I know it's difficult not to do, like not to move the stop loss to break even after you do a partial profit, but I'll give it a try. I'll test it, see if the winning trades get bigger, if your results get better as well.
And to make
I
that
tend to
work,
agree with that. I'm sorry. I tend to agree with what TV just said, not moving the stop. The entry point get retested over and over with NQ. I mean, it's just crazy. It cannot stop, and it drove me nuts before. I mean, you can say, "Leave my trade alone, you guys. Leave my trade alone," and then it didn't work. And I got taken out, and the thing just turned around and on a dime, 3-4 pips or 3-5 ticks away from my entry, and that just maddening. Anyway,
I understand that pain.
Yeah, we saw it in shoulder tap today, though. Is it depends on what. If you're very consistent with, say, like a 2-to-1 reward to risk, we'll use an example. Yeah, then if you're going to let your strategy play out, don't move your stops. But we saw someone today who evaporated 20,000 in unrealized profits. If
Oh,
you're just
wow.
holding, there's a difference between moving your stop too quickly and like letting an NQ position that's 300 points in your favor come
Yeah,
all
that's
the way
different.
back.
That is different.
Very different.
You're not even trading the same market anymore. Yeah.
Well, that comes down to as well the profit taking, right? Like, are you actually putting right targets, right? Are you actually taking profits at the right time?
there we go. I entered at 77, and look at that. It just touched it. It would have taken me out if I move my stop loss. So.
Oh, we averaged in. Our break even is now at 66. Our stop price 66.5.
Yeah, that's a good fill actually.
You took a second position there.
Hervé is back in it. Some people in the chat, Hervé, you're in the United States now, I think, from the notes here. In Arizona?
Arizona, yes, southern Arizona. In the heat of summer. It was hot.
Oh, I'm sure. A lot hotter than Belgium.
Oh, yes.
All right. How's it counts
I
long?
moved to the US in 1980, guys. Or 81. 81.
80. Yeah. You've been in the US longer than I have. About 10 points above our break even here.
Yep.
I mean, it really just looks like another bull flag setting up.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The box within
Looks
the box.
like it looks like another Dorito pattern, right? Forming.
The Dorito. undefeated.
I think it's coming back. It is coming back.
Well, we're coming up towards the end of the segment right now, but be sure to stick around because we got Power Hour coming up next. Who's on Power Hour, you might ask? Well, of course, David Green is back and he will finish that sentence. He's had a lot of time to think about it. David Green will be finishing that sentence. Also, Coach Dakota will be in there. He's got some exciting stuff. There might be some announcements along the way in there, but Dakota and David Green, you can't beat it. So stick around. And one more time, I will plead with you for my own well being. Keep liking, keep subscribing, tell 3 friends. I was gonna say tell 3 friends in swing states to like our show, but it doesn't matter anymore. The election's over. Just tell anyone anywhere.
Can I make a
Hervé.
quick comment about
Yeah,
a couple
please,
of things
go
that
ahead.
I wanted to say here?
Yeah, go
Is
for
that
it.
I want to thank KV for his creating this Get Funded University. I particularly enjoyed the simplicity of his approach to trading. More and more, I no longer rely on indicators like RSI and MACD and all that stuff. I'm just focusing on reading price action, and I like defining levels of support resistance and do it as the thing go. That's one thing. Another thing I want to thank you, Topstep, and Topstep has made a rule of a minimum of $200 for 5 days in a row. That has, I think, contributed quite largely to my getting my first paycheck, my first payout, in the sense that I did apply 200 a day, lock the account when it's reached. And I did that several times. And then I kept on continuing my $200 a day. All of a sudden, I'm up to $1,000. And that rule was very beneficial to me. It made sense. And it's not a whole lot of money, but $1,000 of payout is $1,000, and do that over and over, and it's a winning proposition. Thank you all.
Well, what we say in Cicero, $1,000 is $1,000. That's good work. Hervé,
Sure is.
Thanks so much for joining us today. It sounds like you had a rockin' October. You helped us out there with the house account trade. It's been a pleasure being with you. Love to have you back sometime because Andre's going to want to ask you 4,000 questions about the racing past, but those are all interesting stories. So thank you again. And
You're welcome.
KV, a pleasure as usual. Thanks for stopping by.
Yep. No, I love seeing people get their first payout. I love people seeing, passing their first combine and getting the first funded account as well. I think someone from the Topstep team already has linked the university at the top of the channel. We literally help everyone completely for free. We have a complete futures course that goes over everything that Topstep has to offer, as well as our system as well. You get live trading calls, you get Q&A calls completely for free as well. So I would love to see more people get their first payout, get their first funded accounts as well. And maybe, Eddie can show them on the Topstep TV here as well. On the, what was that? Jab, jab, hook?
It could be. Jab, jab, jab.
Hook, kick, and punch.
Let it. Jab, 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 hook, uppercut, dodge. We'll keep it going. Guys, thanks so much for joining us. We'll have you back soon. JD, thanks for executing 1 for 1 in the Back to the Futures Hour. We're going to take a quick break right now. We'll be back with David Green and Coach Dakota and Power Hour. It's going to be lit. Andre's excited. So we'll see you then. Be back in a few.
And just like that, the house account did get filled to the upside. Welcome everybody to Power Hour. It's a David Green Wednesday. We got JD in the house. We got David Green, Coach Dakota. But really quick, JD, house account in, house account out. Update us real quick.
House account is now flat. Right as we were transitioning into the session, our offer at 900 got hit, and house account trade flat, up $1,300 on that trade. That was Hervé's call in the last episode, the last segment, I should say, and that was a good exit too. Going back just a little bit, but it was a fantastic entry, fantastic exit. Hervé's a pro. We got to have him back on.
Shout out to Hervé, man. I have so many questions for him. Save that for another time, another place. But right now, we got Dad Dakota in the house. We got David Green. Let's go to Coach Dakota. How are we doing today?
I mean, just buying dips. That's all you need to do, right? Every 5-10 point pullback, just buy it. Do you need to stop loss? Man, I started last night. I was watching the markets, and then we had a 100 point sell off in less than a minute, and then from there, it's been straight up.
Every dip, I do see the bull in the background, Dakota. So good to know that. Back to being bullish as always. David Green, saw you in group coaching earlier. People want to know how are you going to finish that sentence? People are asking about market being rigged, perhaps. Do you remember what the thought was? If not, all good. We get right back into markets.
I do. The market is, let's just make it real simple. The market is not rigged against anybody. Usually, and again, I don't pick on anybody. People who are not doing well or are not trading well are just looking to blame something on somebody. But the market is not rigged against us. It's free enterprise. Use your technical analysis. There's no rigging of this market, period. Sometimes you're going to see those liquidity sweeps. It happens. Whatever. I look for exhaustion on them and then try to get on the other side of it. But, I'm doing this for 40 years. There's no rigging in any of these markets, period. Although a lot of retail traders will like to think so. But it's not the case.
True.
Sometimes it feels like that.
Yes, it absolutely does. I've definitely been guilty of accusing the market of being rigged, but I know it's not. Simply gonna need to look in the mirror, Andre. It is you, not the market. Anyways, we're pushing higher here. High of the day in the S&Ps, 59.57. Half. We're about 2 ticks off of that right now. New highs in the NASDAQ as well, 20,906. Last trade, 901s. All right, fellas, we got the keys to the house account open. Dolby Time will be joining us here shortly. But before that, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you know what I'm going to say, hashtag Power Hour. This up at TopstepTV. Turn around some cool submissions that you guys have shared with us in about 40, 50 minutes or so. Anyways, let's get right into it. Dakota, buy any dip? What do you think?
Yeah, last night I was I had one of those fishing orders where you're like, it's most likely won't get filled. Woke up to a beautiful surprise. I was up 15,000 in my XFAs, and it was by the dip. It was by the dip. Other than that, no, I have not. Not this morning. It's just been up and to the right. There's outside of the New York session, the morning, there was a couple pullbacks that provide buying opportunities. Outside of that, right after the morning, it's just been slowly chopping up and to the right, and it's a difficult market. And it seems like I'm saying this all the time, but where can you make money and where can you manage risk? That always needs to be the question. And maybe buy 10, 15 point pullbacks. You guys just seen that with the house account. Like, that is the way you trade this type of a market. You pull back 10, 15 points, you buy it, you have a tight stop, and then this thing continues to make higher highs.
All right,
well, guys,
go ahead.
We have not broken trend since 12 o'clock my time. I mean, just up and to the right. And like Dakota said, every pullback to the 9 and 15 EMA has just been bought for the last 3 hours. So don't fight the trend. That's my strong advice. I do have resistance coming up. Well, it's not close, but 209.50, I will be shorting a little MXQ.
950s. All right. Who's at the door there?
Guys.
Hey, take care, JD.
That's it for me, boys. I'll see you in a couple weeks. I'm going on fall break.
Thank you, JD.
Oh, nice. Here we go, pushing higher here. We got Dolby Time in the house. He's got the keys to the house account. House account is up about $2,200 today. Continue to push higher here. So, you guys do see any?
This is a hard market. What do you do right here? You don't want to sell it. I mean, it's so hard to sell this market. You really, and then how do you buy it right here? Like, how is?
I'm with you, man.
You press the buy button.
Yeah, I mean, if we get a pullback to the 80s, maybe, right around 80, that's the trend line.
Yeah, I could see that.
And 62,
if we
62
get that
would be
pullback.
nice, but
get there. Yep, here we go. More buyers coming in.
But
New highs as
new
we
high
speak.
and another new high.
20,908 now 909's trade in the Nasdaq. We go ES as well. 59.59 last trade. Dow following
they are
suit as
punishing
well.
the shorts right now.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, this is
Nothing
such a short squeeze.
I mean,
no opportunities. Don't overthink. Just buy.
Yeah, it might be caveman trading right now.
Kind of.
Yeah, straight up.
I'd be shocked if we don't get some kind of pullback in the last hour here, but who the hell knows?
I mean, it is
You
power.
can't fight the trend.
That's right.
I think that was the pullback. We got the pullback, and it was a 20-point pullback. And that's when the house account bought it.
We might get one. There's a daily high on July 16th. That's right at around 20,920-ish, and we're getting pretty close. So maybe we'll get a 20-point pullback from there. Maybe.
In the chat, Vince S says up 3% equals 20,952. 952 in the Nasdaq last trade. 907s.
Yeah,
so
I like it.
Go there
if we get there.
If we get there, last trade 907s. Right now, looking for perhaps a pullback.
Could we see 21,000? Like, I mean,
overnight for sure.
Could we? Nothing.
Markets.
Anything's possible.
It's true. New highs in the ES 59.60 half. I'll pushing higher here as well. Nothing on, like I said, nothing on the tilt.
Let's see. ES is at 70.71. I'm shorting. I have a huge pivot point up there. 17 points above the moving average. Per trade.
Yeah, 950.
I'm at 759.
This market.
I know. Look at this thing.
Here we go. We just keep going.
Look at this thing go.
Yeah, I'm not trading this. This is just a demo account I've been playing around. I think I'm not even eligible on this one. So I'm watching the market. Hands off for me.
I mean, what show is putting on? Yeah, hell of a show we're seeing today. Up and away. Here we go. Nice in the ES.
I am with Dakota on demo accounts right now. So we had a nice day.
916, 917. Here we go.
Can't go higher than the highs until you do.
Yep.
FOMC tomorrow. Very interesting to see what happens there.
Are we gonna see 920s? A blow off the top?
Do we hear 920s?
I don't know.
920s.
I want 71s in the MESs, NQs, ESs. Let's go. Spike it up.
Right. Here we go.
And NQs.
Only we had a runner. That's the story of today.
Here we go. More gas in the tank. Watch this ES go. 59.60.
All right, this is a massive pullback. Massive pullback. We got 5 points. 910. 910.
I'd like to see a run to the 50s to get short. I mean, Nick had 20 as a little resistance, and we got right about there, 18.
910 was the pullback.
Every time you're on mute.
Nice little spike north here.
There we go.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Gus is on one right now. Real acting up. Acting a fool.
Looking for some liquidity. Look at these more buyers. Dakota, you weren't kidding us at the minor pullback.
Yeah, that was the pullback to buy. 910.
Yeah.
10 points.
I see a 500, call it a 600 lot in the ES at 59.70. Oh, perhaps
that's me.
Yep, that's you. All 500. I love it. Let's go, baby.
Ooh, look at this. This is a big pullback. See 910s again?
A Let me know how many and when, Dakota. That's all I need.
93, 86 would be a couple of 86 would be.
910's that pullback.
Yep. No.
Ain't gonna be no pullback.
Nothing on the tilt. Till 50-50. Tilt's just watching the show from the sidelines. Look at the Dow go as well. 43,929 last trade. 933s. High of the day. More buyers stepping in here in the ES. We'll be saying that a lot.
I don't even know if we're going to get a pullback this power hour.
I mean, we still got MOC. I'll give us something.
Yeah, it'll be 8
right,
trillion to buy.
I was going to say, David's got 6 billion buy side.
It'll be the big market on close, biggest market on closing balance ever.
Yep.
We can't get past 910.
Jump on in. The water's fine.
Yes, it is. Looking for some liquidity here in. No, the Nasdaq got a hard lot up here at 20,925.
Who's short? That's a question.
Let's put it on a poll. Who is short? Are you short?
I want to see a poll. Where is everyone short from?
There's people short. There's definitely some people short.
Well, according to Tilt, the average short is 820. So 30 points in the hole.
Oh man.
Don't be short.
208, 820?
208? Yeah.
Oh, you give out.
Ooh, look at this pullback.
Pullback. I know 6s trade now.
Oh, this is a pretty big one.
Yeah, maybe 900s are interesting. 886s.
I don't know.
Greens level.
Daily lows? Daily lows?
Daily low.
95 is a trend line. And then 87 below that.
Yeah.
If we're considering.
I don't know. All right, we were bounced off 904. Are buyers ever exhausted here?
No way.
Pull is up. Well, ES. Hoag, 6,000s. Close. We've got some work to do, but not out of possibility. Perhaps tonight. It happens overnight. Again, make sure you catch Dakota at Slow Markets. Dakota, who's joining you for Slow Markets today?
Oh, what is today? Wednesday. It's going to be Coach J.
Yo,
Coach
nice.
J. We'll have a fun conversation to see how it was today. Yeah. What a market. Tomorrow we have FOMC, so the volatility is not done. We're just getting started.
Amazing. All right, make sure you join us for FOMC tomorrow. Again, you guys want more David Green? You get more David Green. Joining us at FOMC. We got wall-to-wall coverage starting at 1 p.m. Central. Rate announcement. Then, of course, we got the Powell presser. We got David Green in the house joining us. What's up, David?
That'll be very, very interesting tomorrow. Very curious to see what happens with that. I mean, it's going to be a quarter point, probably another quarter point in December. Language, we'll see. But after this gigantic rally up, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting.
Bond yields are going the
I
wrong
look for
direction.
For my trading, other trading and stuff. I'll look for the 3-day up rule. If we do this 2 more days in a row, I'll be laying out a lot of shorts and a lot of different things.
What's the 3-day up rule?
Whatever a stock or the general market itself, usually one day people are excited. The second day, people buy it again because they don't think it's going down, especially shorts. And the third day is just sheer exhaustion to the upside. Throw the baby in with the baby in the bathwater if you're short. And that's when you usually get a pullback in a lot of things. And, we'll look for ADRSI on daily charts. I'll be looking at Tesla. I'll be looking at coin. I'll be looking at the futures. If we get, followed through tomorrow and on Friday.
Yeah.
We'll see. That's just
all these little pullbacks have just been bought up like immediately. Like there's no continuation. There's no momentum. We just seen it there twice. We got down to 904s, bought up, went from 914 all the way back down to 904s, like a 10-point sell-off, and right back up there. So that's been the story of today. Like any little pullback, buyers are just excited to jump back in and push this market right back up. And that includes the low depth, like this is a thin order book. It's a thin order book, so it's easy to push this market when we're up here. A couple big orders could come in through and push this thing, 5-10 points really quick.
So where do we get long?
Just gonna ask that, Dolby. Perhaps
where do we buy? I don't know. It's no trades for me right now. We just wait and see. It's too.
Well, here's the thing too. If we start getting a decent sized pullback, do you want to be long up here?
Yeah.
That's why I'm kind of like hands off.
All right. And we wait.
I mean, first spot I would consider is like 83.
E3 is okay. Well, just beneath the 900s, 20,898 last trade. On the ES,
let's see if this gets bought up.
Yeah, they're going to give it a shot.
If this pullback gets bought up.
Yeah, 83s and then 67s.
Yeah, this is the kind of pullback that's been getting bought up.
Yeah, we're sitting right on the 90 EMA to the penny.
I think you said 95s, David.
Yeah.
Yeah, 95 was his first spot.
Okay.
And we got the 94.50. So there was your little bounce off that. We couldn't break that 95 level.
Yeah, so far it's been bought up.
Yes. My goodness. Nothing on the tilt.
95, 85, and then 67. If they even pull back from here.
67 would be a big one. That'd be huge.
We're holding these 900s.
Yeah,
what do you think?
We peaked below for a blink of an eye, and we're holding these 900s so far.
Worth the 900. ES wants to get bought up here as well. ES about 6 points off the high. Last trade, 59.58. All right. As that
See if we hold the 95s again.
Yeah. Those 95s.
No,
That's 86 and then 70. 86 maybe a little spot if we break here.
Yeah.
I mean, 77s is top of like a 1 hour candlestick from a while ago. So that might be a little bounce. I think that was 2 hours ago. The 12 o'clock candle could be an area that we target. Make a little mark.
Go.
All right, breaking the 95s here. There's the 87s. See, this is the problem. Do you want to be long?
I mean,
that's the problem. Where do you pull the trigger now?
I'm not liking buys. Like I said, it's still hands off for me. It's gonna be hands off. Unless we sell off, consolidate a little bit, then maybe look for a long. But until then, it's just too rough. Too rough.
I'll try a tiny bit at 67 if we spike down.
67s. All right.
Well, that'd be a fun one. Should we put a little one lotter in at 67s?
I mean, yeah. David also liked the 83s, but maybe reconsidering 67s. We can do that.
We just got down to 83s. Yeah, we exactly got to the 83s.
Mm-hmm. That's a good call.
83s.
Exactly. 83.25.
Yep, and that's where the buyers are stepping in.
Man, oh man. Definitely going to give it a shot here. Nothing on the tilt.
That was a perfect spot, the 83s.
Yeah, it was.
Trade anyway.
Let's see. This is going to be interesting. I'd like a deeper pullback. I want to see a deeper pullback.
Me too. Me too.
Let's trade 20,897. See what they do with these 900s. Oh, the test.
Every stock in the world is up today.
Wow. 903 sprint. It's just
buy them up.
Yeah.
It went pretty good.
Yeah, it was, Dolby.
Oh my god. that was it.
Know till you bet. Do not know till you bet.
Throw a poll up there. Just curious. Did anyone buy that pullback around 20,000, 884, 885 in the NASDAQ? Did you buy the pullback NASDAQ?
That was a spot.
Yep.
I mean, 86 was the 15 EMA, so we broke that by 3 points.
There you go.
It's just hard. This is not easy.
That was the gift by the market right there. Anybody who was short should have just flattened. Anybody who was long had an opportunity to buy.
Except the people who were short 100 points lower. Hoping for a little bigger pullback.
Nice. People got long. Good to see. You guys trade.
They're looking for what? 820s?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
No, man.
Again, we held trend, just like we did for the last 4 hours.
Yeah. We've been buying every pullback. Every pullback like that has been the. But let's see how we turn out. If we're gonna push back up and make new highs, or if we consolidate here. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we consolidate here to the end of the day. Or yeah, I don't know. This is a rough market. I'm not seeing any trades. That was it, like you said. But it's always hesitant to buy these pullbacks, right? Because it's always, oh, is this the one?
Very difficult. When the futures are up 600 points, it's not easy to be jumping in and buying things.
Be tricky.
No. No. Not on a 40-point sell-off.
Again, huge little day in of the NASDAQ, 20,580. We're almost about 400 points higher now. I called 360 higher.
Yeah, that was one heck of a day for the buyers.
Well, the market certainly got what it wanted.
Well, it always does, doesn't it?
Eventually.
Here on the charts, Eduardo's talking about check the 60 and 120 EMA on the minute chart. Trending day, saying that it's money. Eduardo, one of our faithfuls here in the chat.
100%.
Thank you, Eduardo.
Thank you, Eduardo. Indeed. All right, might be stalling out a
Well,
little bit.
Let's see if we could hold these 900s, or if we could break back below them.
Looking at like 912s as a possible resistance area. So that's the low of the highest candlestick, 30-second candlestick. Kind of like a little thing that I keep an eye on as potential resistance. So 20,912. Let's see if we can get up there.
Yeah, this is a key area that we're at. These 904s, like this is a zone. This is where we kind of hesitated breaking out, and we've came down there, once, twice. And now we failed to break back above those 505s, 506s. So yeah, this is going to be really interesting. This is where if we do start to fail and get back down towards those 80s, can we see a decent leg to the downside? Maybe. I don't think we'll get down to 820s, but maybe like 850s could be in play for a pullback.
I have a level decoder at 826.
826.
Meanwhile, we're not breaking here.
Yeah, if not, and if we break through these 907s, then yeah, it's just continued doing what we've been doing all day, right? But this is one of the first times we've seen like it's someone's put a cap right there. Here we go, right through them. Let's see if we go through these things.
We go. The force trade. We are trying to. That's like trying to figure out what to do with these 900s right now.
906s.
Yes, 59.59 last trade.
Yeah, there could be a good breakout trade above 907. Oh, I think we might see that right here. Let's see.
I mean, it's still pretty bullish.
Yeah, this thing is one.
There's just no stopping this.
Breaking through, trying to hold above 906.
There's a question for Mr. Green from Gary Bell. How can you tell the difference between short squeeze and just regular old buy-in?
There we go. Going through this.
It's a difficult question.
Hoag is really good.
I mean, with a big news event like this, it's going to exaggerate the move if people are short because they got to cover. Your loss is unlimited if you're short something. So I think a lot of this today has to do with a short squeeze. I think a lot of it does.
Yeah.
I think some people weren't positioned properly going into this, and hoping against hope that we go down. But I think a large part of what we're seeing today is a short squeeze. Maybe it'll continue.
And Hoag is pretty good at explaining that as well. He watches open interest, he watches Delta, and
Delta, yep.
he can see and he explains it really well.
One more push here. 5960s in the ES. NASDAQ. 2009 at 10. Dow taking a bit of a breather.
It looks like, Dakota, you were right above the 6s or 7s. Get a little breakout now. But we're just flopping around. I don't see.
Yeah, we broke out, we came back and we tested it. And now let's see if we could get continuation to the upside. Maybe we get new session highs, get into these 920s, and finish the last 25 or so minutes, continuing straight up. Start the day or finish the day like we started.
Do we hit 21,000 today?
Sure.
21K today?
Yeah, I mean, there's time. Again, up 3% would take us to 20,952. It's up 3%.
That's what I'm looking for, a little short, if I get that.
Yeah, I mean, 912s are still a little resistance, so we'll see. That's what I'm looking at. If we can get above 912s and NQ, I think that'd be very, very bullish.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't, right? Anything can happen. We could have a 50-point bounce in a minute.
You know what the bottom line is? We just held the trend again perfectly when we spiked down to 85s.
And we got MOC here in about 16 minutes.
Can't come soon enough, Trey.
I mean,
can't come soon enough.
All right, there's a little bit of a rejection.
All right.
That's not bad.
Yeah, there's
shorts are gonna say, all right.
See
what we can do here.
Got a little bit of movement.
Dolby was right on at the 12-13 level for a little resistance at the moment.
Yep. 12,
yeah, very
12,
short term.
9.
But we're all looking at the same thing. I mean, 912s, 915s.
At the top of
It's all
this.
the same stuff. Yeah.
The question is if we're going to hold these 900.
You say the magic words. Buy 50. I buy 50.
We could squeeze the shorts ourselves. Right?
I short 50.
You can.
To start.
Pull up here. NASDAQ NQ, will we break through 21,000 today? We're about 95 points away from 21,000s. Yes, no, or undecided. Party pooper. Say
Party pooper.
Yeah, these 90. This is. See if we could hold it. Want to stay above 900.
Take a look at Topstep daily levels. Blasted through all of them to the upside in the NASDAQ. We're looking at the ES.
The
Upside
next
target.
question is going to be.
No trades.
No trades here.
No.
Just look at
next
this trend
question.
for the last three
yeah.
hours. I mean, every single time
How do we
pull
think
down to our 15 EMA?
Do we think? No, it's fine. I'm just thinking out loud here. Is FOMC tomorrow? Do you think there's going to be a lot of traders now just like, okay, whoever wanted to buy this market has bought this market? And tonight, going into tomorrow morning, we have FOMC tomorrow. Do you think traders are now going to be thinking, okay, let's sit on our hands and wait, or do we continue to push this market higher? That's what I'm thinking right now, going into the end of the day with a big event tomorrow for the markets.
Definitely.
What?
I'd like.
I wonder how many traders forgot FOMC is tomorrow, and they're just high off this NQ stuff, and something just crazy happens, and they just get whacked super hard. Completely.
That's why I'm shocked.
Still more.
If they're here at Topstep TV, they'll know about it.
That's
Yes,
exactly
they will,
right.
Eddie.
That's
Yeah.
exactly
Make sure
right.
Shocked we
to
haven't
tune
had a
in.
bigger pullback.
Better tune in.
I'm shocked we haven't had a bigger pullback going into tomorrow. I am really shocked. I don't know what the hell they're going to say.
Take a look at the 10-year yield. 4.43%. I mean,
you get on my territory, Andre?
Yeah, I was trying to get you in here and say that. Jack, what do we think? Come on in, Jack. I know you got some thoughts about this going into FOMC. But yeah.
Well, I'm also here for Andre. This is your first day of Topstep mandated Series 3 summer school.
Oh boy. Oh god. Here we go.
That's all right. We're in class together, Dre.
Let's do it.
All right.
I need it.
Let's do it. Talk about spreads. Let's get it over with.
I decided to start at the basics. We build a foundation and then we move up, not the other way around. I think that's where you failed the first time. So, with that, here's your question for today. I was about to say top quiz. All right. Futures contracts.
You gotta be kidding
me.
What are we doing?
A are highly customizable contracts. B,
gosh,
are traded on exchanges where standard terms are set for the contracts. C are directly negotiated between buyers and sellers. D can have low liquidity and default risk.
B.
Yeah, I mean,
I like B. I think that's.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing, Jack.
Trickery going on here.
I need it. Yes, I do need this.
However, the thing is, they can be customizable if we're talking about. It depends on what type of contracts, right?
If it said E all of the above, that's what I would guess.
To throw out there, by the way, it does say futures contracts. It does not say forward contracts.
Forward, yeah, it's B. But yes, I know what Jack's trying to do.
They can have low liquidity, though. They can, right? But not default
what about
risk.
The second part?
Yep.
There's
the
poll. Get you.
Pull up. Yep. Jack, I know what you're doing. I
poll.
appreciate it.
Oil could go negative. Oil could go negative.
It's true.
I'm pressing the B button.
That's not them defaulting. Anyway, let's see what the answer is here.
All right.
It is indeed B. This is the first question in the Series 3 book, Andre. We are back on track. We're going to get you. We're going to build you up stronger. You're going to be our $6 million man.
Thank you.
As far as yields, I mean, as far as looking at tomorrow, it's surety pretty much, or as much as you get in the financial markets, that we're going to get a quarter point cut. But where the 10-year yield is right now, it's high. It bounced off of that next level that I showed, but we're still above 4.3. So at some point, the stocks and the bonds need to kind of decide what they're doing with this.
What's the 2-year at right now?
Glad you asked. The 2 years at 4.27% in the cash market yield. So we are in the 210s.
Why isn't? Yeah. Why aren't the equities paying attention, Jack?
Yeah.
I know last night during slow markets, when Nick Furtick and I was watching the election, the markets move, man, equities were rallying so hard, and the 2-year was just sailing off.
That is that's the paradox of the Trump trade that we got to figure out at some point soon. But in the meantime, we're all doing great today. Let's pour one out for our 401ks.
Indeed.
Great stuff today. Great work. We all did it. Everyone in chat, we did it. But yeah, we need to figure this out. So this is going to be a longer term thing. So that's what I got on bonds.
Thank you. Let's see what Paul has to say tomorrow.
We'll pull back here.
Yes, we are.
Big one.
2.
It'll be the big one, Elizabeth.
9 minutes till almost see.
Little support around 74 if we really break down.
74 is okay. Bitcoin in the chat says FOMC tomorrow might send NQ to 22,000. Right?
I'm not 23. Right? Scared?
I mean, yeah. Why stop there?
I could see 21. I could see breaking through 21. But we're getting that pullback. Let's see. I think that 83 is going to be the next question on my mind. If we can hold 83, or if we get this deeper pullback to 850. 850. Can we see 850? I mean, we only have 18 minutes left. I know the shorts are cheering. If their average price is 820, they'll be happier at 850.
They're still waiting.
Mm.
59, 56, 55s now in the ES.
Or is this a buying opportunity?
70s? 77s?
I might try a little 74s if we go that fast.
74s.
Still maintaining that higher low.
Yep. Again, up 3%, and the NQ takes us to 20,952. Up 3% in the ES takes us to 59.86. Room there.
And there was the big pullback again.
Yvonne Ramirez in the chat says, hit that like button. Listen to Yvonne. Yvonne. Hit that like button. Click subscribe. Hey, I see we're over 128,000 subscribers now on Topstep.
Ooh.
YouTube channel. Let's go. To the right. I like that.
This is one of the best communities I've ever been involved with, Andre. Really have.
I agree.
I've enjoyed every minute of it.
Something special. Jerome was great. He's learned a lot from our community. Also, just legendary conversation. Guy's awesome.
Nothing.
All right, let's see.
Nothing in the future space comes even close to Topstep, and I'm not blowing smoke. It's just head and shoulders above everything else.
Checks in the mail, David Green. Thank you for that.
Appreciate that. Truth, man.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Look, I've been through all of them without mentioning names, and just don't even look anywhere else. That's the bottom line. End of story.
Love it.
Well, while we're at it, David, tell us what's going on at Wall Street Global.
What's going on? Next week we have our big monthly webinar, but we'll talk about that next week. Going really, really well with these volatile markets. We got from our last webinar that we did, and we thank you guys also. We had over 100 new people sign up, 100 new students from our last Wednesday night webinar.
Wow, nice.
So I appreciate being here. I really appreciate the fact that you guys even let me come on here. I always offer free trial to anybody who's here off my email. Anyone who wants can come hang out with us for 5 days in my live trading room. That's available to anyone. dgreen927@yahoo.com.
Man.
dgreen927@yahoo.com. Well, that was the pullback again.
Yeah, it was.
Hello and goodbye. NASDAQ does not give second chances. That was it. Off we go.
Back to 9, David, 10, 11.
Hi, NQ.
Yes, sir.
Can you repeat that? I've got your email here, and you got anything special?
Green.
I got it here.
Go ahead.
But last time you mentioned that you got something special going on if you contact through the email. Have we got that same thing going on?
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone who wants can come hang out in my live trading room for 5 days. Watch us trade all day long. Post every trade live. Stop orders, profit targets, yada, 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 and we keep forward. I only do that for Topstep.
Very cool. Hey. All right, here come the buyers.
Yeah, I'm going to post it here.
We go about 6 points off the highs in the NQ. Last trade, 20,914. By the day, 918. I'll give those a test again.
Is there a short case here for anybody? Anybody make a case for a short?
Yeah.
In the 50s.
In the 50s.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yes. It's trickier up here.
People have been trying to make a case for a short all day.
Short 1 micro with a 200-point stop. Come and get us.
Got 4.5 minutes until MOC.
I'll be very curious for the market on closes today.
That's the most exciting part. MOC. I cannot wait for it.
Yeah.
Coming up soon. Boy.
Before we get
now,
there,
Andre, we had a barn buster Monday. We had 2 million in S&Ps, 2 million in NASDAQ over, We had a big Monday. Yesterday came out pretty lame, pretty light. See what we got today.
Okay. See.
Oh, here we go. 9:30. Can we do it? It looks like we're going to.
Sure does. One more push. Got
who's
3
getting
minutes,
long
30
up here?
seconds.
Seriously, who's getting long up here?
Yeah, who's gonna
Apparently
buy
this
the
person
high
is.
of day?
Yeah.
Yeah, who's buying the high of day?
People who are short and pray. People who are short and pray for a pullback.
All right. Well, before we get MOC, throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, another announcement, I believe. Hit us, Eddie. We're making new highs.
All right. All right. Here we go. What the hell is that all about? Well, you know what? Topstep VIP. We're scouting for new traders to join the Topstep VIP in January. We're going to drop a lot of check-in forms between now and January. Those with the most check-ins are going to have the best chance in our draft. So keep watching. We're not dropping one now, but I'm going to give you a hint. Come over here and don't just keep it between us. I think we might have one or more tomorrow. Find out tomorrow. But yes, I apologize. This was just a little tease to sort of wake you up on this wonderful end of the day here at Topstep TV. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. 2.5 minutes. Oh, wow. New highs. Here we go. 20,000.
And
26.
here we go.
Here we go.
21,000? 21,000? 13 minutes? I don't know.
We'll
That'd be
see.
incredible.
We're in the
That'd be
20s.
incredible.
Buy it.
In the 20s.
In the 20s, indeed. 2 minutes till big MOC.
Right, what's our guess on buy side for MOC?
Couple FOMC. Yeah, you got me thinking. I'll say a couple Billy buy side. Why not?
3? I'm saying like 5. 5 billion buy
Billion.
side.
Oh,
6
wow.
billion sell side.
6 billion sell
6 billion.
Jack.
Wow.
Not out yet. My God.
Chat, get
We're
your
holding
guesses
these
in.
20s.
I'm nervous, Eddie.
My God, man. Yo, my knight in shining armor.
That's how they used to talk back then. Take a look for some liquidity. Yeah,
All
something
right,
to the
let's make a
upside,
run
nothing
for
to the
these
downside. Here we go.
30s. Can we see these 30s?
I'm shorting a little MESs, ESs if we get to 71.
71s. Okay.
I'll average in forever.
30s.
One thing, we don't want to have positions going into the
No.
market on.
Oh, really want to pump this thing. Look
Here
at
we
this.
go.
Yes, just
We're gonna
doing it.
squeeze.
45 seconds. Coming over the wire here. Netanyahu's already talking to Trump regarding the Iranian threat.
Nice.
Over the wire.
Oh.
Surprised he hasn't talked
Chop,
to Putin
chop.
yet also.
Pins and
Here we go.
needles. Just waiting for this
26.
MOC.
I'm nervous.
You're
Eddie.
saying 950s, right? 950s.
952, 3% up on the day. 952.
Okay, 952.
All right,
Let's see
Eddie.
it.
Locked and loaded. Here we go.
Rock lobster.
Let's see if we see 930s.
Here we go. See what happens. Come on.
What we got?
Let's see it.
Refresh on that thing. Come on.
Something got caught here.
Let's see it higher. We're holding 20s.
Came out
Nothing
already.
yet.
It's already
Pretty
out.
chill. Yeah, I mean, this is not.
It's already out. We're getting it late, but yeah.
We got to the 30s, huh? Son of a beeswax.
Got to 30s. This thing could turn around fast, though.
I want to take this.
I'm with you.
Check.
Short 50. Short 50. Short 50.
Short of 50.
People.
It would have been a nice short at 50.
Yeah, right.
Didn't miss it by that much. 20 points.
Pulling back a little bit here, off about 20 points. Here we go. We got some
Whoa,
more.
whoa! It's a big one. That was a big one. That was a whole 20 points right there.
That was
Watch
a big
out.
move. Big move.
Big pullback.
It's like 30 points. It's like
78. 78 could be a little spot. That's late. I'm not doing anything now.
I mean, yeah.
We got some
9
support.
minutes left.
Support around 80, and then we got a gap down to 40.
You got nothing, Eddie.
I got nothing here. No. Financial juice showing nothing here.
I give it to you in advance.
Door.
Just checked it.
There we go.
Oh, see some sellers. Yep. Oh, 20,888. And Q. Nothing on the tilt. Just gonna keep this one to themselves. Here we go. I got it. S&P's plus 755 million. NASDAQ plus 32 million. Dow plus 300 million. About a billion buy side altogether.
Okay. Well, yeah. I didn't say that, but okay.
What a
Let's
move.
see if we hit these 80s. Let's see if we hold the 80s. That's a 30 EMA.
Did we see 850s? That's what I meant. I wasn't meant 950. I meant 850s.
All right. We're at a little support level right here. 80.
What do you got? What is that? Like a moving average, David?
Yeah, it's a 30 EMA.
30 on the 5 minute?
Right there, 5 minute. Yep.
Nice. Good times, good times. Those are fun emoji.
All right, widget just showed up. Caught the wrong bus. SLB. S&P 329 million sell side. NASDAQ 660 million sell side. Dow 37 million sell side. Mag 7 23 million sell side. Just switched there, and we are moving.
That's why you do not hold positions in the MOC.
Right.
Trey, do you still have the short average at 809 in NQ? Is that right? On the tilt? 806? Oh, it just updated. It's 806 and 805.
Really?
Some
people were closing. Maybe someone.
Good trade. Good trade off the 80s, guys. Good trade off the 80s.
That was a good call on that level. Yeah. It's a very good call.
Do we go right back up? Is the question.
All right. Where do they want to take this?
Right. Got all the stops out. So now we can go higher. All those break-even traders all got stopped out.
Mm-hmm.
So just, part of my text, that was our 30 EMA. But, with the 10 points. If we break that now, we got a shitload of room on the downside, and it's early.
Ew.
Still got 6 minutes.
Also have some
Yeah, this could happen really quick.
$789 is the short average. That's weird. Sounds
yo
wackadoodle, as they say.
See what happens here in 27 seconds. Then after that, I'll throw it to my man James for some hashtag Power Hour.
We got the Dow about flat here.
Okay.
Dow right now down 51 million sell side. Mag 7, 11 million sell side.
It's peeling off.
And that really nothing.
Here we go.
And wow, look at that.
Here we go.
Whoa.
It's like a roller coaster right now.
Yowza.
Oh man, who's trading this?
The bots.
This feels like the elections last night.
Robots. Just botting around.
Pretty much.
That was a nice call, David, off that 30 EMA.
80s. 80s.
Are we going to finish right at 900? Above or below 900?
Ooh, I'd say above.
That's a good one.
It is a good one, Dakota. Look at you setting lines and stuff. Over unders.
Hey, we're running positive big right now. Big change here. S&P 1,220,000,000 buy side. NASDAQ 1,148,000,000 buy side. Dow 395 million buy side. Mag 7 595 buy side. Wow, what a 180 here.
Yeah. Anyone who was trading off those numbers from the beginning to now got whipsawed.
Eddie. Let's update in real time with those MOC numbers. All right, James, I want to bring you in. We got about 3 minutes, 30 seconds left in this power hour. Hell of a bull market rally today. James, if you're ready for some hashtag power hour goodies, let's share it with the people.
Yeah.
Let's
Bitcoin
give
to
the
the
people
moon.
what they want. That's right. They want Bitcoin and they want power hour content. From Bogdan, good day. Past my second ever Topstep account. God is good. This time I won't trade the Asia session. Best of luck to you there. Moving right along. AB, passed my first 150K combine. Also secured another payout in my XFA. Topstep is the best. From their support, responding quickly to the coaches, to the one-on-one help in Discord, and TopstepTV for keeping us entertained. So thanks for the shout out, AB, and congratulations. Good trading. Thank you. Crypto Queen. In 24 hours, my first payout request was approved and paid only with Topstep, trading on prop firm that is stress-free. So trading on Topstep is the only prop firm that is stress-free. Thank you, Crypto Queen. We could not agree more. This one's a little tease from Kelvin. Love these. Thank you, John Hoagland. If you don't know what he's talking about, this little video down here, go over to our Topstep Twitter account. Hoag has been making these wonderful videos, Trading Tales with Hoag, where he recounts his dad wisdom. You watch group coaching, you know the dad wisdom bits, but our creative team did a really cool job putting this together. So go give them a watch and let us know what you think. And finally, this one's interactive. Locked out for the day on Topstep, says Anthony 14. Profits hit for the day, and I've been up since 5 a.m. and still got to run my business, so I'm done. So Anthony, I don't know if you were watching during fast markets, but we, have a little link in there where you can send us some of your business swag if you got any. We'll try and wear it on TV. But why I said this was interactive on Twitter, it sometimes shows you a little discover more tweets about what that person might have tweeted. And I couldn't help it because I knew Dakota's on here. He tweeted 13 hours prior to this one. All I can hear in my head while scalping the NQ is Coach DBA saying, "Where do we buy?"
Where do we buy?
You see, I replied to that too at
awesome.
like 3. It was like 2 a.m. I replied to
funny.
that in the middle of the night.
I wish I had clicked on it to see what you said. I just saw this and I was like,
I
that's
could-
great.
I just said
Look at this.
BTFD.
Move around.
No, get back up.
Always last minute of the trade. I like to pull up the ES ladder. Let's see. This is going to rock and roll. Still pretty thin. 60 seconds left.
Yeah, over under 900.
Over under 900. David Green, what'd you take? Over or under?
I didn't take anything.
I'll take the
That's
under.
off.
I got.
I took the over. I took the over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I took. We'll see if we can get there. NASDAQ moves in mysterious ways. You never know.
Go. This ES.
There's a good
What if it
YouTube
closes
song.
exactly at that number? Nobody wins.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
We're right there.
Come on.
Once again, we got FOMC tomorrow. We'll tell you a little bit more about that. There we go.
Yeah, it's funny. We
20
would have been
seconds
talking
left
about
until
the
the bell.
FOMC all week.
20,900. What are we going to do with 20,900s? Here we go. Into the close. Closing
Look at
bell.
the close.
10 seconds.
Close that number.
Close.
He set the level at 900s. Oh, boy. And we got the bell.
No,
Looks like the
going
under.
south
What's
now.
it going to do? And. That's all she wrote. Oh!
Oh, I know.
That's going to be a photo finish.
Oh,
Take it to the
no.
We're gonna have to review that one.
No, we need a
Just
floor.
like
We
no,
gotta
was
find
very
what's the
close.
settlement price on this.
We're gonna-
Nope. What's
We'll
the
send it up to
settlement?
New York to review it.
Yes, we will. Anyway,
Close.
awesome stuff. David Green, Dakota, Dolby Times. Good to be back. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Shout out to all the bellers are right now, right here. Topstep TV. I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out.
Oh, I mean, man, Andre, so happy to have you back here, brother. I mean, you bring so much energy to this place, and I'm just excited still. I can't stop. Anyway, tomorrow's Thursday. What I was going to say about this FOMC is usually we talk about that all week and the week before. I think yesterday, or no, today I had to pull it out of the back seat and sit it up front because that's what we've got coming on tomorrow. But hey, uh, we've got. I just want to point out that for our here we go here real quick here for our schedule tomorrow, you might want to wake up a little earlier because we've got some really good stuff coming out of London with Deanna. Coach Ray and Paul are going to be joining Deanna at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. All right, and then take a little nap, have a little breakfast, come on back for opening call. Johnny Hoag is going to be back here with us tomorrow. Fast Markets, we got Coach Ray. Mohammed's going to join us. Anne Marie. Oh boy, Coach Ray, Mohammed, Anne Marie. This is going to be a good one. Power players, we've got Stanley. Brooklyn Stanley going to be joining us back again here for Power Players. Coming up here for the FOMC Trading with Topstep, we're going to have David Green back here with us. Rips is going to join us. It's going to be a good duo with Hoag and Andre. And at the end of the day, David Green's going to stick around. Rip's going to stick around. Hoag's going to stick around. Andre's sticking around. We got a great day here tomorrow. And don't forget, hey, right after this, 3:15, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay, Coach Paul. Also, Coach Ray at 6 o'clock in the Discord channel. And we got Coach Vince also at 7 in the Discord channels. Don't forget about that. And tomorrow, okay, let's get to the schedule. Now, 7:30, be here. Make sure that you're here 7:30 because we got some opportunity. We got some bigger numbers that we can sort of maybe play off tomorrow, maybe have an early profit and just sort of sit back the rest of the day because it is FOMC day. 7:30, we got initial jobless claims, continuing claims. That's going to be at 7:30. Non-farm productivity. We also do have the union labor cost at that time. Coming up here at 9 o'clock, we got wholesale inventories, retail inventories. It might sort of kick it in a little bit. Also scrolling down here, 9:30 natural gas storage. 10:30, we got a 4-week, 8-week bill auction. Yes, we got lots going on tomorrow. And then we're going to sort of kick it back here and wait for our FOMC at 1 o'clock. Okay. Rate decision is going to be at 1 o'clock. Previous 5.5%. They're looking at a forecast of 4.75%. And then, of course, right after that, which can still move that market, the FOMC press conference with Uncle Jerry. Keep that in mind. So we've got that going on. But otherwise, I think I've covered everything. Yes. Oh, and just a reminder, got a VIP coming out tomorrow. I don't know when, and that's the honest truth. I don't know when. So when production says, hey, it's time, we will share it with you. So don't miss tomorrow. And now, speaking of time, this is your time. Okay, I want you to orders from headquarters. I want you to sort of relax, kick back, get yourself something to drink, a sandwich. Coach Jay's coming on with Coach Paul. Don't miss that. And after that, get yourself ready for tomorrow. Stay safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, which is going to be tomorrow, hopefully, the good Lord. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.